Howdy, howdy, howdy. How is everybody doing?
Hey, what's up?
Howdy. What is up?
Well, the bank account, as soon as the bank opens up, had to do a night drop.
Nice. Get all the
Yeah.
coolers and that picnic table.
Yep, $605 worth of products.
Sweet.
Right. Last week had the 450 on Tuesday or Monday. Yeah, Monday. And that customer also wants a large picnic table and a cooler. So I got to build more coolers. That's another. I was adding things up. I've already brought in $1,350 this month.
Do you have the materials to make more?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I
Well, I,
should,
did, I didn't know. Like, I know you got the wood. I didn't know about the insulation and everything.
oh, we got 30 or 40 of those coolers. They're stacked up
Ah,
outside.
cool.
Right. The wood, yeah. You got yeah, I got plenty. I got enough to make another 10, actually. But yeah, it's a that guy wants four more.
On top of how many did he just get?
Four.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he got four. He just he wanted eight to start with, and I was like, well, I got four. You know what I'm saying? I can build four, and I got those done, so they were deliverable today. He wants four more, but he'll let me know because he had other people that he's got a circle of friends that they all got this. They bought up all the land around this lake and made it a resort kind of thing deal, and he's part of that community, and he's um, they didn't know if they wanted it or not. They were interested, but wanted to see it first, right? He said, but there were three of them that gave him the money to pick them up and all that already. So he'd probably sell four more. He said right away, and so that means I got five coolers I got to build. That's, but yeah, this next week. But first, I got to build that picnic table, and I'm gonna have to build another swing bench. The one I got in the front yard is still there, but I had two. So, but yeah, no, there's no. I've got another 3 or 4 days worth of work. Planter boxes. I got to build planter boxes. Hey,
Rain,
princess.
something walking around outside.
Yeah, Ranger went out. She came in. And now Ranger's out there barking. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
And now they're all going out. And
No, she's staying inside.
yeah, please, you staying inside up here.
Oh, Daddy, it's not just a mustache. I got a pretty long ass beard. It's longer than Aaron's was. Jan. What's up, Jan? Nah, Zach, I don't think I got a bad storm coming. What was coming in towards me just kind of trickled out, and I just had a light sprinkle for an hour or so today. Don't think anything's heading my way right now. Should be good for another couple of days. Yep, I'm good. Yeah, but yeah, Zach, you got some bad weather heading your way.
There you go. No, that's a good boy.
Yeah, you got. Eesh, yeah, you got some storms down in South Carolina for sure.
Yep. Now they're both in. Good deal. What's up, Ranger? He's a good boy. Yes, you are. Hey, Jen. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the game, the Great American Experience. For those of you that don't know, we only got one rule: don't be a dick.
Admission is $5.
Yeah. Fire in the motherfucking bowl.
Oh, give me a minute to load up. Jeez.
You're supposed to be ready.
Hey, come on. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah, this new stuff I got is very nice. Forget what it's
Hey,
called.
Daddy. Now, if anybody sees somebody call out or do a point spin for a fire in the bowl, you gotta type it in too. Okay. After you spend the points, you gotta type it in. Hey,
Yeah.
because it
Yeah.
doesn't alert us on the platform we're actually broadcasting from.
Yeah,
But we
it
have
tells
the
us on
option to do it.
Twitch. Yeah, the stuff that I got is called Big Smooth, and it's pretty fucking tasty.
Yeah, I picked up some green apple. Kush.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like Kush varieties.
Yeah.
They got like a spicy taste to them.
Dude,
I
this
kinda
is
like.
like not like digging the dirt kind of stuff. I was like, what? Yeah, I can't.
That's the thing that my dad would always say when he was pissed off at me or anybody else. He's like, "I'll knock your fucking dick in the dirt."
Right. Yeah.
So okay, everybody all loaded? It's goat time.
Rock on. That's the goat. Brought to you by Justice Gravy Biscuit Bars.
.com.
Dot motherfucking God.
Oh,
Have you seen Don T?
no, I have not.
All right. I know he's out there somewhere. You know he is. Every time we do that, he hears it somehow. You know what I mean?
My guess is he's got a lot going on with, the construction on the homestead. So
I know. Has he done I haven't checked to see if he's done a video or anything.
he did last week, like early last week. There was a couple-minute video that popped up.
Mm-hmm. He should do a nice walk around out there and show us. He did like the idea of putting a berm all the way around his property, though. And that'll stop that wind trash. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the tumbleweeds and all that shit.
Sure. Stop that draft wind from coming up there and ripping his stuff up. You know, Jen, I don't buy wood.
He recycles wood.
Mm-hmm. My wood only cost me the fuel to go pick it up. I get 12-foot, everything from 6 to 12-foot long pallets with 4x4s, 3x4s, 4x8 sheets of particle ply, 4x4 sheets of particle ply, MDM. I get all kinds of different stuff. I've got 6 or 7 sheets of that hardboard. You know what I'm talking about? The stuff they use for the door panels and shit like that. I've got like 5 or 6 sheets of that stuff. Pretty cool. The Amish wood, I like I said, I don't deal with that yet. And I'm building a mill so I can I've got a large plot of land down here.
Yeah,
And-
Aaron's the one that's got the Amish wood.
Right. He gets the wood from the Amish. I've got like more than 80 acres, and I'm trying to build a mill. So, and I do have a mill saw already, but I got to build the building and the gantry so we can put it on there, put the trees on. But yeah, we're going to be processing our own wood, milling our own wood. Yeah, Rangers kick ass. He's doing good. Princess is his girl. Yeah, it's official. But yeah, she's not hit her heat yet, so she's not gone into heat. But as soon as she does, you bet you money that I bet they're gonna have some beautiful puppies. Ryan qualified. Right. I have to get an Amish hat if I'm gonna cut wood, huh? Hmm. I have to get an Amish hat.
Nah, I'd get a Canadian like lumberjack hat, the toque.
Oh yeah. No.
That's just me.
Yeah. Best you're gonna do, I'll get me a woodsman. You know what I'm saying? I'll get me a woodsman cap, kind of a cowboy woodsman deal.
Here's Snowball. Say hi,
Hey, Snowball.
She don't like the cigarette smoke.
Yeah. Oh, really? Right, there's a big Black Panther right behind you.
Yeah, the tail's like going back and forth behind my head.
It's okay, buddy. I don't know. But yeah. So what how was your day, Canoes?
Yeah, it was work.
Work.
It wasn't too bad.
Well, at least they didn't have. You did what? You worked till 9 again.
Yep. 1 to 9.
Shit, man.
1 to 9 tomorrow, and then 2 to 9 the rest of the week. 7 days straight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That.
I got to change that.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, you'd think your sister would like give you some leeway or at least get some priority.
She's out of town. She took her kid on a weekend trip to a water park about an hour away from here. So I'm going to leave her a nice note tomorrow and lay out the facts.
Right. Listen here, sis. No, Daddy, that's not a lab. That's a Anatolian Shepherd, and he's only like 15 months old.
He's a polar bear.
Yeah, he's like gonna be like close to 200 pounds supposedly when he's grown, full grown. His daddy's 190, and he ain't fat. And his girlfriend's Anatolian as well, but she's a female and she's slightly less than he is right now. And I think she's gonna be pretty much full grown where she is.
Are they papered?
No, but I can have them determine full breed.
Yeah, that way any puppies that you get that you want to sell, you could demand full price for.
Well, yeah, but that's not the way I sell puppies.
Ah, well.
Right. There's a meaning in that. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Right. It's more important who they go to than what they pay for it. Kind of thing for me, I remember I had a dog named, I told you about Lucky and Sky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a Samoyed and a golden retriever, and they had puppies. and I put them up golden Samoyeds, and it was actually a thing. I didn't even know it until they had puppies, right? And I put them up on the sheets. I was like, okay, $250 a piece, because anything Samoyed is like $500-$700. You know what I'm saying? And turn around, and they started coming in. I started realizing what was going on, and the kind of people and stuff. The coolest thing I'd ever found was that the kids, the parents that come over with the little kids, and you're getting a puppy for, like a 6 or 7 year old boy or something, and I was like, let's stand out here. Well, where are the puppies? Whistle.
Yeah.
Can you whistle? You got to whistle if you got a dog. And they'd sit there and whistle. And sure enough, one of the puppies would come up to him. You know what I'm saying? Up to the child. And it was always the cutest thing ever. One little boy was like, why is he looking at me like that? Because he wants to be your new best friend. Really? You know what I'm saying? I bet you that boy is still attached to that dog like you ain't never wouldn't believe. You know what I'm saying? So just seeing like that. Generally, yeah, right.
Carpenter wants to know if the Anatolians would make a good waterfowl dog.
Yes, because Ranger jumps in the friggin' pool just to take a drink. We got a little kiddie pool. We fill with water, right? And he'll jump in that pool just to take a drink.
Yeah.
We got a big wash. We got a big. It's in a busted up storage tub. Like one of the large ones, and it just filled up with water. He jumps in that thing. He can't get his whole self in there, just the front paws, but he'll put his front paws in there to take a drink of water. It's funny as shit. He's such a cool dog. Yeah. But he's learning his lessons, and he's getting really good about not leaving the yard. He's getting a lot better. And he's doing good. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. If I do a dog thing like that, it's more important about who's getting them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Money. Even without papers, these guys sell for $200 a piece. So I guess I could get papers, but I think what I'll do is the birth certificates. You ever seen that? The puppy birth certificates? Yeah, you do a little thing, and I can print them out. I got a color laser printer, right? So I can print these certificates out that have the picture of the puppy, the name, and the date he was born, and how much he weighed, and all that, all that cool stuff. And it's just a little puppy birth certificate, But yeah, that kind of cool stuff, maybe. But I'm not worried about going official AKCs and all that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, they start wanting money. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to be a breeder, or you're just, whatever. Give me a break. They want you to get certified and all that, and registered, and all. I'm like, kiss my ass. But yeah, I want to build a nice kennel set. I want to breed Samoyeds as well. So, but I don't believe in caging animals. So not like dogs anyway. You know what I'm saying? They'll have to be semi-autonomous,
What's up, AZ?
Dog runs. AZ in the house. How you doing, bud?
What's going on? Just making an espresso. Kicking back
Casey?
for a little bit.
Kay said she's going to come by and kidnap you for 4th of July.
Yeah, we talked about that a couple weeks ago.
Now, what she does between now and then is anybody's guess. But
If we do that, I need to find out from you what you need that I can bring you.
303. Anything 303, 76239.
Well, online right now, 76239 is like the cheapest rifle ammo out there.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of it's steel cased, but it's the cheapest, center fire rifle round out there right now.
An AUG like 22 would be cool, you know?
Yeah, 22 is cool.
Right?
Yep, I've been stocking up on that.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking about.
together
I don't have a 22 rifle right now.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could bring one. Or three, or 4, or 5, or 6,
Or
or
6.
7, maybe 8. Yeah, I think I've got 7 or 8 22s
Holy
laying around the house.
I'm just a hard sight guy, so
yeah,
nothing fancy.
I have several of the old Remington 22 single shot rifles.
Cool.
I prefer something with a clip.
I have an old Marlin semi-automatic 22 with no magazine.
Oh, without the magazine? Was it tube fed?
No, it's magazine fed. I've been into so many other things. I never looked for a magazine for it. I'm sure they're out there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know the model number of the rifle?
It's I believe it's a Savage.
Okay.
It has an unusual look. It has like a rod that comes out of the bolt, makes a sharp turn and goes back a couple inches, and then there's a little tubular handle at the end of that. If that helps.
That's new to me. Yeah, I've never heard of a mag like that before, but yeah, if you find the actual model and make of it, I can probably find you some mags for it.
They don't see me.
Oh, and look who it is.
Wow.
What's up, man?
There goes the neighborhood.
Yeah. Watch out, he's a man eater.
Whoa, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes.
Don't listen to them, Zach. Hey, well, I just wanted to jump in. I was trying to post the link for you guys, but we're live on the Patriot. Really? See, look, I got Zach here to defend me at least.
Oh my Lord.
That's perfect. I need to see that closer up.
Oh, look. Joe Biden.
Was it as good for you as it was for him?
Nah, I'm scarred.
Need therapy.
That reminds me, I have to make up the other K avatars.
Right.
No. No more avatars.
Wild Bill, Carpenter Patriot.
Anybody that doesn't stick up for Zach is a jackwad.
Right. Carnivore, welcome in.
Hey, well, throw me a wrench so I can toss that link in here because I'm gonna jump off because we got 2 things going at once now.
Which one?
YouTube or Twitch?
On YouTube, I'll post
Yeah, K has never been known to multitask before.
Right.
Oops, hit the wrong button.
Good Lord. What's her and buttons? Hold on a second. I'm getting there.
Did the wrong.
There we go. You got to post something. You got to say hi. Where'd you go?
There she goes. K Red Lotus on YouTube.
Yeah, I got it. All right. That poor Zach.
Is she coming back in?
Your
I
guess
think
is
she
as
wanted
good
to
as
be able to
mine.
post the link in chat.
It was like a drive-by.
Yeah, a drive-by K.
Man.
Just enough to put the Kilroy on the wall, you know?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, Deb. Who needs weed? You got carried. Yeah, that's the difference there, Zoom. We love weed. Yes, fire in the motherfucking bowl. There you go. That cut short. There you go. It's like that was a short one. You scared it. Right. Right.
Anyway, what calibers do you shoot again? 303?
Wiz, you need to reset real quick.
Okay.
What's up, Bill?
Hey.
I just put a link in the chat for you for some 8mm. It's
I'm
the
looking.
cheapest. It's the cheapest going for smaller quantities. You can get a slightly better price if you buy in bulk. Like, I don't know if you're looking to get like 500 rounds or 1,000 rounds.
They used to be in spam cans.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daddy. Hold on a second, Daddy. Go ahead and hit your subscribe and notifications or whatever while you're there. Make sure you bookmark the page and everything. All right.
How's my audio?
Sounds good.
Sounds good, Bill.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's like none of that weird artifact background shit going on.
Yeah, I got I found a set of earbuds that I didn't know where they were. They
Sweet.
turned up all of a sudden.
Yep.
It's a ghost thing.
Yeah.
It just materializes in front of you.
Maxine Waters borrowed his earbuds and kept them for like a year.
Yeah.
Don't tell Florida.
Yeah, it took me more than a year to clean them up enough where I could freaking get the funk off them.
I bet you could sell the bunk on eBay.
Yeah, there's somebody that would like some Maxine funk. But then again,
the couch.
Then again, I kind of suspect that Maxine is James Brown.
The after death. The after death James Brown.
James Brown was known for some funk now.
Now, James Brown was better looking, though. At least the
What's up, Dallas? How you doing? Neva
Dallas.
Candida, Ryan Bardwell.
Ryan Bardwell.
Yep, Ryan. Where's he at? Where's he at? Here he is.
I solved a lot of my cell phone woes by getting a new SIM card.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What were your woes? I never had SIM card woes.
You never had a SIM card in your cell phone?
I never had SIM card woes.
Oh. No, my SIM card was really old. I mean, I've switched it with I think about 3 phones before I got this phone.
Okay.
Oh, Carnivore, are you talking about the 303 round?
No, the 76239.
Oh, you found some 7.62 by 3.9?
Oh, or what was I?
It's $1.20.
No,
What's
the 8
the
millimeter
best?
Mauser. That was the
Oh,
one that
okay.
was going for that one price. Okay, if you buy by bulk, cheapest is 69 cents a round, but you got to buy 900 rounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's like $500.
625.
$625, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way, yes, there's a lot of ammo online right now that's still ridiculously priced. That's just supply and demand right
Yeah,
now.
but that's 303?
No, that was 8 millimeter Mauser.
Oh, okay. I ain't got 8 mil.
There's if you can find the stuff in brick and mortar stores, yeah, for sure it's going to be a lot cheaper, but it's just a question of finding it.
Yeah.
A lot of places don't have the less common rounds.
Yeah, an 8 millimeter is kind of a unicorn.
Yeah.
But what's got me interested, AZ, is that subsonic 22 stuff.
I got lots of that.
Do you? Oh, good. Cool.
Yeah, most of the 22 target ammunition is subsonic or close to it.
Right.
20-round box.
Okay, for 303 online pricing, the cheapest is $2.40 a round. You got to buy 260 rounds.
Ow.
For a total of $625.
That's a 303?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's linked. It's got the cloth links. It's a Greek surplus.
Oh, okay. So it's got the bandolier?
Yeah. Belt fed.
Oh.
Do you have any reloading equipment?
No, I do not.
How about you, Wiz?
Not for 303.
Okay.
I think I got 308. I mean, for reloader gear, I inherited some of my dad's stuff. I think he's got 308. He's got 30-06. Probably. I don't know what all he's got, but I know he had like 25 and 40 cal.
Do you have 303 brass?
Some. I've even got 303 points.
You might want to look into getting a set of dies. I've been finding dies under $50.
I thought I found bullets and I actually found just the bullet.
Okay.
When I bought it, I was like, "Oh yeah, man, it's like 30 cents a piece." Okay, no problem, man. And I bought like 100 of them. And turned around and it was all just the bullets, no brass, no powder, just the reloaders. Man.
Hey, Elky Chicken Choker wants a wrench over in YouTube.
Oh, in YouTube? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's been around a while.
Yeah. He's been through the ringer. There you go, bud. But I have to tell you, most people are over on Twitch. So just so you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and there is no 25 ACP available online at all.
No shit.
You haven't been able to find it in at least 6 months.
I've seen 32 ACP around,
Yeah.
but it's super, super expensive. Cost more than 300 WinMag for that stuff.
Well, I got a
Why? That's ridiculous.
I got more 25 than I'll ever use, most likely. I think I got like 500 rounds. I'm never going to use that with. It's just that pocket pistol.
And
32 ACP, you can get 50 rounds for $46.
that's cheap.
Yeah, 92 cents a round.
Well, that's cheaper than what I saw.
Yeah.
I saw some super expensive stuff. It was like well over $1 a round.
RJ was asking about 40 cal.
4 cal.
I think prices are going to go back down.
I'm hearing 2 or 3 years before they catch up.
2 or 3 years?
Gun sales are still through the roof.
Up. You got millions of new gun owners that need ammo, so that's what they're saying the issue is for the most part.
Right.
Wow.
You can get the cheapest 40 cal right now is remanufactured at 63 cents a round. 1,000 rounds for $6.30, 50 rounds for $32.
How about 7.62 by 25 Tokarev?
I got a couple thousand rounds of that.
I need some.
Probably.
You got a CZ52?
Negative. I have a Zastava. I have a Zastava Tokarev.
Okay.
Yugoslavian.
Tokarev is $1.16 a round. Let's see. Romanian surplus, $83 for 72 rounds.
Wow. Who's that on?
That's hot ammunition, though.
True Shot Gun Club.
Yeah.
You know, that 7.62 by 25 was the original round that could defeat body armor.
Yep. I've got some of the old copper stuff that's running about 1,800 feet a second. Well, between 16 and 18.
Yeah.
Speaking of armor, I saw a good deal a couple of days ago on some Class 4 plates. They were going for $350 a piece. That's pretty decent. That's a pretty decent price for Class 4. It's
either going to be ceramic or it's going to be really, really freaking heavy steel.
I think it was ceramic.
Yeah, I have one soft plate that's actually really lightweight. I doubt it would work for very much.
My armor that I have 2 soft plates, and they're Class 3A. They're pretty lightweight, but they won't withstand, battle rifle rounds. I think they're rated up to a 44 Magnum at the most. Yeah,
they're fine. They're fine.
Carnivore
You
and I
get you.
did some. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you catch a rifle round from a long enough range, it might not penetrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Deb. Thanks for the raid.
Yeah.
Good night, Deb.
Take it easy, Deb.
Yeah.
God bless you. Dream well, Patriot.
Yeah, I only have that one panel for soft armor, and I've got 2 hard plates.
Carnivore's got a link for armor that'll stop 308. Did you get a price point?
Carnivore and I did a deep dive research into the certification for those plates. Yeah,
Are they NIJ
there's,
certified?
you know, there's some trickery going on with the certifications.
Oh, really?
Well, what
Yeah.
we noticed is that we were going through looking for plates, and we noticed several things. One of them was that each manufacturer prints its own certification sticker.
Mm-hmm.
And so we dove a little bit deeper, and not every plate is actually tested and certified. A good manufacturer will submit a plate to an approved testing outfit. They will test that plate, and they will certify that plate.
And then they just say certified for the whole line.
Well, they just say it's certified. But
Well, it should
it
be
kind
per
of
batch.
like
Right, it should be per
it,
batch, but yeah.
well, it indemnifies every manufacturer from liability
Right.
when you dig into it. So the other thing is there's a slew of companies selling plates that they have custom branded, and so I suspect these plates are actually coming from only a handful of companies. You know, and as part of the contract, they get like a custom logo on it, things like that.
Yep.
Right.
AR 500 is that.
Yeah. So the next step is to find out who this handful of the actual manufacturers are. Because I mean, I checked on a couple. I think Carnivore checked on some, and you look up their address on Google Maps, and it's a small retail building in some town. It's not exactly like a manufacturing company.
Right.
It's not big enough.
He's up on. Mm-hmm. He's up. No, just hold your horse.
Anyway, when I got my plates,
Yeah, I know, good boy.
they were about $110 a piece, and I'm still going to use them, but I don't assure myself I'll survive getting hit.
Builds your leg.
That was my beast. That was my danger.
Now, I like the idea of better movement and everything with lighter plates.
Yeah.
But man, if you do get hit and you got heavier like AR 500, you do get hit, that the weight of those plates actually helps to it helps a lot when you get hit, because you know how that works, right? It's just kind of like it's a lighter plate. You're definitely gonna knock you off your feet.
Well, I think pretty much anything is going to knock you off your feet, especially if it's a rifle round or a large caliber handgun.
Well, if it's a ceramic plate, the ceramic is actually just going to turn into dust inside the outer shell,
Yeah.
So it will help absorb a lot of the impact, kind of like crumple zones do in a car, you know.
Yeah. You know, I have some older level 3
You just hold your horses.
vests, you know, that have the fiberglass ballistic panels in them. I've even thought of wearing one of those behind
Yep,
a
lay down.
ceramic plate just to catch anything that might
Just a
come
little bit,
through.
okay? Give it just a little bit. I'll let
Well,
you.
see, my AR 500 plates, they're heavy as hell.
Yeah.
But the thing of it is, I did get trauma pads for them
Yeah.
also.
No.
You know, I figure you're going to get your ass kicked no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
If you're lucky, you'll survive. If you don't, it wasn't meant to be.
Correct.
Yeah.
This
Another
place
thing
is
is
covering everything.
you have to wear your plate,
Yep.
and not when you need them. You have to spend a couple days wearing them as you're doing shit around the house because it's different wearing plates.
Oh, yeah.
You know, especially when you put your rig on. Like I have like a separate plate carrier and mag carrier, you know, assault vest. And after a while, it gets pretty damn bulky.
Yep.
You're gonna really be running anywhere.
I lived in mine for 2 years, dude. Flak. Well, we call it. It was a Kevlar.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was a Kevlar plate.
Yeah,
All that.
you're not really running around anywhere, are you?
What the? Oh yeah, no. We were just sitting around the house doing chores.
Man.
No, 100-mile marches and 50-mile marches,
I mean,
mega marches and shit. We were in full battle dress with a weapon in tow.
I wore a flak vest.
When you're wearing all that gear, you're not really running around. You're moving around, but it's not like running.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, you just do some workouts in it and run in it and shit like that because we did. They made us dress out and do 2-mile runs and stuff like that. Normal PT morning with the full dress with the battle. They made us wear ankle weights too, and then put us through all that. And we had, oh yeah, dude, I got out of basic training. I wish I had pictures, dude. Maybe one day I'll find them, but. Yeah, I was like, I bought shirts that would fit my arms. I don't know what size I was because I couldn't buy the size I was. I had to fit if my arm could fit down the sleeves. I'd buy the shirt. I don't even know what size it was.
When I got my civilian clothes back,
yeah,
I couldn't get my leg into my jeans.
That too.
But they were loose around the waist, but I couldn't get my freaking thigh in there.
Yeah.
I always looked like I was a beach bum or something, man. I always had to have a belt, and it was I had a 29-inch waist, but my legs wasn't fitting into no 29 jeans. Yeah, I know. That's why I know that too. God.
Yeah, mine was a 30. They were loose on me.
Well, you know, Airborne Ranger. They had to swim.
I want to be an airborne ranger. I want to live the life of danger.
C-130 rolling down the strip. Airborne mama going to take a little trip.
Yeah.
Sound off. 1, 2. Sound off. 3, 4. Bring it on down now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
A little bird on the wind.
Oh, I remember that one.
And old Sally Rattencrotch, there was.
I got the line and she got the pole. Or how did that work? I got the pole, she got the line.
Yeah.
Together we're going down to the fishing hole.
There was and Josie's girl was always, Josie always got the girl.
Oh yeah. We had some drill sergeants that were pretty badass at doing cadence though.
Yeah. We did the what's that Bill Murray
what was that movie? Stripes.
Stripes, yeah. The quick time march. Ooh, chugga, 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 ooh, chugga, chugga.
I gotta watch that movie again. That was great.
I know. They pulled off that shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh man, when we did the joint training with the Canadians up in Ontario, it was freaking hilarious. They were calling cadence, and I'm telling you, the dudes that were calling cadence were soul brothers, man. We freaking had some rhythm, and the Canadians are going, I don't know, but I like their cadence. They never heard it before.
Right?
Yeah, we had some soul brother cadence there.
Right.
I'm sorry. I think cadence is cool and everything, but I don't care if it would give me a court martial. I'm not gonna march to fucking Baby Shark. It ain't gonna happen. Not participating. Sorry.
Right. That was.
I don't know. If you have to, you have to. You don't want a friggin' sergeant up in your face. What is wrong with you, maggot?
Right.
You better sound off.
We had one DI that he always liked that the spider with the fly. Why did she eat the fly?
You tell him you don't want to do cadence because you didn't like the cadence. He'll have you running friggin' circles around that formation while they're in double time.
I was just like, I ain't doing it.
I'm
you
right.
Can send me to the brig.
But yeah, no, it's all of that. But we had
what was that one cadence where they go, she got bubbles around her lips?
Not familiar with that one.
I'm trying to remember that one. I'm telling you, there were some nasty cadences, man.
let's see. One of my favorite places was the cardboard dumpster.
The cardboard dumpster?
Yeah, we had we were in old Hollywood at Fort Jackson. The old AIT barracks, they turned it into old Hollywood, right? And that was our barracks in basic at Fort Jackson. Well, right across from us was a whole company of girls. And KP was not necessarily a bad thing. And that cardboard, let me tell you, that cardboard dumpster, you can be surprised how comfortable you can get.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
In a cardboard dumpster.
Aaron knows about that.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
he does.
You're practicing your urban survival skills.
Yep.
Right, right.
Hey, cardboard will keep you warm too.
It's a good insulator.
Yeah.
Well, especially when you're not alone. Because I always help the girls with the cardboard.
And I wish I could remember that cadence. It'd come back to me, man. All I'd have to do is just hear it one time, and it'd come back. That stuff gets drilled in your head.
I'm trying to remember the yellow bird on the shell.
Oh yeah, and smashed his little head. Remember that?
Yeah, smashed it.
A yellow bird on my windowsill. It was a yellow bird on my windowsill.
Yeah, and then
and I smashed his little head or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember all the cadence on that. I was like, I don't know.
If I heard it, it would come back like it was yesterday.
16-inch.
RJ over here is looking at weapons. He found a pistol. What is it?
It's a 22 revolver.
Oh, it's a 22 revolver with a
16-inch barrel.
Yeah. Is that one of those Heritage Rough Riders?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They're good for the price. One of my coworkers, her kid got one for his birthday last year. Not that long of a barrel, but I think his dad bought it for like $170.
They're way good.
Yeah, it's a nice little pistol.
Stock on the damn thing.
But it's got just too many safety features on it. That's the only issue.
It's single action. I'm not real fan of that, but whatever.
I've got one.
Bill. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just said I've got one of those. Mine's a 8-inch barrel.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it never turned out well for that little bird.
No. But there are some cadence videos on YouTube that you could watch, and a lot of that shit will come right back to you. It's like, especially Lee Ermey. When I was watching Lee Ermey in that movie, what the hell was it? Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff he was saying in there. You guys think it's bullshit? They don't do that in the Army. Drill sergeant was just like that, right in your face, calling you a maggot and everything under the sun. Oh yeah. I didn't know shit. They stack shit that high.
You ain't human till I tell you are.
You owe me 40 push-ups for one jelly donut. Oh yeah, that kind of stuff did go on. And at that time, they're not supposed to like make physical contact with you and everything. So he pulls them out in front of the formation. We had a dud in our unit, and they pulled him out in front of the formation. He says, "Private," I'm not going to say his name just for whatever reason, but he goes, "Private, now in this man's army, we've only got there's only a couple of things that we can do, and a lot of things we can't do. And what we can't do is this." He freaking punches him in the stomach. He says, "What is wrong with you? You feeling sick, Private?" Next thing you know, he says, "Now you owe me 20 push-ups unless you get yourself right." So he freaking starts to try to stand up after he just got punched in the stomach. And he says, "And for all you maggots out there, we can't do this either." And he freaking kicks him right in the knee. And he says, "What's wrong with you, Private?" This went on. I'm not joking. And if you had an issue with that drill sergeant, he says, "You can meet me and we'll have a discussion back behind the latrine." And that really did go on.
Well, that person probably got a blanket party.
Yeah, he just acted like he wouldn't run PT or anything like. He was definitely like the private pile that you saw in the movie Full Metal Jacket, and he was just everybody was having to pay for all his bullshit.
Right.
And finally, I guess they recycled him. They have what they call, they'll recycle you if you don't make it through basic. If you want to get out, you can get out, but you get out with a disgrace.
Right.
Or
other than honorable general dismissal. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to get out, you can get out. But the thing of it is, if you want to stay in, you've got to go through and be recycled. They call it be recycled. Yeah, that was not. That's not something.
Carpenter. Yeah, now I'm going to change the subject, but Carpenter Patriots got the yellow bird thing with a yellow bill landed on my windowsill. I coaxed it in with a piece of bread. Then I smashed it. Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
I was always followed up by Josie's girl. By Josie's got your girl.
I coaxed it in with a piece of bread. And then I smashed its little head.
Right.
Yeah, Arlie Ermy in that movie. I like the one he did. This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for fighting. This is for fun.
We did that one too. I ain't lying.
Did you do the kill Coldplay Steel?
I don't remember that one.
Oh yeah, well I guess that was Ranger Dreams.
How about how did that one go? From Heartbreak Ridge with Clint Eastwood.
Oh, that was good. Man, I love that
what
show.
I've been told, but Eskimo pussy is mighty cold.
Yeah, we did that one too.
Oh, wait a minute. There's the other one. The biscuits and the gravy, or the biscuits in the army, they say they're mighty fine.
Fine.
Rolled off the table and killed a friend of mine.
Yep.
So tired. What are you looking at the ground for, soldier? Ain't no discharge on the ground.
You guys are going to be dreaming this shit tonight.
Do I?
You're going to be dreaming this shit tonight.
Oh, dude, it's
Actually, when you're working out, or you got a long walk ahead of you, or you're jogging or whatever, it does help you to set a pace.
Yeah.
In civilian life, if you do know it, if you know the cadences, it does help you to set a pace. Even just working, sometimes for a long time.
Pass. It's like you got to go through this anyway. Might as well have a good time. And when all the guys are all teaming up and doing it, it's dude. We actually at least in basic training, we all sounded off and strong, right? And we were always the loudest. We were always the strongest in that part of it. And, but that was kind of a thing, man.
Yeah, it was. It definitely was.
Make them hear you. There's bastards in there still sleeping. Right.
Yeah. Well, a lot of my NCOs that were over me were Rangers themselves. They were airborne.
Yeah.
I was in a combat arms unit. A lot of these guys were. That's what I was telling you. My one section chief talking about. He was a Ranger. And he was in Vietnam, and he talked about climbing up freaking trees and chopping gooks with a machete in half. Gook snipers. That was his job, to go after him.
Right.
And I don't think he was kidding.
I know. I've heard some shit.
I've heard. I had a really good friend who was a Vietnam vet, and he had some crazy fucked up stories.
Yeah. One of the DIs in our company was a black guy, and I swear that son of a bitch was half gorilla, and I don't mean anything racist.
Yeah,
that motherfucker was badass. He was like strong like a gorilla. He was just a short guy too. He wasn't that. But he was wide. He was hard, man. That motherfucker was badass. We fuck with him. There's much respect there. But he never played that bullshit. We never had no race and competition bullshit and anywhere through my service, man. The only racism I ever encountered was the blacks that didn't understand how I didn't know what racism was about. I never grew up with it. Never seen it. Never.
Right.
never experienced it. So I had no idea it was a thing.
Everybody was green.
Yeah. I mean, we had Asian people and we had some blacks in school, but I never experienced or seen any racism stuff going on with that.
Now, what is going on with Georgia? Some of
Who
the
knows?
biggest dudes I ever met were out of Georgia.
Yeah.
White guys and black guys. It didn't matter.
Right.
They do something down in Georgia. They must be feeding them hog balancer or something
Well, yeah,
down
I
there.
think it's all genetics, left over from, the slave plantations and stuff.
No, but it's big white guys too.
Big white guys.
Well, yeah, you get
monsters.
interbreeding.
Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia.
Oh yeah.
They grow some boys big down there.
Uh-huh.
No, they're narrow at the hip and wide at the shoulders. I'm not joking, man. These guys are some big dudes.
Yeah. Fire in the bowl. Rock on. Oh shit! I think I caught me in the damn it. Speed loader.
I think football must be a big thing down there. They probably do a lot of bodybuilding and all that. That might be what it
I
is.
think it's
Maybe
just living, dude. I think it's just the way life is.
might be. They just country folk.
Right. They don't need a tractor. Half those motherfuckers are a tractor.
They're human forklifts.
Right. I had one guy, he was from Alabama. And we were pretty good buds. And he says, you know what? You know how I got so strong? I said, how'd you get so damn strong? He says, my daddy, when I was a little boy, took me out to the barn, and because one of our cows just had a baby, and it was a bull, and he told me to pick him up. Well, I picked him up. It was kind of tough, but I picked him up. Next day was a little bit harder, a little bit easier. You know what I'm saying? Next day was a little bit easier, but every day I had to go out there and pick up that calf and move him over that fence because there wasn't a gate. And he says he had to do that. And he said after about a year, it got real hard to pick up that guy. But he says, you know what? I still did it. Did it for 3 years. I was like, you got to be kidding. He says, well, after a while. You know what I'm saying? But you think about it. He just that's a biscuit eating son of a bitch right there.
Yeah.
At 10 years old, you can get to the point where you're beefy enough to pick up a baby. Well, at that point, would be a couple-year-old calf.
Well, I can verify this about my grandpa, is that him and his brother, they didn't have a jack for I guess it was a Model A. I guess it was a Model A car. They didn't have a jack, and they got a flat tire. And he had to hold the car up while they changed the tire. He held the freaking. My grandpa was only 5'3", man. He popped a muscle on his biceps, and they were just they were enormous. And it was just hard work, working. Yep. That, they were. Well, he'd carry a whole carcass down into the basement where they stored them, where they hung the meat in his store. He had a store, and it was a family store. He'd carry a whole freaking carcass, a cow's carcass, down those stairs. Little 5'3" man. You figure that one out.
Right.
He was strong as hell.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
.com.
But yeah, picking up that calf every day. You stop and think about it. As that calf grows, you're going to be able to adjust the same way. And as it gets bigger, you're getting stronger.
True.
So yeah, he said that went on for about 2 years. My dad sold the cow or the bull.
My stepdad made me arm wrestle him all the freaking time, and he was an ex-Marine. When I was a kid, right? Mm-hmm. I had to arm wrestle him, and he'd just slam me, and he'd hurt me. He'd hurt me when he freaking slammed my hand down, and I kept trying to beat him, and while I was trying to beat him, he was getting stronger. But so was I. One day I went into a bar full of oil riggers, and some guy come up to me and started kind of talking kind of snotty with me or whatever. I says, I'll tell you what, I'll arm wrestle you. And he's like, all right, great big huge freaking rigger, man. I slammed him, and he says, I said, anyone else want to try? They're like, no, it's cool. But I attribute that to, being challenged to an arm wrestle all the freaking time.
Right.
He says, my stepdad said, when you can beat me in an arm wrestle, you don't have to do anything what I say anymore.
Right. So you was trying.
Yeah.
Ryan says he was an MP and got him into the sheriff's office. He said he got his basics out of Fort Benning, Georgia.
And I was a skinny little kid. I was a skinny little, fair-haired boy, right? In a school I was a minority. And I'd come home with black eyes. There's this kid that would rough me up every day when I come home, go to school or come home from junior high school. And finally one day he says, you're going to boxing. So he puts me in boxing, right? And I boxed for the police youth club. And one day that kid came up to me and he says, give me some money. I said, you better back away. He says, oh, he's talking tough now. Next thing I know, he started to move toward me. I laid him out flat. And all that ended, and he never even got close to me after that. But that was, that was my stepdad. That was a Marine Corps stepdad who freaking tightened me up. It's good to have a father figure in the house, but he had some issues. He had some issues, like heavy drinking and getting kind of crazy when he drank and stuff.
Oh, wow. Right.
Yep. So had to deal with that.
92 was a good year.
And we didn't think we were poor, and then one day somebody says, you guys are poor. I'm like, we are? Yeah, you guys are poor. I said, why? Why do you say that? I think I'm rich. I think poor is a state of mind.
Well,
Oh shit.
where I grew up, I mean, I seen.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
I wouldn't have thought I was poor until somebody came and told me I was.
Well,
All relative.
we were
And
broke. I mean, I didn't see it as we were poor. Okay. Mom was on food stamps and, stuff like that. My dad left when I was 3, he didn't pay child support or much.
Well, yeah. we weren't poor when my stepdad was there. I mean, he was a machinist. He made pretty good money.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess as a kid, a lot of the stuff that people think is poor is not really the case.
Well, that was days before food stamps. We had to line up at the airport or something, get food or something.
We had food stamps. We actually had the paper food stamps.
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah, because that my mom got deserted with 4 kids. I told you that before.
Right. Well,
and so this is 1960s, and there wasn't. Women had a hard time. She had house payments, in California. Here she is providing for 4 kids with house payment. With California house payments.
Oh wow!
So the kind of jobs she had to take were not high-paying jobs; they were minimum wage or less.
Right. Well.
It's
yeah, but it's all relative, right? Right.
But
we wanted things. We had to figure out how to build them or get them ourselves. I was mowing yards, by the time I was like 8, 9, stuff like that. Borrow the neighbor's mower to go mow another neighbor's yard, shit like that.
AZ, are you originally from Arizona?
No, I'm from New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
And, I was going to say that my old man was vice president at 2 different corporations, and the areas we lived in, some of the people considered us poor.
Right.
Nice.
Which is why I say it's all relative, and you know, for someone who comes out and says something like that, they just need an attitude readjustment.
Yes, they do. but you know what though? You know, I mean, I'm now 55. I had
Yeah.
I've had an amazing. My life got started early. I mean, I was in the service at 17. Okay. I already had my GED. The service got my associate's degree in paramedicine from them when I became a combat medic. And then turn around, and after I got out of service, I went back to school for my bachelor's in business administration. And then I ended up getting a master's in 2001. 2001, I got my master's. And I did it on just, I was going out on a limb with all this network gaming stuff, and it paid off. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of godfathered the LAN gaming scene back in the early 2000s.
Yes.
Yeah, we started that in 99 here in the Midwest. And that's why they called me Yoda, because I was like all in this shit, and nobody's seen anything done like that anywhere around there, you know. And that was an association with a university out of London, England, and there was another one in Ohio somewhere, Cleveland Institute Technology. Anyway, but it was virtual reality, and I was getting into programming virtual reality. But we were setting up these LAN gaming things, and what happened is I figured out how they were framing out the games, the first person shooters and stuff like that. And we put all this networking together when nobody knew what networking was. They didn't know. I kept getting told when I was like trying to raise money to do it and stuff like that. I kept getting told nobody's going to take their $3,000 computer out of their house and take it someplace to set it up.
Yeah.
And I was like, watch this, you know what I'm saying? And we did it. And
bought a 10K computer.
Right, we had one person bring a $10,000 computer. And we were building machines that would have anywhere else would have been like $3,000 or $5,000 systems. The average gaming system we were pulling off was like between 5 and 6K. You know what I'm saying? So we were building these things. I have one. I still got the Force. My game name was Yoda. Okay, and my computer was the Force. Yeah, it was completely clear with blue and black lights inside, with the, you know what I'm saying, with the fans and all that stuff. It was completely clear, and I called it the Force. It was badass.
Is this a full moon tonight?
I don't know.
It looks like a full moon. Pretty close to it.
Well, we got clouds, so I can't tell.
Yeah, we got clouds too. First time I've seen the moon all night.
Oh, okay.
You know, of all those skills you rattled off, I think the most important one is that combat medic training.
Yep.
Yeah, that's always paid off in the long run. You know, my business education. Huh? Say what?
Stick close to you.
Well, you know, it works out pretty good, you know.
Well, I'm carrying my own trauma bandage as long as there's someone who knows how to put it on me.
Correct. Now, I'm not real good with setting bones, so don't break anything, all right?
Yeah.
But I tell you what, everything else, I'll stop you from bleeding. I'll keep you breathing. and we'll get you patched up, but we'll knock it out, you know. But yeah, you get cut, bruised, you know, beat up, whatever. I can even do stitches internally, so I know how to do inside out stitches. Yep. I can hook you up.
Yeah, I have like 2 surgical kits. I can't see myself doing surgery on myself though.
No, that's not. That's not. That's not fun.
Not recommended.
No. This little. It's not fun. Trust me. I had to sew back my shit. I got shot. Didn't know I got shot. I thought it was somebody else's blood I was dealing with. I didn't realize I got shot, and it was back on the leg, just at the bottom of the calf, in the back, just through the meat.
Let me ask you.
Did a rip on me?
When you got shot, did your perceptions go into like tunnel vision?
I was in tunnel vision before I got shot. I didn't even know I got shot. I'll put it that way. I didn't know I got shot. I was shooting a 1/2-inch steel skid plate some years ago with an SKS of all things, and the bullet came straight back and hit me in the knee and knocked me over. You know how a bullet curls up when it expands? It came straight backwards and cut a circle out of my knee, and it started bleeding profusely. I thought I had shot myself. But the most interesting part of it is when something like that happens, the physical and psychological things that go on in your mind that try to fuck with you. Oh yeah.
Your vision narrows down, and it's like the periphery becomes grayed out, and it's like tunnel vision.
Right.
And the desire to panic like rises up. It's something you have to experience firsthand. If you've ever been in a good fist fight, you probably experienced something similar.
One of those.
Yeah. But it turns out all it did was cut out a circle of skin, and that was it. I found the bullet down on the ground next to me.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was a action I was involved with, and I was on a rescue, and I wasn't worried about whether or not, as long as they didn't take me down, I was getting them out of there, and I got them out of there. Thought I got away clean. You know what I'm saying? And on the way back, somebody says, "Hey, man, check out your boot, man." And it was right across the top of the back of my boot. I thought I was just getting a rub burn kind of thing going on. You know what I'm saying? Off the top of my boot. I got shot. That ripped the back of my leg, on the back side of the calf. And it just did a full pass through right there. And I had sewed up. I'm sitting there like this. I got it all bared out, got it cleaned up, you know, washed up and disinfected. Then I'm sitting there just sewing it up. He goes, "How the hell do you do that?" I was like, "The shit, it already hurts, man. What the fuck? It ain't gonna hurt no more than it does." You know? It's like,
yeah, a lot of times they don't even take a bullet out. They leave it in, and
no, you always take the bullet out unless it's near a vital organ. You always remove the bullet,
or unless it's like embedded in your spine or something.
And
Then
yeah,
we'll
if
leave
it's
it
in a
down.
dangerous spot, then you have to leave. But yeah, no. If it's any way possible, remove it because it's going to have to be dealt with sooner or later. Reason we
Bullet
don't do it. There's
bullet
too much damage.
extractions and shrapnel extractions, a lot of times the surgery to get it done is worse than if they just
Yeah.
leave it in.
Yeah, but the problem is that the levels are toxic.
Yeah.
They don't care about that. They don't care if it's toxic. They just want to get you by for a while, you know.
Right.
See
Just
what
dose
happens.
you with antibiotics.
What happens with the bullet is it actually gets a sheath around it. It kind of encapsulates.
Well, yeah, but it's always going to be. It's going to be. It's going to cause further problems down the road. We know. You already know that. Yeah. But yeah, no. You always remove the bullet whenever possible.
If possible, yeah. I had a friend that got shot in the stomach, and they took the bullet out, and the weirdest thing is it was a 22. He got shot in the stomach with a 22, and the bullet split two different directions just right when before it hit the spine, and they're like, "You would have been paralyzed if that bullet would have hit the spine." And he's like, "Something was protecting you. I don't know what it was, but if that bullet would have went through your spine, you would be paralyzed right now." And it
Yeah,
was
it
just a
does depend on
22.
where. It does depend on where in the spine it does, but yeah. The higher it is, the more basically the connection gets lost that way. But you have to get pretty high. I mean, you generally when people get hit in the spine, they usually lose lost legs, but they still appear because the connections for the nerves are in the neck for upper respiratories. Yeah.
All I know is I got freaking burns on my neck and down my back from hot shells.
Right.
I was shooting next to one of my friends, and next thing I knew, I had freaking hot shells down my neck.
Oh shit!
Smoldering hot shells.
Right?
Because he was ejecting brass on me. Then I had I had hot shells, hot smoldering shells around my crotch too, freaking shooting out of a moving vehicle.
You're not supposed to do that.
Well, think about it. If you're on the driver's side, which side does the shell eject? And if you're shooting straight out, it ejects off the freaking windshield or off the ceiling
Right
of the vehicle, right into your freaking crotch, dude. And try driving with smoldering freaking shells on your crotch.
You're not supposed to do that.
I'm sorry, but yeah. I mean, it's not funny when it happens, I'm sure, but I mean, right now,
and not just that, but you're
in my mind, and it's just like something out of a comedy show.
And plus, you're deaf because you just sent some rounds, and you're deaf because you're in a vehicle.
Right.
So what?
It's time to hit the brake and clear your seat.
Well, you're going to take your left hand out, stick it out the window, and shoot it, and then the shell's going to eject right in your freaking crotch.
Fire forward. Damn it.
You are firing forward, but you're just holding, you're just not even aiming it. It's just cover fire,
Well, if it's just cover fire, stick it out forward of the windshield so it ejects onto the windshield.
That's why I like revolvers for a vehicle.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No hot shells ejecting on your crotch.
Crotch catch.
That's where they go right there. They go right there.
Oh shit!
You freaking! I'm telling you, the word fire crotch. You'll freaking learn what it means.
Hot balls.
Yeah, did you guys hear that Indonesia lost a submarine a couple of days ago?
Yeah, I
Chinese
heard
did it.
about that. They're trying to find it. The guys are running out.
They have a pretty good idea where it's at, but it's way too far deep for any expectation of, rescue. It's strictly going to be a recovery operation if they can even get to it.
Was it fired upon?
Did they find it?
No, they haven't found it yet. But no, it sounds like they're saying it's possibly an electrical accident.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Probably
know
battery
But
fire.
Who knows?
China's doing some crazy stuff down there in the South China Sea right now.
And it wasn't like some, junky, Asian sub. It was they bought it from the Germans.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it was a German-built sub. Yeah, they found a bunch of debris. They were pulling out and showing like pairs of boots and Muslim prayer rugs and shit bubbled up to the surface.
Oh wow.
Oh, carnivore. He says you're supposed to shoot out of the sunroof, not when you're driving.
That's what you need a partner for.
Exactly.
Right. You need a pencil-mounted M60 on your roof while you're driving around.
That'll do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw an M60 the other day that was done for $25,000, and it
Papered?
was only semi-auto.
Yep. That's crazy.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. They might try to say it's something nefarious.
Yeah, I know. I hit the wrong button.
Yeah, he fell off the wagon. But you got back up. There you go. You go.
Yeah, 2,800 feet down, they think it's at. Way past crush depth.
A little bit.
20 what?
2,800.
Oh wow.
Oh,
What is crush depth?
For that kind of boat, like maybe 900 feet.
Yeah, I was. Sounds right.
couldn't imagine.
I don't have a clue when it comes to submarines. So
Well, that was the problem with that that oil leak that they had in the Gulf. Is
Yeah.
they didn't have any subs that could actually go down that deep.
well, how did
Remember-
they build it then?
You remember the BP?
Oh,
Yeah.
the Horizon.
How did they build it then?
No, we have subs that'll go that deep. What do they call it? They have a submersible that they use for rescue operations. It's called the Mystic, I think. There's two of them. There's two of them. There's one on each coast.
But they're not typical subs.
No, of course not. You can hold like maybe 10 people in them. That's about it. They might have been out of the area. But they're also designed, their size and their weight that they can load them in a C5, fly them anywhere in the world that they need to for an emergency.
Right.
all I remember is while it was going on, they were looking all over the place for a sub that could actually get down there, and they wound up using some kind of a exploration sub or something.
Yeah, a civilian thing.
Yeah.
Probably from Woods Hole in Massachusetts.
Hey, battery.
Hey, battery.
What's up, battery?
Hey, been raining today. I haven't been able to work outside. Went to celebrate my birthday instead.
Oh yeah.
We had Mexican.
You had
My
tamales?
nephew was there too. Nice seeing him again. Seen him for a very long time. I haven't seen him since the 2016
Night
election.
Stalker. What's up,
Hey,
Night
thanks for
Stalker?
the research there, Carnivore.
The stalker.
That was cool.
What's up, dude?
Nice stuff.
Oh, what are you guys doing?
Same
Same
now.
thing we always do. Talking about shit, watching you work. Better put your mask
yeah,
on.
actually, I might not work tonight, so I got an extra shift because these are our 2 days off, and nobody is here, so I might not work tonight. I'm waiting until 11 to see you.
Oh
Oops,
shit!
hit the wrong button.
Right.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm waiting until 11 to see who shows up.
Oh really?
Yep.
So you
Like my
may
hair,
not be-
guys?
Oh my
Take care,
god!
Ryan.
He's
Hey.
incognito. He went in undercover.
Right? Oh. Hey, so I'll drop the link in the chat here. But you guys should subscribe to my channel. We're coming out with a bunch of content soon, me and my buddy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
YouTube or Twitch?
YouTube.
Okay.
Twitch is
Rock
strictly
on.
for my gaming, but I haven't been able to game recently, so
Right.
but yeah, no, we're really going forward with Token Hobos, so I got the kind of the first video up. Oh, and work is here, so I'm going to leave.
All right.
I love you guys.
Have a good one, bro.
Yep.
Saturday
So we got
night.
guys. We got recon inside the lines, behind enemy lines. Ryan, be well. Dream
night,
well,
Ryan.
Patriot. Oh man. So, what were we talking about?
We were just rambling.
Oh, the submarine thing, though.
Yeah.
Well, dude,
Imagine being in a soda can.
well, my thinking is that how did they build that son of a bitch?
They've been building them for 100 years.
Right, these wells at the bottom of the oceans. How do they build them?
I don't know, man. They coffer dams. They pump the water out, put some people in some pressure suits. I don't know. I've been inside a submarine once. A World War II sub. That's a museum ship here in Ohio now, in Cleveland, and that's talk about tight quarters. Nuts.
Because I've seen the ships where they laid pipelines, the underwater pipelines. I've seen those ships on videos and stuff, and it's badass what they do. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I always wondered how they.
That secret running some kind of rescue mission.
AZ, you went all alien on us, man.
Yeah, I think I'm losing my internet.
We didn't understand. I didn't understand anything you said. But oh yeah,
that's the sub in Cleveland that I went on. It's the best preserved World War II sub on Earth. It actually runs.
What was the name of it?
It's the USS Cod.
You know, I was on a sub called the USS Salmon.
We had
It's kind of funny they had fish names.
Mm-hmm.
I'd take cod over salmon any day.
Yeah, the engines still work. Okay, it's a funny story about this sub. It's the best preserved World War II sub in the world, and it's the only one as a museum ship that you can actually get inside by the original hatches. Like every other museum sub, they just cut a hole in the side and you walk into it. They rebuilt and put brand new engines in it about 10 years ago. They found stored in a warehouse here in Cleveland another set of the original engines for those boats that were made here in Cleveland back during World War II. And they got a bunch of old guys, engine room guys to install them on the boat so the boat can run under its own power. And the deck guns still work. They fire off the deck guns a couple times a year.
That's cool.
I wonder
That's
if it's still submersible.
That I doubt it. They're actually going to send it to Erie, PA, Erie, Pennsylvania, like sometime real soon within the next month or so to get like repainted and have some cosmetic work done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it was a diesel sub, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
So was the Salmon.
The Stickleback's diesel. It's the one that's here in Portland.
I think there's some restored PT boats also that were recently restored in the last 10 years up in Puget Sound.
Huh.
Heard about that.
Have you heard about that?
I live 3 hours.
Yeah. Did you hear about them?
No.
Okay.
There's a lot of interesting Navy shit up in Puget Sound. Because the one base there is like the decommissioning facility for nuclear stuff. They've got like 4 or 5 carriers that they're like dismantling, and a couple of them are like being just kept in reserve.
Yeah.
Oh
my goodness.
They got that huge sub base out there with all the nukes.
That's Pence.
Fuck Pence.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck Pence.
He's done.
You know what? It's time for pie.
Pence is still homeless.
Yeah. Is he? He will be for a long time.
He's been living in hotels ever since the election.
Why?
Because he lost his governor's mansion in that all shit in Indiana. He had no official residence. When he got elected, he sold his house and everything.
Right.
He's got nowhere to go.
Monticello as the vice president.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Vice president.
Think you got the official vice president residence is the Naval Observatory in Maryland, and that's a beautiful house.
Yeah.
I can't imagine fucking Kamala Harris in there. Fuck that. Ugh.
You know.
Well,
Maybe she moved into the White House and moved Biden out there.
Who knows?
well, the thing of it is, for the shenanigans that Pence pulled, I'm thinking that he got some backdoor payola to.
Possibly.
Yeah, so I don't think he's hurting for money. That's for sure.
No, I think he was part of the New World Order anyway.
Oh yeah.
He was just following orders.
Wonder if there's any pictures of Pence getting the black eye. The left black eye.
Yeah.
Like Harry Reid had, and several others. You know who they were. I'm not gonna bring up the names. Both Bushes.
Yep.
Well, I transferred one of my tomato plants from a coffee can to its final home, and for 2 days it looked like it was going to die. Today it perked right up.
I was over at Walmart. Not Walmart. Lowe's and Home Depot, and I just was taking a look at their tomato plants, seeing how much they cost and everything. And they were freaking frostbit, man.
Yep.
Yeah, we had ice and snow, so I don't know. I think they brought them out too early because our planting season doesn't start until Mother's Day.
They didn't take them inside?
Apparently not.
That's wasteful. They're not going to live.
No, there was other like chilies and stuff that were frostbit also.
It's entirely possible you find a good branch on there, clip that off, stick it, rock wool, it'll grow. I did that.
Dallas, that was good news.
The plant was dying.
You take a branch off of what? A tomato plant?
Yeah.
And you put it in water, or what do you do?
Oh, you put in a block of rock wool. I'll show you. Got some.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that, Carpenter. You know what that means? That's how they're getting paid.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's how they pay them. They write a book.
You just put the stem of the tomato right in here, and it's sitting in water, and they'll put roots out.
So it's got nutrients and stuff in that block?
No, it's just, when you start a plant, you don't need the nutrients. Well, actually, it's you put fertilizer into the water.
Like fish emulsion or something?
Well, I use some artificial stuff because they don't really make. At least I haven't found any natural fertilizer for hydroponics.
So what do you use, like Miracle Grow or something, the liquid stuff?
No, they don't. They don't have anything for hydroponics, as far as I know. I wish I could show you, but it's out in the garden.
I believe you.
General hydroponics is what I use.
Right on. Okay. Makes sense.
It's 3 bottles. One promotes the plant to start. One is for growth, and the third one is for blooms and development of fruit. And you just adjust the levels based on what stage the plant's in.
Good to know. So I could do that also with raspberries too, right?
Oh yeah. Raspberries clone really well.
Really? I didn't.
Yep.
I've never tried that.
Yeah,
See-
raspberries, blackberries, they're very clonable.
It makes
I've-
sense.
I've
because
done
it's
Ivy.
blackberry.
Oh, ivy is prolific like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've got patches of ivy at my place that are like out of control. You know, there was a little bit in some dirt that I got transferred around, and it's like completely covering a bunch of piles of like building materials around my place now.
Blackberries and raspberries, when they go out, they touch the ground, they put new roots.
Yep.
So they got that fuzzy stuff on there, like the tomatoes do.
Oh, wow. That's good to know.
That's how tomatoes in the wild would propagate. They just grow a little bit and then they fall over, and then another plant starts.
Their onions are like that too. They have a species out of Egypt. They call it walking onions, and that's how they proliferate.
Lewis and Clark brought those to the Northwest.
That's where Walla Walla onions came from.
We have tons of Oregon grape here.
The onions I raise is Walla Wallas, and they're not walking onions.
I've got Oregon grape that literally crawls through my freaking foundations of the house and pops up inside the siding of the house.
Hey,
good night, Kim. Be well. Bill's in Utah.
Utah? They have Oregon grape there?
Yes, sir.
Huh. I thought it was only native up here.
It's prolific here.
Well, the root of the Oregon grape has berberine in it, and it's good for maintaining level blood sugar.
What are you using?
No, it has. Who are you talking
What?
about?
You said you were using something to maintain blood sugar levels?
Well, you can use the berberine, which is in the Oregon grape root.
Oh, okay. Grapefruit.
Oregon grape.
Yeah, because my understanding was Oregon grape is toxic.
You can use the root. I think you have to cook it and extract the oils out of it. It's a lot easier just to buy the.
Basically, you have to distill it. You have to distill it.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Well, basically, you boil it. You boil it in like an oil, just at a right temperature, and then you distill what comes off of it. It's the same way they make perfumes.
So I'll tell you what natural means that I use to keep my blood sugars under control, and that's cinnamon, chromium picolinate, and bitter melon. It's called bitter melon or sour melon. And sour melon, what it does is it takes the sugars out of your system and puts them into your muscles and stuff where you need them. That's how that works.
So it works like insulin.
Yeah. So what you're doing is actually cinnamon works like insulin.
Yeah, I use cinnamon. That's all I use is cinnamon.
Your body can't tell the difference between cinnamon and but it also helps with insulin resistance. Cinnamon does. So it makes your body actually use its own insulin, so your pancreas doesn't have to work as hard.
Yep.
The pancreas is what makes the insulin.
Right. So it doesn't and a lot of people that are diabetic have an overworked pancreas, and their pancreas is just pumping and pumping and pumping, but your body is insulin resistant and it won't use its own insulin.
I'm not insulin resistant. My pancreas doesn't like to produce.
Okay. Gotcha. Sounds like type 1 diabetes.
Type 2.
Type 2? Oh.
I'm borderline hypoglycemic, so
I'm not insulin dependent.
Low blood sugar to me.
Man, I could tell my blood sugars get so freaking low when I use these concoctions I'm talking about. that I'm going into hypoglycemic freaking condition, and it gets scary sometimes. I feel like I'm going to pass out. My sugars get so low.
I used to ride it like a buzz. I was like, what?
I can't.
And
I would. It was cool.
I have
ride it like a buzz.
so I do have the test strips and everything. I do test my sugars, but I don't do it as often as I should. But I do keep an eye on what my blood sugars are.
I don't do it as often as I should either.
Well, I take cinnamon about 2 or 3 times a week, usually on cereal. You know what I'm saying?
I eat it straight.
I like it in cereal. I would put it in ice cream, but I don't do ice cream. Ice cream makes me fat.
I get a mouthful of cinnamon, and I freaking it kind of gels up in your mouth, and then you just kind of let it slowly,
burn.
break down. And yeah, it doesn't burn. Ceylon cinnamon is very mild.
Yeah, I that's what I use as well as Ceylon. Yeah.
Okay.
I bought like 5 pounds of it like 3 years ago.
Right on.
Straight from Guatemala. So
awesome. And I have cinnamon pills too. Yeah, right on.
Cinnamon and me don't get along. It gives me terrible heartburn.
I love cinnamon.
Well, the hard cinnamons, yeah, but the Ceylon is different, dude.
I've never tried it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's what they call a soft cinnamon or a baker's cinnamon.
Yeah, it's a real mild cinnamon. And they found out about it because nobody had any diabetes over in Ceylon, India, where it came from.
Right.
And they couldn't figure out why nobody had diabetes. And then they found out later that they were putting this type of cinnamon on everything.
Yeah.
And it was nobody had high blood sugar in over there. So it's kind of weird. It kind of went through Indonesia. The other one that comes out of the hot one is I think it's called Saigon cinnamon. It's from Saigon, and that's a hot, really spicy type.
I know a lot of cinnamon comes out of Madagascar.
Yep,
it's like one of their biggest exports.
It's a bark from a tree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's actually a bark from a tree. Yep.
Yeah, I was just reading this. It says cinnamon bark.
So also, the one thing that Ceylon cinnamon lacks, is it doesn't have as much cinnamaldehyde, which is similar to formaldehyde. So that's the reason why they say it's a lot safer to take the Ceylon cinnamon than the other ones, because they have higher levels of cinnamaldehyde.
Okay.
Yep.
I think it's not just the bark. I think it's actually the what they call the fat wood.
The phylum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just under the bark.
The pulpy exo, skin.
Right. Then that's where you see those where they shave it and it comes off in little spindles and stuff like that, spools.
This is
because they shave it.
I think that's where they get like the aspirin extract out of willow bark and shit. Is that layer?
Yep. The fat one. Yep.
What the heck was that?
You talking about the underlayer of the bark itself?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, who's running a little motor?
That would be.
But I was just watching a video on the making of the power box I've got. They made an improvement. They added an SAE jack to it. I actually sent them a message saying, I got an SAE jack I was going to add to the box. Where should I put it? They told me where I should put it. There.
Dream well, Patriot.
It works great. But now they put it in a different spot.
So I'm kind of thinking that cinnamon is the tree's natural defense against bugs or insects or something like that.
That's probably it because it burns.
Because it's also got antimicrobial properties.
So it's kind of like a cedar.
Well, it only grows the equatorial region.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't remember if it grew in
Yeah.
California or not,
I
but
used to think that you could only grow.
It's very specific.
pineapple.
It's very
That kind of
specific
grows.
growth pattern. It's got to be around the equator.
Yeah, I think California's too far north.
Yeah,
It's not even.
you might be able to
subequator.
green. You might be able to greenhouse it, kind of deal, environment creation. But
you can
yeah,
cross it.
I know you can grow them
So-
indoors, but there's no way they can withstand the cold around here.
so since we're
If you
talking
can-
about that, what about, do you know where cork comes from?
A cork tree.
Yeah. It's a
it's from-
bark.
Isn't it in India?
Nope. Portugal.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
In fact, there's only a
can-
couple of islands it grows, I think.
If somebody
And
can
all-
grow citrus in Nebraska, you can grow just about anything with a greenhouse.
With a greenhouse, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
Well,
a
they
guy
got big
in
ass
Nebraska
greenhouses,
that's growing citrus for the local market.
Yeah, we
Well, we got to
have
do that.
I have a friend in Vermont that grows lemons and limes. And she has them in 55-gallon barrels, and she brings them into her sunroom in the wintertime.
This guy in Nebraska, he didn't do anything special. He just ran some big ducting underneath, about 10 feet underneath the ground of the
Yeah.
greenhouse, pulling in cold air from outside, and it comes out about 60, 65 degrees.
Well,
okay.
I want to figure out if tobacco will grow here. I want to grow my own tobacco.
Well,
That'd be good.
tobacco grows up here in Ohio. I know
Yeah.
people that grow it.
Kentucky, Ohio, Connecticut.
I think it would do okay by you if it gets enough water, because it
Yeah.
does, like, it needs rain.
My potatoes started coming up.
Now, there's a secondary reason to grow tobacco, other than smoking it or using it, for your habits. But the other reason was that I was thinking of, you could actually use it as a insecticide.
Yeah,
It has
but
medicinal properties.
on the other side, if you live in an area where you get a lot of, there's a specific kind of pest that attacks tobacco, mostly on the eastern part of the U.S. It's called the tobacco hornworm,
Yeah.
and it attacks tobacco and tomatoes, which are related to tobacco. And yeah,
Is tobacco a nightshade?
I believe so.
Potatoes are a nightshade, and so are tomatoes. Both
Yeah.
are nightshades.
Yeah,
I
but
know.
these
So are
fucking
peppers.
bugs, like if they hit your tobacco, they're gonna go over to your veggie garden and go after your tomatoes and then everything else.
That would
Yeah, we
suck.
have the
I
potato
think
beet
the
here,
same thing
and
with the tomato
attacks
hornworms.
Well, we get some kind of worm in my tomatoes. I don't know what's eating them.
we get this tomato worm. That sucker's about that big, and it's about half-inch in diameter. And I have yet to see those here, but we get the smaller version.
We have a
Little
thing
worm,
here
like a
in
little
Ohio. It's called a cutworm.
Yeah,
And
we
all
have
it-
them here.
All it does, it mows down your plant like about maybe 2 or 3 inches above where it comes out of the soil. It just saws right through it, knocks the plant down, and eats a little bit of the stem. That's all it does, and then it goes through the next thing.
I think that's
These-
what's
these are the
killing my
seeds.
chilies. Every time I grow chilies, something does exactly that to my chili plants.
It's called a cutworm.
I never
Bastards.
had a problem with mine,
Yep.
but actually I spray neem oil on my plants on a regular basis.
Yeah, neem oil will probably work for that.
So what is neem oil?
It's one
It
of
comes from a
nature's greatest
tree.
insecticides.
It comes from a tree in India that has no insects.
Yep.
You could say that for aloe vera too. There's not even mosquitoes on the aloe vera plantation. Not a single one. All around outside of the aloe plantation, because my brother-in-law used to actually run one. He ran an aloe vera plantation. And what was the name of the company? It was called Forever Living Products. It was Forever Aloe.
Oh, 2 more 3 inches.
And down in Texas. And all around was Mosquito City, man, from the Rio Grande and everything, but nothing in the aloe plantation. So I think mosquitoes don't like aloe.
I could teach a class on hydroponics. This is rockwool.
I've heard of that.
It's made from shredded rock.
Uh-huh.
And rocks are very fertile. Plants like to root into the rocks. So this works really well. You put it in this little cup, and that sits down in the water. You have the water up about that level. And when the plant sprouts, it puts a root up towards the bottom. And you can use an air stone or do like I do and just leave airspace. And the plants grow great.
Hold the rock closer to the camera so I can see it.
The rock
I'm just typing in how old are they?
Yeah. Okay, rock wool. All right.
This has a little hole in the top. I don't use this one because of the algae there.
Well, that's in freaking no. Rock wool is what they used to use for insulation in houses.
Right.
Works. It'll work.
That's your attic insulation. Your blown attic insulation.
I like these ones because it has a little split.
So would insulation work? Would insulation work?
What some people use is pool noodles.
Oh, okay.
You can buy pool noodles at Dollar Tree, $1. And
but that's just foam.
You can use that for you cut it about that long, about 3 inches, and put it in the hole. It'll hold the plant.
Yeah. You know what I used a pool noodle for? I used pool noodle. I cut it to size for my shifter in my semi.
Eat rabbits, free rabbit.
And then I taped it. Yeah. I taped it up with friction tape. So my yeah, my shifter was freaking all padded, dude.
I've seen guys on YouTube. Yeah. They run these pipes, and then water circulating through these pipes, and in the hole they have a hole in the top of about 3 inches, and they take a plant, and when it develops roots, they just stick it in water, and it develops very public. And they stick it in the pool noodle, and then stick it in that hole.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, we're going back to the main thread.
Yeah, the inside of the cab of my truck, it was all, I could light it all up. I had I had toggle extenders. I had my shifter all freaking wrapped up. I mean, fuzzy dice, the whole thing.
Sounds cool. Did you have the little balls hanging from the front of your headliner?
No. No, I don't do that. No.
Any bobbleheads?
I had a hula girl.
There you go.
I had a hula girl.
Yeah, you got the hula girl.
Yeah. I remember going through up there, Seattle, after it snowed, and in the state of Washington, they don't have steel blades on their snowplows. They're plastic with freaking rubber on the bottom. Oh yeah,
not the ones I saw.
And it left these ice bumps And I'm telling you, the ice bumps were horrible. And
Yeah.
it was just
Yeah.
everything in my truck. You know, you got these cubby holes up, overhead cubby holes. I had underwear falling on me. I had TVs falling out, underwear falling on me, all kinds of stuff. Cans of freaking tuna and all kinds of stuff falling out on me. That I remember. And I was in that truck that I had the toggle extenders and all that shit. I was in that truck. And it was a Freightliner. I could tell you the whole thing.
Now, my father took a load up to Alaska in the winter, and he said the only problem with that trip is all the natural speed bumps.
Yeah.
They leave these bumps in the road with the ice, and you're like, boom, boom.
Well, that's the freezing and the thawing up there
Yeah.
fucks the roads up too.
Yeah.
But I never saw a snowplow in the state of Washington that had a steel blade on it, because they've got those reflect. I haven't. They got those reflector discs, and if they use a steel blade, it'll shave them off. And they don't use
Washington
salt.
State also.
Did
Washington
you ever go
has
across I-90?
all the time.
Okay.
All the
The
time.
one that's on I-90 had steel.
That's a possibility.
When did you come across?
Because that was in the Seattle area I'm talking about.
Oh, because Seattle's pretty messed up.
Yeah, I would go
They
into
got
Kent, Washington, and pick up plastic to take to Amsco windows down here in Salt Lake.
Here's something about around the Seattle area, that county. They have some of the best transit system in the country.
King
But
County.
nobody rides it.
Oh, I know.
Their highways are garbage.
Yep.
You ever been on that floating highway across that lake?
Yes, I have.
Outside of Seattle?
I was
No,
stationed.
but I went across the floating highway in Istanbul.
Carpenter Patriot. What's up, my brother?
The one in Washington's over American Lake.
Okay.
Just outside. You go east of Tacoma and you go across a floating bridge.
Because they got one on the Black Sea. It crosses the Black Sea.
You're muted. There you go.
Hey, Carpenter. You're on mute, dude.
Yeah, Carpenter's in the house, man. Welcome in, brother.
Hey, Carpenter.
I saw him on another channel earlier today, I think.
We can't hear you.
You are muted. We can't even unmute you.
You are muted at your end.
Yeah, he's got to unmute himself.
It's that silly tablet of his.
I know. Right?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I had a hard time with my tablet.
All my tablets broke.
Actually,
So you remember that song Pinball Wizard?
Yep.
That deaf, dumb, and blind kid?
Joe plays a mean pinball. Even on my favorite table, he can beat my best. With his disciples lead him in, and he just does the rest. Got crazy flipping fingers, never sees the
ball. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure
plays a mean pinball.
Yeah, there we go.
I like the Who.
Pole position. I kick ass on pole position.
So who did the song Major Tom?
That was Ziggy Stardust.
Ziggy Stardust?
Yep. David Bowie.
David Bowie, yeah.
He put out an album, probably about 5 years ago. It was actually pretty good. I mean, it was typical David Bowie, like strange and out there, but it was a very well done album.
He was able to change with the time.
Yeah, he was.
He was change of the times.
I think he died like 2 days after the album got released. Yeah. A day or two after it came out, he died.
So you remember Rod Stewart?
Yep.
unfortunately.
Well, he had a kids show in California when I was growing up called Get Box Tickle. That was the name of the show.
He sounds like Kim Carnes. Or she sounds like him. She's got that scratchy voice that sounds just like Rod Stewart.
I don't know. Rod Stewart came out with some good tunes.
Mm-hmm. But now he's a lounge singer.
Yeah.
Well, lately he's been getting into trouble with the son. He keeps going out in like New York City and Boston and Philadelphia and getting into trouble with the cops, with him and his son.
Well,
getting kicked out of restaurants and bars for being drunk and being assholes.
sounds like he's hanging out with Hunter.
Yeah, really. Hey, Carpenter's mute is off.
Say something, Carpenter.
Speak.
No.
Oh.
Turkey, turkey.
He's talking turkey again.
That's good.
I can't help it. I'm playing.
All right.
I know, right?
Is that a slate?
Yeah, this one's a slate.
Oh, does speak English.
I gotta get licensed up this week.
They have a turkey calling contest at my county fair for like the junior fair 4-H kids.
One of my favorite personalities is Michael Waddell.
Where do I know that name
He's
from?
a turkey caller.
Yeah.
And he also a world-class duck caller.
Oh, better
Well-
than the Robinsons? The
That's
Robinsons?
the raspy old hen. And the little
Somebody-
deuce, I like this one.
Is the duck caller like the Robertsons?
Somebody finally got turkey established up in the wilderness areas here.
Cool.
Hey?
We never
they're
had them
thicker
before.
now. The county I hunt in Wisconsin was the original county that they reintroduced turkeys to Wisconsin.
Going up.
So for a long time you couldn't hunt them there because there was no turkeys in Wisconsin. But in
Yeah,
that
they got
county where it
killed out.
was introduced, there was shitloads of them. So now it goes by the whole state's numbers. Now that place where I turkey hunt is just packed full of turkeys.
Yeah.
Big
Oh,
ones too.
I
we've got
don't understand the power box in mine. The voltage keeps going up. I'm not even charging it.
We
get.
got a lot of turkeys around here too.
I know you do.
Yeah.
There's a
My
few
power
flocks
box would be a
within a few
Tesla.
miles of me.
I used to see them flying across the road when I'd go through Missouri.
Right.
Hey, Wizard.
They get hit sometimes.
Oh, those are the turkey vultures. They ain't the turkeys. Those are two
Hey,
different
Wizard.
beasts. Yeah,
I think
those are
my-
turkey vultures.
Wizard, I think my power box is a Tesla PowerPoint.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the voltage is going
Why,
up, and
what-
I haven't hooked it up to the charger. It's gone up to full volt.
Plus, they got somebody got grouse going here now too. We've got grouse.
That was a good
And-
one, Carpenter. That was a.
Yep, that's a hand call. You hold it and shake it. It's called a shaker.
There you go. That's a pretty good one right there.
Yeah, you gotta say, I got the wood
I gotta go
box.
back to Hammond this winter. Do some more hunting.
That's a box
My-
call.
My neighbors have 2 turkeys. They keep chirping. I
I
keep
don't
thinking,
like to eat them.
sounds like an osprey.
I'm gonna be making a turkey coop. We got a yard for them already. I'm gonna start breeding them.
Cool.
Yeah, them. What are they called when they're like a tame? Ducks are like that. They even have mallards that are tame. What are them called? Tame.
Tame ducks.
Whatever. When they're tame turkeys, they're really good.
It's all called yard bird. That's what I heard.
You know,
It.
they're trying to think of what it's called when a
This
bird,
year,
any bird's
I-
tame.
In past years, I rarely saw a mallard duck. This year, I see them almost every day.
Well,
Yeah, I like
one of the
mallards are
things
a big deal.
Somebody's
We're
going to
having a
have to.
huge influx of mallards.
I need somebody to learn me how to freaking do waterfowl hunting because I don't know anything about it.
Oh, fucking.
You
Oh,
need an Irish
fucking
setter.
A, it's that fun. Fuck. You set decoys out in these like rivers and streams that are fairly big, but they don't have to be that big. And especially if you
waterfowl?
get two of them that come together, and then you just sit on the bank and you call and just
For waterfowl, you
fuck,
need an
there's
Irish
nothing.
setter.
Duck hunting is. You know what? Goose hunting, you guys. Goose hunting in a cornfield with the layout blinds where you put the layout blind and you lay down, and then you put all these. We got 96 or 7 decoys, full body decoys, and you put them all around you, and you lay right in them. And then these big, huge geese come down, they land right on top of your head, just about. You just sit up and it's fun.
Well, you got to figure, Carpenter, out here where I live, you got the Rocky Mountains, which creates a perfect flyway.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yep.
When they migrate, they right over the Great Salt Lake and all the way down the Rockies is a flyway for geese and ducks and everything.
You know, I used to drive out and see my dad in Nebraska, and you'd be going along. I think it's Interstate 80 out there, cut straight across Nebraska. I think it's 80.
No, that's 70.
Is it 70? That might be 70 then.
Yeah.
But I'd look out in
Nebraska's
these
80
fields, and miles out there,
Just go over by the Grand
there's plumes of smoke that would come up and run for miles.
Yeah.
And I was watching them on one trip. Finally, I said to my dad, I said, what the hell are the farmers burning out there? Look at them fires way out there. He looked at me and said, them aren't fires, them are geese, them are snow geese.
You know, a great place to hunt.
I wasn't very old. And I was like, I was in my teens. And I was like, holy shit, really? And he goes, yeah, them are big flocks of geese. That big smoke cloud you see 2 miles out there that goes back 12 miles, he said, that's snow geese. Well, then I got a chance to snow goose one time. And when you're underneath that cloud of those white snow geese, you literally can't hear yourself think.
And then you get covered in shit.
Oh, you just knock the shit out of them. You just pound them. I've never been pooped on by a goose.
Eating the moss around.
Oh, really?
No,
I've been shit on by seagulls.
We get these
I've been shit on
giant
by
Canadian
bluebird
goose.
or blue jays.
My car has, and I've never been.
I'll say this: we get these giant Canadian geese down here in St. Louis, and and in St. Louis you can't do nothing about it.
Yep,
so they hit every lake, every river, and stuff like that. Now the river areas you might be able to get away with doing something, but they'll get in those like these big office buildings. They'll have these large lakes and stuff, or some of the community building.
Oh yeah, runoff ponds and shit.
They got these big decorative lakes in these communities and on the grounds of these big corporation layouts and stuff.
In America than in Canada
and stuff, but they'll accumulate these geese, and they get so much they'll get in the parking lots, and it just trashes everything. But they're big ass friggin' geese. They'll chase your ass down. They're big, and
you ever shot a swan?
Go ahead, Barry.
The geese don't leave. They fly south to California in the winter, and they come back here. They don't go to Canada. Why are they called Canada geese?
That's the problem I have too.
You ever shot a swan, Carpenter?
No. You ever see? I've been there when giant flocks down at the river will take off, and if you've ever seen a giant flock of swans when they're gaining altitude, they do this stair step thing where they go up a little bit, and then they kind of rest as they come down, but they don't come down as far as they were before. And then they start beating their wings again, and they go up and they go a little higher, and then they rest and they come down. And it looks like when they're gigantic, fucking huge, herds of them. Blocks, you ought to see them how they wave. It's just fucking gorgeous.
Oh
And
wow!
I've literally been sitting right underneath it when they come up off the rivers in the backwaters, and those big, huge fucking white swans and that wave they do to gain altitude to get up to fly way up there. It's to see it from underneath like that is like unbelievable.
Do people hunt swan though?
People think that shit is all shooting up, and then don't get me wrong, that's fun.
I hope not.
It is, but there's so much more to it, you guys.
But they do hunt swan, don't they?
No, up here you can. I don't know if they do. I wouldn't doubt there are in some
I don't
spots.
think you can here either.
But no, here you can't.
Imagine how much meat you'd get off a swan.
Yeah, they're huge. Yeah. Well, I live in a town where they thought that the greater Canadians were extinct for 15, 20 years, and then they found a herd of them, a flock. Found a flock of them here in the town I grew up in.
All right.
And realized there was a pretty good number. Now there's huge numbers. But all the goose hunting I've done around here over all these years, every year, and that's between 4 or 5 guys. We may shoot a handful, less than 5 greater Canadians. All the rest of them are the lessers. And we just, I don't know if they're smarter and they know where we're at in the fields or what. I don't know what it is. Yeah, we don't hardly ever shoot the graders, and we have a huge number of graders here. We hardly ever get graders.
Canadian geese never leave here.
They do here when it gets cold enough, when the ground freezes and they can't get to the ground, like the corn and shit in the fields, then they'll get out of here.
I think maybe they're coming to Oregon.
It could be.
During the winter,
I know they got a couple of them geese up in Canada that they put them fly things on so they could track them.
Right.
And they would take off in Canada, and them fuckers weren't landing down in Texas.
Yeah.
They were making it in one hop. Some of them.
They stay airborne.
They're really high and they get a tailwind and they just book.
Well, I remember rivers in the sky.
Yeah. So I didn't realize that, but yeah, they do.
I remember rivers in the sky when we were kids. The geese that were flying overhead and honking and all that stuff. It just never stopped. Never seemed to stop. It was from horizon to horizon.
I love that. That's how that we're on a flyway here, and that's what it's like here in the fall. You'll go out on the roads, and there's just geese. Geese.
Right. A lot of it here in Ohio too.
And honks.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, let somebody finish this battery.
Huh?
Stop talking over people. Just wait till they're finished, and then just remember what you were going to say and say it. Stop talking over people.
I'll try.
All right.
I'd like to hunt goose in Ohio.
Well, unfortunately, you can't do it in my city. But like, if you could stand out in my field and blast 100 of them a day. There's that many of them.
Oh,
yeah, yeah. You probably can there, but you got to go out another 7 or 8 miles or 10 miles from where you are.
Oh, that here. You could go a mile and a half down the road and get into the next township and legally hunt them, but you can't do it in my city.
Rochester's kind of like that too. It has a big thing around it.
Yeah,
where you can't go inside.
The only thing you can legally hunt in my city is deer, and that's with archery.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because you can't discharge firearms in my city.
They treat archery the same way they do rifles here. The same kind of regulations, like 1 mile from the nearest structure and blah, 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 and it's like, why? Nobody's going to be taking pot shots with freaking $30 arrows,
Well, they had to do that here because some of these towns are built in like woodlots, it's all woodlot. And the deer were just getting so thick that. So now you can pretty much hunt anywhere. You have to get this proficiency test. And the proficiency test is like hitting a fucking paper plate at 10 yards. So it's not a hard test to pass. 25th will be the opening of Wisconsin too. We'll go over there. I'll turkey hunt and because you hunt till about 11 o'clock and then you don't have nothing to do the rest of the day because you don't hunt them when they're henned up. And then you go back to camp noon or so and you got the whole rest of the day to monkey around.
Yeah, I'd like to capture a couple hens.
I had a dude from
The domesticated turkeys are way better eating than the wild turkeys are shitty, guys. I'm not joking.
really.
Yeah.
No, fuck, they're terrible. The fucking meat is. I suppose if you cut it, I mean, like cubed it real small, but it's like a stringy meat. And there's the legs. You don't even keep the legs or nothing. There's
The people that I know around here that hunt wild turkey, if they eat it, they suggest like don't eat it on its own. Like make a sauce to kind of cover up the flavor because especially a male bird, man, it's some gamey tasting meat from what I hear.
Yeah, that's how you do it here. You marinate it for like 2 or 3 days, and then you slow cook it for like 10 hours in some broth.
Right.
Yeah. It's like you're cooking the gamey out of it.
Wild turkey over here, we just drink it.
I was never a fan of that brand. I do not like that. Nope.
But yeah, we got a whole section for I want to start raising turkeys.
I would suggest getting domesticated birds.
Yeah, I've got a lead on a few.
Yeah, I would. There's big meat in that. Shit, you get, I don't know, 30, 40 chickens a year, and you get 6 or 8 of those. You figure out a penned area you can throw a calf in, and one spot for a hog with your rabbits. Fuck, you'd never buy meat. It's like you wouldn't even give a fuck. Well, I don't know what meat costs.
You should look into raising pheasants.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're talking about doing the turkeys and getting them set up, and then building a pen for goats and for pigs. Now, we'll just run 2 sows and a boar. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just fuck one pig a half a beef, and then you throw in all them turkeys and rabbits and pheasants and whatever, and you would have more than enough meat for them.
Right, and the goats then would be the milk, and when they're breeding, they would of course the billies go to, once they get up to pound weight, then you call their goat meat's good. But
I've been talking less about hunting lately because I get a lot of people that don't like it.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, a lot of people they don't like it. I've been noticing that. I get a lot of shit for it,
Really?
Oh, you're killing defenseless animals. Well,
one thing about goat, it tastes like goat.
Yeah. I was thinking about doing lambs too.
I've had lamb that was fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
My sister for Thanksgiving always cooks a lamb roast.
They're finicky to raise though on what they eat. Like if you're gonna do like open grazing for them, there's a lot of plants that grow naturally in certain areas that they can't eat. It'll give them all kinds of crazy gas and shit. Like you cannot let any kind of sheep eat clover. It'll kill them.
Oh wow!
They'll bloat up twice their size and they'll literally blow up.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they'll rupture their bodies.
Well, we feed the clover to the rabbits.
Oh, there you go.
Right.
I bet your lawn clippings don't go to waste, do they?
No. In fact, I'm looking for other people that I can get lawn clippings from.
Uh-huh. It's like, we'll mow your lawn if we can just bag it and get it out of here,
Right. Right. Or just, catch that recycling thing.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, and empty the bags and set the bag, because they have to pay for those bags, the recycling bags. So we just take the trailer, empty it into the trailer, and fold the bags back up, put it on the porch. Well,
you know how I told you guys that I got a shitload of coffee sacks a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yep.
I just thought of a good idea for my garden because I'm gonna need some soil. My city has a community garden that is supplemented by the I guess the streets and land department of the city. Like they dump wood chips and soil there that they dig up that they don't need, and it's free to take. So I'm going to go up there with my buddy in his pickup truck and fill up about probably 100 bags with some soil and some compost and wood chips and shit.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, I've been pulling trailer fulls of the wood chips into the car. You see my video?
One of the guys I hunt with over there, of all things, he cans.
Yeah.
He cans meat. He cans all the
I would
vegetables.
like to get into that. Yeah, for sure. I would love.
It's kind of weird. His wife don't have nothing to do with it, but he's learned it when he was. He said, I asked him, how the hell did you ever learn all this? He said, I used to do it with my grandma all the time.
Yep.
And he said, see that pressure cooker over there?
It's not hard. You got to observe some basic safety, measures as far as temperature control and, keeping things sterile. But yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, it was really cool. The pressure cooker, the one big pressure cooker, gigantic fucker he's got, is 50. It's fucking almost as old, if not older than he is.
I got one. I got an old one, a big one too. It's a great big old boy, and it's the one that you have to get the weighted pieces for, to control it. It's the old one. I don't have any of the weighted tops for it, so I have to figure out where to get those.
Look it up on the internet.
I bet, yeah.
These new ones, I've heard of these new ones. Where you cog them down, where you put that cog down and then you tighten that bolt or whatever, that wing nut on the bottom. I've heard them cogs snapping off them fuckers.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they explode in people's kitchens and shit.
No
so
shit.
This guy, he does all his out in this barn. He does it all on he's got stoves out there that he set up.
Propane burners.
Yeah,
like turkey cooking. Yeah,
out in the barn. The house runs off natural gas, but the LP out there, and it's all like a separate entity.
Yeah,
he makes salsa. He makes. I don't like salsa. Only he's got this mild salsa that you can literally make a meal out of a bag of potato chips and a big jar of his salsa.
Right. The tomatoes.
I hate salsa. I can't stand it.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there gorging on the shit, big scoopfuls, just mouth after mouthful of it.
I think I'm going to start out with pickling and marinating before I get into canning.
That's pretty good. I've known people that pickle fish a lot around here.
Yeah, I made pickles last year. I still got pickles, and
we went to that wake today for my daughter's boyfriend who died. Dad died of liver problems, and why you have liver problems, but that's none of my business. The man passed. I'm sad. He's only a couple years older than me, but anyway, they had a fruit salad there, with the whipped cream and fruit salad. Holy fuck, was that stuff good! Every now and then you go to them. Yeah, you go to them places like that, like a wake or a funeral or a wedding or whatever, and these people bring these homemade recipes to it. Holy shit, there's some good cakes, and we're talking scratch-made cakes where you mix the flour with the ingredient. Yeah, not just out of a box.
Right, the flour, baking soda. Yeah. It's the salt, and then you get so much sugar, and then yeah,
and the really good ones, they just dump it in. They don't even really measure it.
I know.
Well, it just takes this much, I just put this much in. Well, how much is that? Well, I don't know. It's just like this much. They'll scoop in the sugar with their hand.
Right.
The fucking 10-pound bag of sugar. They scoop in with their hand. They shake a little bit, and they just dump it in there. 2 handfuls of flour, and they do all this stuff, and their bread and all their shit comes out really good.
Yeah.
One sister that can cook everything, but she's a baker too, and she's a really good baker. She makes a chocolate cake that, oh fuck, I eat it till I just about puke. Yeah. You just even that last bite when you don't want any more and your stomach's full and you're bloated, tastes so good.
Yeah.
But she's the baker, and then my other sister, she's pretty much like she can cook anything, but she's not a big baker. She uses mainly box recipes and stuff. But my oldest sister is a scratch baker, and man, can that woman cook! I told her me and Jackson would get out and visit her all the time. I come down one time. First time I went down to her house in Iowa, me and Jack, his little boy. He said, "Yeah, come on down for dinner." There was meatloaf, chicken, fried chicken, and pork chops. That was the meat. You had sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes as a choice. It's like, you should have seen that table. And I'm like, holy shit, do you do this all the time? She goes, that's just how I cook here. She goes,
I learned how to bake pastries.
Really? What, do you make it from scratch though?
I can, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I did that for quite a while, actually. I used to work for, I don't know if you had them out there. You ever heard of Winchell's Donuts?
Oh, yeah. We had one.
Okay. I used to go there in the morning when I was in high school. I'd go in there and bake at 5 o'clock in the morning and then go to school. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah. And I did that for quite a while, in my teenage years. And I also had a job with a company that made like conveyor belt kind of stuff,
Yeah, yeah.
That they shipped out to all the stores and things like that.
Good news.
So we got it's called Auto Bake. What?
It's time for ass pie.
Right. I was checking. Look at these. They're like talking. Canoes came off and he says, "I make a mean ass pie," and Battery's like, "Ass pie." Gross.
I don't know how to make bread or anything.
No, I do. I got buddies that are like that. That they got buddies that make the weirdest shit. Like that. Like whoever said that about pie. I've got buddies that I know could make a fucking light and flaky pie crust with just excellent filling, and and you're just like,
oh yeah,
how in the hell did you learn of? Look at us, look at what we do. How did you learn that?
I do that. Yeah.
They just learned it hanging with their grandma.
You ever had scones or runzas?
No, well, not that I know of.
They're about the easiest thing there is to bake is scones and runzas. You don't really bake them; they're deep fried, but the ingredients are all the same thing as
biscuits.
Navajo fry bread. So a runza is a scone. It's just a German word for a scone, and they're the easiest thing there is to make.
I had a actual corn hand ground, but they used some big thing with a big fucking stone to make the cornbread. She made the corn, the actual corn in the corn. I mean, it was literally like the ingredients were taken out of the field, not just. And that cornbread, that was an Indian woman in Dalton, Nebraska, used to sell cornbread cake, and holy buckets was that. And she made it all by hand from corn, field corn or sweet corn or field corn, whatever they use. But she made it. She ground the corn and everything, and man, was that stuff good.
So the flour is exactly the same thing as a donut or a maple bar. The flour to make these. And dude, I make apple fritters, cherry fritters,
I love that.
Bear claws, all of it.
You know what? If I had a place near here that made anything decent for an apple fritter, I swear to God, I'd weigh 300 fucking pounds. I can eat those. I can eat them fuckers. A good apple fritter, like from that Otto's Bakery. Yeah. The thing's as big around as like 2.5 of your fists together. Right. And it's got apple in there, and it's baked just to a right crisp, and then it's glazed. I could literally go days on end just eating that.
My mom used to make that.
I gotta kind of stay out of there.
She'd make that just for fun. She'd send us home.
My grandma was like that.
That's the kind of thing where it's
down in
best
Iowa,
to get them at the county fair.
And I'm trying to get someone in my family to show my grandma's candy shelf. She had in her kitchen. This was a great big giant farmhouse kitchen, and it ran the whole length. It was cupboard that ran the whole length of the wall, but it wasn't cupboards. It was just 3 shelves underneath with a countertop and then a row of windows. she'd have all of her baking goods would be on the counter. And I think the room was 18 feet long. So it was 3 feet wide by 18 feet long. And she'd have all of the cookies because she had 13 kids with, I don't even know how many grandkids. I've never counted them. But she had 13 kids. When we went to her house, there was a crowd.
Right?
And yeah. And she'd have her baked goods on that. And the candies in the cookies in the candy jars underneath on them 3 shelves. I heard him talking one time. I was a little bit older, and my grandma was talking about how she had to go to 3 different stores to get all the candies that because when she knew the kids were all coming and the grandkids were coming, she filled all the candy jars. And I mean, she had hundreds of them, you guys, hundreds of them. Everything from Red Hots to them peanuts to chocolate covered M&Ms, everything you can imagine. There was nothing on there. You couldn't buy it in the store. You could not go to a store and fill her candy from one store. And it was just, and I'm trying to get somebody in the family. Does anybody have pictures? Because I tell people about it. If you'd see it, you'd swear it was a candy section in a store, only it's bigger.
Right.
And I'll never forget her. My mom's name was Patty. And I'd eat her chocolate chip cookies and her chocolate cake till I wouldn't fucking eat nothing else, you guys. I mean, you're talking, I was a 7-8-year-old little boy. I mean, just had a bottomless pit, and I was going to eat chocolate cake and cookies. Grandma, yes, you know. Yeah. And my mom would get mad at me. And I'll always remember my old Patty, leave him alone. That's what I bake him for. And she'd make you breakfast in the morning, and she always fried all the bacon, and then she fried the eggs. And I mean, there'd be a half-inch of bacon grease.
Yeah.
What's that thing Wizard makes? Sarsaparilla, or what is it?
Sassafras tea.
Sassafras tea. There you go.
Yep.
All you need is one of those carbonating things. One of those carbonating machines, and you could be making sassafras soda and stuff like that.
Sure. Yep. Yeah. One of these days, I'll get one. Yep.
The company that I heard advertised is called SodaStream.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You can do anything in it, just water. But you can do juices and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I know. You know, sparkling apple cider and all that stuff with them.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a cool idea. But yeah, right now, just I'm saving up for concrete, and I'm not talking kind you eat.
Where'd he go?
Oh, he fell off. He'll be right back.
You pushed the red button.
Yeah, fell off the wagon. But yeah, all of it comes around, and I'm saving up for concrete. I want a basement foundation on my house.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got to go out and come back in. I brought an echo with me.
Oh. I didn't hear it.
Hey, there's Huckleberry.
Hey, there's my Huckleberry.
Hello, Huckleberry.
Rock on.
And he's gone again.
I'm not causing an echo this time, am I?
No.
I did notice though I can catch it if I'm on my avatar, because it starts when you guys talk, it starts moving, and I'm like, I'm not talking. Okay, there's an echo. I gotta refresh.
Maybe it's me.
No, I don't think so. I'm not hearing an echo from anybody. It's probably just the connection. Oh, it needs to link in. Okay, gotcha. All right. But yeah, no, I want to do all kinds of things, man. And but
testing.
You got it.
You were talking about you got a bunch of concrete to pour?
Yeah, I want a basement foundation for my house.
You want to pour it all out of concrete?
Most likely, yeah. Especially the underground stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Footings and stuff are easy, but the walls you kind of got to be a little specific with them.
Yeah.
Right.
Get the
Right.
get the Simon's pans or whatever. I don't know how much they cost to rent, but I know how to put them together though.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I can do flat work too. I got all the flat work tools too.
You go
Well, the
ahead and
house-
do that flat work then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's tough, but you guys, I used to make just silly fucking money pouring driveways and patios and basement floors, and we did basement floors where they had drains in them and all kinds of shit,
Right, because we're gonna have to do the drains. We have to do the outer
and
drains.
I don't have a power trowel, so you have to rub it all off by hand. You have to get on it with 2 pieces of steel and a knee board and do it by hand. But I can get it perfectly. I can do it professionally.
Wow, I've got the big pan. The big pan smoothers.
Yeah,
I've got like a 4-footer or 5-footer.
A skimmer.
That's a Fresno. That's a Fresno. They call that a Fresno.
Yeah, I mean, I inherited that kind of stuff.
I've got the magnesium bull floats with 5 handles, the broom, and all the. I got the Fresno, the bull float, the mag, 4-foot mag.
I got some hand trowels.
Yeah, good steel's good. The old steel's good. I'll go to a lot of these older places, and these guys were old cement finishers. And if you know what tools you're looking for, you can tell just by looking at them. There isn't really most of them. The names are gone off them, so you don't even know what they are. But you can tell by looking at which ones are good because they've used them for so many years. Good steel is hard to find.
I've got like flat trowels and pointed trowels and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Got a float, a hand float. I don't have.
Well, you guys, I can lay block and
float.
I'm just pathetically slow at it.
Right.
Like the profession, when I do it, I would do like a little garage, the bottom of a garage or something like that. I didn't do like a 1,500 square foot house or 2,000 square foot house with basement underneath it. I didn't do that kind of shit.
Right. Well, I'm hopeful. If I
used to do.
Go ahead.
I used to do structural concrete.
That was what I did for a living for 28 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Was structural concrete. We did.
I
got into.
Go ahead.
You go.
I was just saying, I'm hoping to start the construction on the basement in like September, October.
Oh, cool. Got it dug?
Yeah. It will be.
Yeah, you got a backhoe. Yes, you don't need. Yeah, you got a backhoe.
I got one. I just got to get it ready.
What's it like digging there, though, on that mountain? What's it like digging? Is it like digging rock?
Some of it, I may have to buy a hammer for it.
Yeah. I've been on them before, too.
Stop the hammering.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be digging, and you'll hear that bucket as it goes down, and all of a sudden that bucket just stops.
Yeah.
They pick away on it a little bit, and of course it's all buried. The whole bucket's underneath the dirt, but you can hear it digging away on that rock, and you know that, oh no.
You're familiar with bobcats, right? You're familiar with bobcats?
We have to use backhoes and bobcats, skid loaders.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I delivered bobcats out of Surprise, Arizona to a proving area up somewhere, might have been Minnesota. I think it was Minnesota. And these were new prototype bobcats that could actually do all your hammering for you, all your it just depends on the attachment you put on it. You can run forklifts on them. They were like a modular kind of a bobcat.
Yeah. I've had them on the jobs a lot of times.
Yeah.
Where you have the different head attachments, and all you do is they all pick up the same with them 2 clips and that fold over handle. And then it's just a matter. It's usually most of them bobcats got like 4 hydraulic hoses, and it'll tell you. You don't have to remember it. The machine tells you which hose goes to which attachment. And it's for the in-cab controls.
I loaded 8 of them on a trailer out of Surprise, Arizona, to take up to Minnesota. I could load 8 on a 48-foot trailer. That's how compact they are.
Yeah, I'd like to have one of them skid loaders. Them.
Shit, they're awesome.
Yeah, the tracked skid loader. I'd love to have one of them. I mean, I don't know what there's no way it would sit around because there's just too many uses.
That's actually more modern than what I have experience with.
Yeah, the new ones, they come with all those attachments on the front and all that shit. And the ditch witches,
Yeah.
you know, they literally got a ditch witch that hooks up that same way. It goes to that same fork that picks the bucket up. Only it hydraulics right in there to them 4 hydraulic somewhere on them 4 ones. And all them hydraulic things is for your hand controls inside the cab. So you plug it into the right one, and then they got ditch witches. They got everything you can imagine.
They've got them where you can run them remote control down into a trench.
Oh,
so,
I haven't seen them.
Yeah, I've been seeing them. They have rollers, compactors, all kinds of stuff that they can put down in a trench.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talking about remote control, did you guys see Aaron's video earlier today? He was testing out his Segway.
No.
That thing is fucking crazy, man. I wouldn't get on one of those.
I've rode them.
This thing, it's short. It only goes up to like your knees.
Yeah.
And you kind of like grip it with your knees instead of like having a support column in front of you that you can put your hands on. It's completely hands-free. It's like, nope, I don't want nothing to do with that.
No.
He was riding around in Warehouse Dwellers parking lot, and then he set it up on a remote mode where it follows him around like a little puppy.
Really?
And he can load stuff on it, and it'll walk behind him with a load on it.
He bought it so that he can like carry his groceries home, and he wants to take it out into the field at the bear camp to like take all his tools out from by his car and everything.
That's cool. I never thought about that part of it.
Yep.
Using it like a little wagon. Yeah.
It's called a smart Segway. They call it a smart Segway.
Yeah, you carry.
I looked it up.
You carry your phone with you, and it tracks your location within a couple of feet, and it'll follow you.
They're $899. You can pick them up off of Amazon.
That's where he got it from. Yeah.
Yep. And then there's some that are close to 2,000, and I would probably even higher. I don't know.
I would hack it and arm it and like make it like a protector.
Fuck
guardian robot.
You can control it by your phone remotely.
You are too close to my master. Step away or you'll be shot.
Kind of my goal is to get so far away from people I don't have that issue.
Well, yeah.
Right. Right.
Like Aaron says there's only one other person in his town that has a Segway. So,
I was speaking of that. Do you remember when Chauvin just got his big conviction?
Yeah.
Yeah. Only it's kind of screwed everything up because then they couldn't burn everything down because there was no reason because he got convicted for everything. Which is kind of suspicious considering in the average trial like that, you get one charge and they'll pick that one. They don't, that's unheard of to pick all 3 of them. You know what they were doing, but whatever. I don't have an opinion on, the only opinion I'm saying, there was these 2 people out. One was heavy set girl and one was a thinner guy. And they were like rabble rousing the troops, like building the morale up, talking out in the streets like they do with the bullhorn. And I was sitting there watching them, just thinking to myself, and I got to looking at them and I thought, of all them fucking people out there, I'll bet there ain't 1 in 100 that can put 1 meal a day on their house and keep a roof over their head every month without government assistance.
Right.
You could just tell. And then I thought to myself, and I'm looking at them, so you guys, this is a crowd of people that literally has no fucking idea how to really, seriously, no shit, take care of themselves. But they're going to run a whatever, and they're going to change the whole world, and they're going to make all this difference. And it's like, you guys, you haven't even got the basics down.
Well,
the basics, like we learned years ago, like when you learned when you were a kid that you could buy your own groceries, you could pay your own rent. And then it was like, even though you didn't have any money and you were broke, you could still do that. So it was like this feeling like I can take care of myself.
and that's a great feeling to have. And I was just thinking, I'd like them to cut that crowd up and see who exactly in that crowd uses government assistance. Who out there does that? But you're going to stand there, burned everything down, and you're going to change the whole world. You are the last fucking people that I want to take advice from about how to build the country and move forward with things.
Why is it the cameras are on them and not the people? Just wondering.
Yeah, I didn't hear the last part of that.
Well, why is it the cameras are on them and not on the people who know how to do stuff?
Well, I know, and that's where you go back to that. There's a reason for everything.
Yep.
It's intentional. Like, another thing that's starting to drive me nuts is when everybody says, it's our fault, we should have done this, we should have done that. You guys, we were fucking lied to. The people of this country would not be voting these representatives in if they knew they were going to do this shit.
We didn't vote them.
Exactly. And you throw in what we're finding out, like Mike Lindell's just is coming out now, and he's proven that people are thinking it's, oh, hey, it's the president got the thing stolen from him, whatever you want to say about that. Well, that's like the tip of the iceberg. It goes all the way down into our local. Like people say, we need a grassroots. You guys, we've done the grassroots thing. It don't do any good. It's not going to help.
It's rigged too.
You can go out and pound your neighbors and do whatever you want to do, and it isn't going to make any difference at all if those machines. What I got from that newest thing from Mike Lindell, these machines, even at our levels, I don't know where you guys live, I don't know where your towns are, but wherever you live and whatever them towns are, all of your races in them towns are predetermined.
Yep.
Just literally like you set up a computer. They set the computer to spit out whoever they want, and it does it.
Don't get me started on Romney.
Yeah, so that's why they come out, and it makes me mad when everybody says it's our fault because we weren't paid. We did this. No, we didn't. That's what they want. They want us to feel like, what did we do wrong? It's us. It ain't us, you guys.
Nope.
It's not us. We are not. It's like, okay, I go to Ghost or one of you guys' house, and I steal all your money in your wallet, right? That's like catching me and then blaming you for it. Well, you shouldn't have had your money in your house. But it's where I live. You shouldn't have had your wallet laying on your dresser.
Right.
Everything that Romney did, after everything that Mitt Romney did, and he suddenly wins the election for the Senate?
I'll bet you $10 to a donut when it comes out that a lot of them people like Romney, he didn't win shit.
No.
I'll bet Maxine Waters wouldn't have won a race. She'd have been out of politics 20 years ago.
Same way with Pelosi.
Yep. All of them, they're all like that. And Mike Lindell and I kept telling everybody, because first thing, we got to get back together and it has to be a ground up grassroots. It's like grassroots ain't going to help people.
Nope. They already
knocking on how do you think we got Trump in, you guys? We did the knocking on the door. We got together in groups. We met. People did that.
Yep.
And they can still
it overwhelmed their fraud machine. Their fraud machine broke.
Yeah, so how this election fraud thing plays out, I don't know how it's going to play out over the next 6 or 8 months or whatever happens with it. You're going to know by 2022, you're going to know whether you need to even bother. There's every possibility we ain't. If things would stay the way they are now, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever for you to get in your car and get on there and vote.
Yep.
No. It's a complete waste of time because it doesn't matter what you do.
Without voter ID,
not matter what you do.
Yep.
The same thing's going to happen.
Well, they got to get rid of the voter. They got to have voter ID, and they got to get.
Well, even with voter ID, you got to think about this. Even with voter ID, okay, we got voter ID now. Everybody's supposed to have voter ID, right? Well, you were supposed to have these paper ballots were supposed to be all whatever, right? And like in that one state that they sent 120 or 1.2 million out and got back 2.5.
Yeah.
How does that happen? Okay, so even if you get them and that everybody's done their voter ID and everybody's done that, say they just make up a bunch of voter IDs that don't even exist, and they just run them through, and you lose again. Well, you pick all that stuff up and you go to a judge and you say, "Here, we won. Look at all these." And well, now we don't want to hear it. No, you don't have. No, there's no grounds, no basis for this case. We're throwing this out on. No, we don't want to hear this.
You don't have standing.
Well,
Standing, that's the word.
The old way they
So
cheated, that
we
the
have
Democrats cheated, was ballot box stuffing.
It was all of it together. They said that in a couple of them states, I think it was Pennsylvania was one where they won by 7. He only won by a few 100,000 votes, or a few 20,000, whatever he won by. If you took out the people that were underage and shouldn't have voted there, that they can guarantee and show you, take them out, Trump wins.
Right.
If you take out the people that were from out of state that voted in state.
Simpler than that, Carpenter. All they got to do is take out the dead people. And
what I'm saying is, any one of them it doesn't matter which one they take out. They're the dead people. Absolutely, doesn't matter which one. The margin of victory was so minor because he made up 700,000 overnight, and won by what, 22,000?
Yep.
Okay, the margin of error. It doesn't matter which one of them you pick up and throw out of there, which they can prove all of them, and he wins. So he doesn't need to do them, but. The point being here, it's all got to be fixed. The machines got to be fixed. The voter IDs got to be. They need to go to that blockchain.
And if Trump gets in again, if he manages to get in any way, shape, or form, which I think he will,
I think he's going back in. I think this shit's going to come out. It might take a while.
Exactly.
I think this shit's coming out.
Yeah, and guess what?
When he does,
wait a minute. The Georgia election has already been overturned.
The dominoes are falling, guys. And the next thing that's going to happen is like in Minnesota. Minnesota, my blue state, it was red. California, the blue state, it was red.
Yeah, you only got 3
It's going to trickle down and go down, and they're going to show
counties in Minnesota are blue.
Even the states that he won. What's that?
There's only 3 or 4 counties in Minnesota that are blue. Everything else is red.
Yeah, and apparently, from what I heard, it went red. But they rigged it enough with them fucking machines and this bullshit balloting. All the different stunts they pulled. It isn't any one of them. It's all of them. But Mike Lindell made a statement one time that kind of set with me when Mike Lindell said, what we need to do is we need to thank God. Thank God, right? About this mess we're in. So I'm thinking, huh? He said, thank God that Trump won the way he did, because they had to pull out all the stops to beat him. Everything. They had to empty their bag to beat him, or they weren't going to beat him if they didn't. They couldn't beat him with ballots alone. They couldn't beat him with the machines alone. They couldn't beat him with the dead people alone. They couldn't beat him with the illegal voters or the illegal identification. They couldn't beat him with any of them alone.
Right.
What they had to produce was an overpopulation of America that really didn't exist. That's what it boils down to it.
How many counties now?
If you took the total number of votes, Carpenter, the total number of votes cast in America, that's more than the amount of people that are capable of voting.
I can't believe that that's not, at some point, that's not going to come out.
But it's far more, because they invented a lot of voters. They had straw voters.
Well, look at Pennsylvania, where they made up 700,000 in 2 hours.
And then if you count, in addition to the straw voters, all the immigrants that they brought in and told them to vote and gave them a ballot and told them to, vote for Biden so he can get all your friends in.
Yeah, but wait a minute. In Pennsylvania, dude, they trucked in a fucking 18 tractor, an 18-wheeler full of ballots in from New York.
Yep. I remember that.
Yep. I think Pennsylvania, wasn't that the one where they sent out 1.2 million write-in ballots and they got back 2.5 million? Oh, did you hear tonight? Did you hear what they're doing tonight, right now, as we speak? Earlier, they were scanning the ballots under UV light.
And
you know what that means,
going for the watermark. Going for the watermark. Oh, they're not watermarked. There's no watermarks on them.
Well, today they had blue lights out and they were running them under blue lights. Well, there's only one reason you're doing that.
All right.
There's more than one way to watermark. It doesn't have to be under UV.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
but this one was. That's what they're doing now is they've got them under UV light. They're checking them.
Now, they have watermarks that are only accessible by scanning with a laser.
And, that might have been a laser of some sort. I don't know that it was a blue light, but it was they were scanning them for watermarks. Yeah. Which they were saying there was no watermarks on them. Well, I think they were all watermarked. So all the ones that were legitimately sent to the state to use legitimately in the election, they were all watermarked. That means
yes, they were.
There's
yes, they were.
You remember when what's her face brought that up?
Yeah, Steve Pachinik.
Yeah, no, it was the chick. What's her name?
Kaylee.
No,
Kaylee
the highest lawyer he's got. That's a girl.
Oh yeah.
The hot chick.
No, she's kind of
Sidney Powell.
That's
Sidney
her.
Powell. You think
Sidney Powell? You know what?
To me, she's hot. I like.
Okay,
that
and you know why? I think so too. But this is why. It's because she's not bad looking. She's just average looking, plain. But damn, that woman is smart.
Yeah, she got balls.
And that's a level of respect for another human being he gives her 3 or 4 points on the look scale.
Yeah. Yeah, just because she's got balls the size of
fucking amazingly smart.
Yeah.
But I remember when she was saying about the watermarks and they were saying, oh, that's all bullshit. Well, here now it is bullshit. It is real.
See, to
she
me,
was on
Sidney Powell to me is like a American version of Katie Hopkins.
Yeah, she's good, ain't she? Another thing is like when Sidney Powell or when these are that Lynn Woods, you guys, he's the top defamation lawyer in the country.
Yep.
So nobody knows defamation better than him. And you just got to stop and think, now, is he going to say any one word ever that is not provable? There's no way he's gonna. He knows that. He knows defamation like we can't even begin to imagine defamation. He knows it inside out, upside down, from every angle you could come at. Mm-hmm. So that's what gives me legitimacy when he talks like he does and he says this and that. You kind of got to believe him because he never gets, these people that he's saying this stuff about, they don't ever file on him. They don't ever file charges that he's defaming them and defamation suits against him like you would do if he was lying and making shit up. So that means that what he's saying must be true. So I don't know. That's what I keep saying. I don't know what's going on, but it's not what we think.
No,
I don't think that Mike Lindell's making anything up at all.
No, neither do I.
He's got no reason to.
I think he's the most honest guy out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's this this decade's version of Joe the Plumber.
Well, and then they always talk about him like, oh, he's just a pillow maker. He's just a pillow maker. No, he's an extremely honorable and moral man.
Exactly.
And that is, and okay, he makes pillows, whatever, and blankets and pillow tops and mattress pads and whatever. I don't know what that guy makes.
Someone's got to do it, and he does it good.
He a hell of a business.
He did it through hard work too.
Yeah. Well, and then they beat him up so bad. All them places dropped all these Bed Bath and Beyond and all this shit dropped his product. His business
doesn't
went
matter.
Up.
His business is up so much that he can't fulfill orders fast enough.
That's what I heard. That's what he was saying, that he's constantly hiring. They can't get it all done.
Yep.
I hear he's a good guy to work for too.
Oh yeah. Did you hear what he said about he said it too. They give a big bonus if you're on YouTube, right? And you're telling the truth. So if you're on YouTube and you work for Mike Lindell, you're on your YouTube channel at home and you get banned from YouTube because you were telling if what you're saying is the truth that you got banned for, he's giving his employees a bonus.
Nice.
That's
I heard that and I just cracked up. I just thought that would, Then I got into it. morning. It kind of went through yesterday a little bit too about a guy who's buying on Amazon. I said, I won't buy on Amazon. I won't buy nothing on there anymore. Ever. I never have, and I'm not going, why? Amazon's okay. I said, it's about them shutting down storefront businesses. It's about centrally locating goods and services. If Amazon can close enough of these businesses down, these street businesses, like you can driving your part, if they can close enough of them down,
yeah, I agree. Amazon
is their business, which makes it easier to control us.
Amazon is building a huge fulfillment center about 1 mile away from where I live.
You know, and it's hard to blame people because I buy so little of stuff that it doesn't really matter to me if that part is $10 more or $15 more over the counter than it is to go to Amazon. Either way, I'm only buying one of them. I'm not buying 50 of them, so it doesn't matter to me. So I go to the storefront, but I understand when people are buying stuff that if you don't have the money and you can get the same thing for, 30% cheaper on Amazon, I understand.
That's the only reason that I use Amazon is because for certain things, it's more cost effective for me on my limited budget.
Yeah, and I'm not putting people down like that.
I use eBay.
I'm just saying that, our online business, there's a reason for that too, because it shuts the storefront down. And if they can centrally locate where you buy your stuff, then if you want to buck up to them a little bit and tell them to fuck off, like we're trying to do right now, then they just shut that big business down and you don't get socks and underwear in your area of the country. It's like another form of control.
I don't know if you know this, but it is in effect right now. Biden is converting the currency, our national currency, to electronic currency.
You know why that is, though, don't you? Because metals are being crashed, and they're doing everything they can do right now to keep them down.
And
everybody's buying metal.
He's trying to crash Bitcoin right now.
Yep.
Oh, he's trying to crash Bitcoin.
Yep.
Okay. I know when Bitcoin crashes, Bitcoin was set up by the banks. The way I heard it, it's CIA run. Bitcoin comes from the CIA, and you guys were talking about how much power it takes to run Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, that's the main issue.
Okay, do you know where the number one place that Bitcoin is mined in the world?
China or Russia, one of the two.
China, under that dam in China. It's like 95% of the Bitcoin comes out of there.
Yep.
And it was originally built by the CIA, and it was built because they had stolen so much of our precious metals on the time. They had to have something to try to divert people's income into, because they knew that they weren't going to be able to pay these, paper holdings they had, the paper shorts they have. It really is truly silver and gold is going to wreck the big banks.
China, well, they're also talking. You remember when Roosevelt banned gold, don't you?
Oh yeah. I mean,
reading about it.
I heard about it.
Yeah, reading about it. Well, they're talking about it again too. That's another thing Biden is throwing.
Buying fuck what he does anymore.
No,
he can write whatever he wants about guns, oil, whatever the fuck he wants to do. I'm going to find my way around it. I'm ignoring that fucker.
He's making international enemies. Oh, check this out. So he shows up to this meeting, some kind of meeting I was reading about, where he, with all these world leaders, I mean, there was Putin and all these other people. You know what? He was the only one that showed up with a mask on. Xi Jinping and all the rest of them were there. They were all there. And he was the only one with a mask.
Well, I heard that
he's such a fucking embarrassment.
Yeah, the huge embarrassment. I heard the serious governments won't even take the calls from him.
Nope.
Like Kamala tried to call Putin, and the Secretary of the State said, we won't accept the call.
Yep. She told her to fuck off.
So I heard that these real legitimate big governments, they're like, no, we ain't making with you because we know you're fake.
If I was Putin, I wouldn't listen to a word she said either.
Well,
what do you think?
She's the one entertaining the foreign leaders.
Yeah.
You can't be.
But I heard they were kind of ignoring her too.
I kind of wonder if he's not wearing the mask so that there's something that he doesn't want people to see.
Yeah,
You know?
there's all kinds of theories about that, and because we're live on here, if we were sitting face to face, sitting around drinking beer, smoking cigarettes at a table,
Yeah,
I'd
true.
bring everything that I think in my head up. But on here, I'm not going to bring it all up because it sounds too outlandish.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true.
But I just don't really doubt. It's to the point anymore that I don't. It isn't that I believe everything. It's just that I don't necessarily doubt everything either.
Right.
Just because it sounds, for years and years of my life, you guys, I worked so much that I'd catch my news at night a little bit, maybe play with Mallory a little bit in the yard, go to bed, get up and go to work again. And I didn't watch TV 20 minutes a day, half an hour, and that's all I did. I didn't know what was going on because I was too busy working.
Well, here's the thing. When you leave things unattended and open-ended, and you don't give disclosure to the general public about things, this is where conspiracy theories start.
Yeah.
Because people, they're trying to make sense of something. And, it's like 9/11. Nobody, the government, they paid the 9/11 commission to come up with, an investigation and a summary of their investigation, but it never happened. But where did all the money go that paid for the 9/11 commission? Where did it go? If they produced nothing, then that's saying if they didn't produce anything, and that was for public disclosure so that the public and the government would know. But it never happened. So therefore, you birth all the conspiracy theories, and people are left to their own devices because you left us all in the freaking dark.
Yeah.
What do you
look at Breonna Taylor right now, you guys. The parents of Breonna Taylor, the family, I don't know if it's the parents, but the family is coming out and telling everybody that BLM took in, I don't know, $38 million for them or whatever some ungodly amount. I don't know. But the family never got nothing.
Right.
And the family's coming out and saying that we don't want, this is a scam operation.
Yeah.
And they've never did nothing for us, but been a thorn in our ass. And we don't want nothing to do with them.
And they're out buying mansions and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. That one girl that she was one of the co-founders and has 4 or 7 houses, and the cheapest one is like $590,000 somewhere. And the most expensive one's like $7 million. Like, where did you get the money for what?
Right.
Where did Bernie Sanders, the socialist, wind up with 5 houses?
That's ghost. That is how anybody can see that. These socialists, they call themselves socialists or whatever. How do you see that and not know exactly the guy, what did he win? $220 million in the first one so that he would fight corruption in our government and turn our government around. People like me and you, regular people, donated $220 million to this man. It was more than that, but that was what he had left over. And in the end, he supported him.
Okay,
he
so let's flip.
Get this. He turns around 4 years later and fucking does it to him again and gets him for like $160 million.
Isn't that amazing?
Are you? When they say socialism is the political ideology of the idiots, I read that somewhere. I didn't make that up. Socialism is the political ideology of the idiot. It's true. These people are fucking stupid. It's like, I'm just a carpenter. I don't really know nothing but cutting boards and screwing and bolting shit together.
And here we had a president.
I'm not giving my money no more to this guy.
Here we had a president who rolls in there with tons of money, and he leaves with like how many billion less than what he started with?
Yeah, he lost
in
like
office.
$2 billion.
Yeah, I mean, he's not broke by any means, but he did leave a lot poorer than when he went in, and he didn't even take a salary. And these other clowns go in there with nothing and get rich while they're there.
Yeah.
They just, it's like, but then I'm kind of like Emerald said a bunch of times. I'm kind of with Emerald on that one. I don't think there's as many of them as they want us to believe. Like they want us to believe that it's half the population, half the people. We're a divided country. Oh, we're divided, but I think it's just a little chunk that's divided off.
I think it's about a third that's on their side.
I'm thinking it's single digits and probably in the lower less than 5, like 3 to 7%. Like
Yeah,
4.
it is now.
But think about that. 4 times 3 is what? 12. That's 12 million people out there. And if those 12 million people are in the right places, plus the other ones that can do the grunt work, they can wreak a lot of havoc.
That's true.
You know, because you got, they like, how do they get a hold? Well, they got MSM. They've got a governors and they've got them all in the specific. It don't take that many people. Look at the Bolshevik Revolution. 28 people took to overthrow an entire 60 million. What was it? 40 million at the time, I think.
I think the main thing is that they had the media in their back pocket.
That's absolutely what it is. That's absolutely what it is.
And then they had the unions in their back pocket.
Well, and it wasn't so much the union guys or the lowers. It was they go up and they get the right ones. If they get the right union representatives. Like, do you guys know how many? I was union my whole life. Do you know how many guys were in the union that voted Republican?
I don't know.
Scads. Like most all I was around.
I was union.
Yeah, and most everyone I was around was didn't vote for the Democrats.
I couldn't bring myself to vote for a Democrat the whole time I was in the union.
Yeah. Remember when fake President Double O Obama?
Yeah.
He done the Medicare, the whatever Obamacare thing. We went from one of the most prosperous unions to taking money out of our hourly paycheck to bolster up our medical plan.
The unions are corrupt at every level.
Yeah, I mean, it was like in 2 months from when that took place, they were taking money. They started taking money out of our check to bolster up our our medical plan.
I think you're going to see the postal workers union come to light when all this skullduggery comes out in the open.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere.
They were big time in on it.
Oh, sure they were. And then you know how many people I have say that. Oh, so you're telling me that the judges, the blah 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 blah, they were all. I'm like, yeah, they were. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Is they are, and they're like, that can't be. Well, did you see where? I don't think it was Owen Schroyer, but it was on InfoWars, where that guy was talking to them people about how many people are killed. How many black unarmed people are killed? And they asked this 2 ladies standing there, and the one lady says, hundreds, it's got to be thousands. And the other one said, yeah, like 10,000s and thousands of them. And he's like 29. And then they asked him, how many white people? Well, there isn't hardly any. And he said, yeah, there isn't very many of them, like 70. So if you think about that, you got the police have shot 30 or 29 unarmed black men in a year in a population and if you put them together, black and white, if you put them all together, it's only like 150 people a year.
Probably pretty
in a population
proportionate.
of over 320 million.
Right.
Okay, gay, lesbian, trans. Did you know that that's 1% of 1% of the population shows themselves as GBLTLA trans whatever. 1% of 1% is all that admits to being gay, lesbian, transsexual, whatever.
Well,
why
there's
are
a lot of
why is 1% of 1% dictating what 99.99% of this country does? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And I know some of these are, every person that's killed by a cop for whatever reason needs to really seriously be looked into, but not burn your cities down. And
right.
Okay, we can, let's go over to let's shift gears and let's go over to the fucking Wuhan flu. In no country on the face of this earth was there a notable increase in annual death rate. Not one, you guys. Not one.
It wasn't. You're right.
Okay. Then the guy breaks it down even further. He breaks it down to the U.S. And in fact, the U.S. was about 2,300 less than the year before. But that still falls in the range of the normal because on an average year, the death toll fluctuates about 5,000 people. So even though it was down 2,300, it still falls in the normal range.
Yeah,
Right.
but what they
And
did
then he
is they
breaks it
took
down and he shows where the flus, okay, there was 38 million AB strain flu diagnoses in America in 2019. In 2020, there was 1,800.
Yeah.
So he shows this guy breaks it down. He shows where the numbers they got came from, and he shows. I mean, this goes all the way down into diabetes, cancer, lung and heart ailments. And he pulls the
Right.
numbers off of there. They put them deaths over there and say that them are deaths. So this death, but if you think about it logically and you go back to that annual death rate, it's still just no more died this year than any other year. Yet these people are still running around with the mask. I've
they
got
do
relatives
not
that,
know what a pandemic really is, what a plague is. They can't. They can't know what it is. A real plague, people would be dropping dead in the streets.
well, I heard in 1917 during the Spanish flu, there were bodies laying in the street.
Yeah.
And back then, that's where they found that most of the people that were dying back then, people freaked out and started wearing masks and stuff to, do that. Well, then they started getting the deep lung bacterial infections that were totally unrelated to the Spanish flu.
Yeah.
Because they were wearing these dirty masks on their face all day, every day. They were getting these and guess who authored the paper? More people died of deep lung and bacterial infections than died of the actual Spanish flu. They done the research, and guess who was one of the authors of that paper?
Fauci.
It's insane. It's insane that I don't understand how people can put their masks on, and I don't understand it. It's like,
Well, I told you from my experience as a paramedic, they had a warning with those things, and you weren't supposed to wear them for more than 20 minutes.
yeah. We used them N9. We had to have N95s on to sweep up when I was a laborer to sweep up sheetrock dust.
When,
we couldn't use
my
them.
mother-
We had to get a new one after every break.
Yeah, when my mother was working in the emergency room, they could only wear a mask for 30 minutes, and they had to take a 10-minute break.
It's like, where did
union rule.
everyone's common sense go?
Out the door.
I mean, yeah, are these people? You know what? Another thing I noticed. That's just a carpenter. That I've got a little bit of schooling, a little bit of an engineering background. By no means am I no college fancy guy. But these are the people I notice that are really falling for this shit are the ones with the PhDs, the MBAs, the bachelors, the ones that'll sit and tell you, I got this degree and I got that degree and I got this, and they fall for this shit. It's like, holy shit, man.
Right.
Wow, you're to be the brightest of us.
No, you're just the most indoctrinated. Thank you very much.
Well, that's it. I don't think school is the best and brightest like it used to be, I think a lot of them tests, including the IQ test, I think a lot of them tests are pretty much test you for programmability.
Yes.
And then if you score high on them programmability, in quotation marks, high IQ test, then you're moved on up the ladder and you get more and you get grants and you go on to higher education and all this.
Once they're done with their indoctrination, they get their doctorate.
Yeah, exactly. It's all in the wording, isn't it?
Yes, it is, my friend. They don't call it spelling for nothing.
Yeah. Fucking insane. And people wonder why the hell I like to run out in the boom. Because I want so far away from these dumbasses.
Right? We were talking about it the other night. I don't know who I was talking to exactly. But we were, what if Trump is promoting these vaccines because he knows, true patriots are never going to go for the vaccine.
I'm not.
Right. Only the fucking idiots are going to grab and get in line for that vaccine.
I heard another thing about that too. They were saying like over 100 million and the vaccines are going strong. Then I heard the real numbers are like 45 million and they're all dying dead in the fucking shelves because they can't sell them in the freezers.
Right.
They're going to hell. Because they got an expiration date.
Yeah, they're expiring.
And that they're really getting all upset now because now nobody will take it. Not even the left. No one's taking it now.
Well, what
It's
you got to
not-
remember, a lot of those progressives have been like true naturalists and stuff like that. You know, they've been the naturalists and for all ever. You know what I'm saying?
I've talked a few people out of getting the jab they were thinking about.
I like to think that I have, but you
I know.
we'll make up our mind.
I was out in front of the hospital the other day and was talking to this kid, and he said, I was thinking about getting the jab, and I'm like, don't do it. He says, why? And I just started explaining everything to him, and he's like, oh, I'm glad I talked to you, because I was actually thinking that, I should get it and stuff. And I'm like, I'm glad you decided not to.
Yeah.
You need to have all the facts in front of you before you go taking an experimental treatment like that. It's
Right.
experimental, and you don't know who's going to die from this. People are already dying, and he's like, they are.
I don't know. It's everything's so convoluted that.
And I think it was banned in Australia.
Yeah.
Well, there's been multiple countries shut down.
Yeah, they stopped.
Different ones, AstraZeneca,
Yeah,
Merck. Other countries are shutting down J&J.
Did you see the guy that done the drive-through? And there was a list of cars, and he was filming. This one guy was filming, but through his car, he filmed himself through his window into the next window, because they're side by side, into the next window of the guy sitting there. The lady reaches in and gives him his jab, and this guy passes out. Has a horrible reaction from it. And it never did say whether that guy that was filming stayed and got his shot or not. But I was thinking that's where the film would have ended, because that's where I would have drove away.
My question is, do you think that the people that are public figures, that they filmed them with film crews getting the jab, do you think they were actually getting the jab? I think they already knew that it's bunk and they didn't get it. It was probably something else. It probably wasn't even the jab. Could have been a dose of adrenochrome.
It might have been a B12 shot or something.
Yeah, that's what I would go with. Ghost is that it was. I would think it's not. No, it's not
a placebo.
That they're giving it. Yep.
Like a saline injection or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something just stupid.
Yeah,
right.
Just to showboat it. See, it's safe. I got it. And then I've come across people that are like, I got my vaccination and I feel like crap. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm not even in my right mind. I'm like, oh my gosh, my sister got it. My mom got it, and I'm like, I feel so sad that people that I love actually got that shot. I really am hurt over the fact that they got that shot, because I really think that something bad is going to happen.
Yep. Yeah. I'm worried
further down the road, you're not going to see it right off the bat, or people will stop getting it. If they see it happen right off the bat, they just won't voluntarily go get it. It's going to happen down the road, and you're going to see bad reactions, really bad reactions. They've already got herpes showing up, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, really bad stuff.
Shit, yeah.
Yep. Uh-oh, he must have pushed the red button again.
Yep, he's back.
Yeah, he fell off.
This new tablet, I got used to not grabbing it the old way, because I was hitting that button when we first started this. So I picked my tablet up a different way. Well, now it's on the bottom bar of it. And now I hit it again. No, I know exactly. I got a couple of relatives. One of them is really smart too. She's going to be a, whatever you want to call that, not a nursing assistant, but what's right below a doctor? Physician's assistant.
Yeah.
They can prescribe drugs and the whole. Yeah, she's going to be one of them. You guys, she got the shot.
Wow.
She's passing RN. She's way past that.
Okay.
Yeah, the next level is like another 3 years, and she'd be an actual doctor. She can prescribe medicine. So what is it? I think it's called a physician's assistant.
My primary.
She's the one. you know, and then I was talking to her, and she's the one that come on our TV that there was this big outbreak around here. And I was talking to her one night, and they said, well, what's going on with the big COVID outbreak around here? You know, because we live by the Mayo Clinic. And she said, COVID outbreak? She hadn't heard the news. I said, yeah, apparently there's just a big outbreak in all the hospitals. She says, we got 1,500 beds. We got 35 of them. Out of 1,500 beds, there's only 35 right now being used at that time.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
it's all such a lie that, and her who said that, who knows that was a lie, turned around and went and got that shot.
Well, when they were saying all that stuff, remember when they first started coming out, the hospitals were overrun. This was last year, like a week before my birthday, in May, and they're like, "Man, the hospitals are overrun, and it's all going crazy." They all this stuff. I went around to the local hospitals here, and they were like, "No." I mean, I was talking to the nurses and doctors in the ERs. And I was like, have you had problems with this stuff? Or have you seen it? No, we ain't heard no cases either. Anybody got it? You know what I'm saying? They're like, no. I heard there's a couple cases up in St. Louis or something. But
well, we're talking about, Dalek was mentioning about family members too. And the thing is we don't know. There are people that are starting to get blood disorders too. So, and I don't know why they're getting herpes from it. A lot of people are getting herpes, and maybe they got latent herpes and MRSA. I think MRSA was another one that suddenly manifests after you get the vaccine.
Well,
this fake
Ghost, who knows what's in it?
We don't know what's in it. That's the exact thing.
Okay, here's another little tidbit. Did you know this ain't, I'm not making this up. The CDC admits it. There's actually a lawsuit going on in California over it. Did you know that the COVID-19, not Corona, COVID-19 has never been isolated?
Right. Yeah.
And what the doctor, who is an immunologist for a living and has been for 20 some years and is the head of this lawsuit against him, like he said, do you know what that means, everybody? And then there was a pause, and he says, it means it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, because they wanted the COVID-19 to study. It's an immunology lab. They wanted a sample to study. They couldn't get a hold of a sample from a person. So then they went to the CDC and they said, we can't isolate it. We can't grab a piece of it to study. So could you send us a sample? So
Thank you.
It? And then it came back in a letter to them that we don't have any of it.
I already mentioned that.
Oh, okay.
First of all, there's no photographs of it. There are photographs of the Spanish flu. There's actual photographs online that you can find that were photos of slides that were taken of the coronavirus version of the Spanish flu. Yeah, why aren't there any for this? And there aren't. Everything is CGI. It's all computer generated images. So somebody said, well, that's because it's a 10,000 time magnification under a microscope. So all the images of it have to be digitally produced. That's not the truth. They can take pictures of it. They can do a 10,000 time magnification and actually take a picture of it under the magnification. So that is, I'm telling you, you find me one. Find me an actual photo. If anybody in the chat knows of an actual photo of COVID-19 that's not a CGI production or something of that nature, something other than a cartoon, I want to see it. I really want to see it because there aren't any.
I'm totally under the impression it doesn't exist.
I don't think it does either.
It does. The flu, the corona. But you know what? That's why they use corona too, you guys, because corona is the most prevalent virus on the planet.
There's something like 237 different varieties of it.
Yeah, and it's like really not deadly.
Yeah.
So this virus is supposedly, according to them, it's 75% SARS.
Yep. I just typed into Google real COVID photo, and the first hit that comes back is for SARS.
Right.
Yep.
So there are no actual pictures of COVID. There aren't.
Oh shit, guys! It's already
Yeah, well,
1
they
o'clock.
sticking. Yeah, I gotta go too.
And then they
And
mentioned
no, they're not sticking a needle in me.
No.
And they mentioned what percentage of the other stuff that's in there besides SARS, and there should be photos after photo of it if it was a real pandemic. And like I said, people would be dropping dead in the streets. Now, my daughter had it. What they said was COVID. My son-in-law had it. But was it COVID or was it SARS?
Dude, everything that comes back SARS positive. They're not even testing for COVID-19 strain. All they're testing for is the antibodies that get left in the system after a SARS infection, after a corona infection.
I was told by somebody in the blood lab up at the VA that if I had SARS, that could be possibly the reason why I came up positive for COVID-19, because I had the antibodies. I had antibodies in my system. So they wanted to do blood draw on me. And I told him I don't want him doing a blood draw. And he said, don't worry about it. I said, I'm heading out of here. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's fine by me. He said, there's no reason to. I tested positive for COVID-19. And that was when they were using the swabs up my nose. They went in and stirred my freaking brain around. Yeah. I was like coughing and, oh man, it was horrible. And I came up positive for COVID-19. I said, I don't have COVID. He said, you may not have an active version of it, but you've got antibodies that show up positive.
Bullshit.
What's that?
Bullshit.
What's bullshit?
Yeah.
What?
No, you have active bodies.
COVID. It's SARS.
I didn't have anything. I wasn't sick.
I know.
Exactly.
They're all fucking bunk.
Yeah, because they're all bullshit.
My mother got one of those nasal swab tests because she was in the hospital for a little bit with some lung issues, and she ended up testing negative. But every time they ran the test, I think they ran it 3 times. Give her a bloody nose. She was choking on blood for a while. Yeah, they'd go way too deep.
Yeah, they went really deep on me too. I had a little bit of blood, tiny bit of blood.
I never had that.
It was horrible. It was horrible.
No.
They probably wanted to have, they probably did it that way so that they would have DNA that they could, store and use, without your permission.
I think absolutely. Yeah, because I do not want them taking my blood, because they've been hounding me for DNA samples. 8 letters. I got 8 letters from the VA wanting my DNA. 8 letters.
I worry that I would cross match with some freaky gene thing in me with one of these just out of a 1 in a gazillion chance. And next thing I know, they'd scoop me up in the middle of the night and start fucking parting me out,
Yeah, I haven't given blood for anything medical since I was a teenager. I think I was 16 or 17 last time that I had blood drawn.
That's almost the same way as they do the DNA test, the COVID test. What they do is they swab the inside of your cheek. Well, swabbing your nasal passages, they could do a DNA sample easy that way too. And then somebody says they.
Sorry.
There's a 5-alarm goat burn.
Yeah, well, I just
couldn't
knocking
resist.
shit off the shelf, grabbing my 1-hitter.
So, in the United States, Nothing natural can be patented. Supposedly, there's laws against patenting natural things in the United States. And I said,
Not
China.
in California.
China, they can.
In California, they do it all the time.
So inbred
And
that
then
they've
when you
wrecked their
get
immune system, and that's why they're afraid of us. That we can, because we all have normal, healthy immune systems. We, fucking worm guts and minnow guts don't bother us. But they're so inbred and so far back that maybe their immune systems are so weak and feeble that the
why do
normal
they
stuff
want
that we
my
don't even
DNA
notice
so
kills
fucking bad? Why do they want my DNA? I don't know anybody else that's been approached by the VA 8 times in writing.
There are universities and drug companies that buy blood in bulk to come across like the lottery winning ticket of DNA, because there are people out there that have random mutations that are like super resistant to any kind of disease, and if they can find that DNA, they'll go after you, your family, everything. It's in California. That's been an ongoing thing in the courts for over 10 years now. Genetic rights.
They can patent your DNA.
Yes, they can.
And when they do, they own your ass.
Yes, they do.
Whoever holds the patent to your DNA owns you.
Yep.
There's mRNA. It does modify your DNA.
There's a book written by, I'm sure you guys know the author, Michael Crichton, who wrote Jurassic Park and all those other books. One of the last books that he wrote before he died was called Next, and it was about genetic rights and transhuman and genetic crossing. Very interesting book.
Yeah.
Is that RJ that talked?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, RJ, I believe that too. That RNA modifier, that's what that is. That's changing your whole system, and we should not be messing with that.
They got tired of making the frogs gay, so they're gonna fuck with us now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look at what they did. Look at what they did to them over in Somalia or wherever the hell Gates and Fauci did that, where they were giving away free vaccinations for something going on over there.
Yep, sterilized.
Well, the people in the hospitals, they got all together and they're like, "Well, that's kind of weird. We never get no guys in here getting this. Only just girls."
Yep.
Then they got, well, hey, these girls, they're not old girls. They're all like childbearing age years.
Yep.
And then it dawned on them, and by the time that wherever this happened, I think it was Somalia, wherever this happened, when it dawned on them that what was going on there, that those fuckers had sterilized 450,000 women.
Yep.
Like, who the fuck gives you the right?
They were doing it in Somalia, Kenya, and the country that's north of Somalia. I can't remember which one.
Chad or Sudan. Yeah.
They're probably
Somalia had the largest.
India.
Somalia had the largest vaccination program of any country in the world.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it wouldn't me either.
And Somalia also wound up becoming the highest for autism in the world. They lead the world in autism.
Wow.
Yeah, you shouldn't be slamming your immune system with that kind of foreign.
We actually have a very large population of Somali refugees here in the Cleveland area.
So we here in Minnesota.
They're okay. To give you an idea, I'd say probably about 75 to 80% of every taxi driver in the Cleveland area is a Somali. It's like their market here in the country.
Oh wow!
Right.
It's funny. They had to make special accommodations for them at the airport in Cleveland, so that they could do their daily prayers 5 times a day. They had to build a concourse off the parking lot right in front of the airport for them to go out and pray, 5 times a day.
I think
Well,
they're
there
very
was
nice.
this milk plant here in Rochester, Ampa Dairy, and
Okay.
its sign is a A, and then it's a cow is the M, right? You see the horns, and that's the M, and then PI, it means Ampa Dairy. And the sign, if you read the sign like we read it here, it's a cow pie. But that place there, I got a couple of buddies that worked there, and one of them was in on it. And they would come in and they would go in and wash their, they'd go to the bathroom and they'd go up to the sink and they'd wash their ass in the sink.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, their ass and their feet in the sink, with wash rags and wet water, and that's how they do it. And they were like, it was to the point where he's like, I catch you one more time washing your ass in the sink, and I'm going to kick the shit right out of you. So then people were starting to threaten them that we're going to beat you if we catch you doing this again. Then they gave them all Kemp's 1-gallon ice cream buckets to take into the bathroom, and they were to get their water out of the stool and wash themselves. Whatever. I don't know what they do. I don't know. Wipe your ass. Take a shower every day. Fuck. It's simple.
Right.
Well, the weird thing is, okay, the city that I lived in before I was here, where I graduated from high school, they got a huge influx of Indian and Muslim people in the city over the course of 15, 20 years. And all of the public buildings and everything, after they started moving in, they started having all kinds of problems. All these people that come in to use the public bathroom, they wouldn't sit on the fucking toilet. They would get up and stand on it and then crop down. And just make a fucking mess. They had to start putting signs up saying, no standing on the toilet seats. You got to sit on them. It became like a huge issue. They're like, oh, you're discriminating. It's like, no, that's just not how we do things here.
Yeah.
It's not how
America, you're going to conform.
Right. That's not how that tool is used.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to sit on a fucking toilet seat that someone's been squatting over and spraying God knows what.
Yep. Yeah, I can just imagine what they were finding too. It was just disgusting.
Yeah, well, I got to think of something happy after that shit.
Here it got figured out. They figured it out here. They got their little 1-gallon buckets and they got little rags and they do whatever they do now. So,
right.
It's kind of like you were saying, or maybe it was Canoe. I don't really care if some guy wants to wear eyeshadow and lipstick and a dress. Seriously, doesn't affect me. I don't care. The only problem I got is when they start trying to legislate that I accept this.
Exactly.
Right.
I don't care if you do it. I'm not gonna. I've never singled anybody out. Poke fun at them, point at them, laugh at them because some guy's wearing a skirt. You want to wear a skirt? I don't give a shit.
Right.
He ain't coming in the duck blind, but wear a skirt.
Right.
And it's just the part that they're trying to force. They're like trying to make us all live by these ideologies that
perversion.
We don't want to
They're
live by
making us accept their perversion.
Yeah.
I don't want to accept their perversion.
Yeah, it's like I got a gay cousin. Okay, well, technically a second cousin, and he's around. He's always been close with the family for as long as I've been around. I got no problem with him because he keeps it low key. He doesn't press it around everybody. It's like, I'm gay. You need to accept it. He's just like, no, you're just my cousin Michael, and you're a little weird. Whatever. I could care less.
Yeah, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
But my aunt wanted
today was talking to a guy that's a vegan at that wake. I guess this guy's a vegan. I don't know. I'm nothing about him. But he was telling her about these hog populations that are supposedly around here. And I didn't hear the first part of the conversation. All I did was walked up to the hog population. Well, you know me and hunting, you guys. First thing I'm thinking is let's go hunting hogs, you know.
Exactly.
So I walked up to him and I'm like, where's all this at? I said, I want to go there. You know, he looked at me kind of funny. He said, oh yeah. I said, I'd love to go hunt hogs, you know. And then Mal was giving me these funny looks, you know. And then I didn't know, so I walked away, and then he left her right away. And she's like, "Thanks, Dad." And I said, "Why?" And she goes, "Oh, he was really starting to bother me." And then I got the whole story that he was a vegan and telling her about all this abuse to animals and stuff. And then I come walking up, and the first thing she says, the first thing out of your mouth is, "You know, where are them? I want to hunt them."
It's like I remember a couple months ago, probably 3 months ago, I had one of my regular customers at work came in, real nice lady. She works at a Polish bakery. She comes up to the counter and she's like, "Do you guys got any ground beef?" And I'm like, "Nope, I'm sorry, we don't sell ground beef. It's a health code thing." And then I'm wearing like camouflage because that's my thing. My apparel, my style, I wear a lot of camo. And she's like, "You hunt, don't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "You really eat that stuff?" And I'm like, "Yep, it's better than the beef that you want to buy." And she's like, "Really?" I'm like, "I could cook you up a venison steak and you'll fall in love with it and never want to eat beef again." She's like, "You're sick." She's like, "I can't believe you go out and hunt something and kill it and make it, torture it." And I'm like, "Nope, it's a clean kill, not like a lot of the shit that you get at the grocery store. Where do you think that cow comes from?
Somebody had to kill that cow.
Like, how do you think that chicken, is grown? Lived in a cage without being able to walk around more than a couple of feet its entire life."
All right.
Yeah,
She got real heated about it. It was kind of funny.
That'd be really funny. And camouflage is my favorite color too.
Uh-huh. I wear at least some camo every day.
About every hat I got is. I don't even buy a hat if it ain't camo because I don't even look at it. Because I think if I'm going to wear it.
I was figuring you was going to come up with that story and be like, "Yeah, I can go out back and kill you something right now if you like."
Yeah,
I'm like, "Yeah, there's geese outside the pond. And, I can just walk out the back door and get you one if you want." I can't believe you do that.
Yeah, he just kind of quit talking.
Where'd you learn how to do that? I'm like in the Boy Scouts.
What about the Boy Scouts?
Well, she's like, where did you learn how to do all that? Your parents teach you that? I'm like, no, the Boy Scouts did.
Yeah, because there was a time that's how it worked in this country.
Yep.
Right.
That's I remember when I got my gun safety, every kid in my class got it, even the girls. And then when Mallory got hers, I took her and her little girlfriend across the street because they were always, how kids are, where they hang together they'll get one friend and they're just joined at the hip. So Mal was going, so that I talked to the parents and they're like, yeah. So she went along. It was only, I think it was only $60 or $50 or $60 for the class. And you went for the class for 3 weeks and then you get your thing in the mail. A couple weeks later is your gun safety certificate. Well, I got Mal, and that little girl was there, and I said to her as I was walking up to the house, I said, "Did you get your gun safety?" And she said, "Yeah, I just got it." Like she said, "Today or yesterday, I just got mine too." And then I said, "Well, who else here got theirs?" And no one else there. And there was probably 12 kids in my yard. No other kid there had even taken the course. I'm like, "You guys didn't go to gun safety?" "Well, no, we didn't go." So. Really?
Yeah, they ended that around me a long time before I was born. But I remember my dad, when he was in high school, they had a hunting club, student-run club, and that was back when my city was more of a rural, community before it got all built up. So there's a lot of farms, and the local farmers had little deer camps for all the high school kids to hunt at. And it was never a problem for the juniors and the seniors to have shotguns in their trucks parked outside the school.
Yeah.
so they could
I
go
used to carry a shotgun.
they pheasant hunt and shit like that right after school.
Yep, we used to have them in our school all the time. They were in the. You'd go either early in the morning because we had open camp. So
I
you
didn't have
to
hunter
go-
safety.
You didn't?
No, I was grandfathered in.
Oh,
I already was of age
Ray
when it
C's
happened.
in the chat. What's up, Ray? He's
no,
calling
you
for
had to
another
have that
fire
when
in
I
the
was a
hole.
kid. To be game hunt, you had to have a gun safety certificate. Otherwise, you had to wait till
Well,
you
I
were
was born in
16.
1960. I was
was in
born in
61.
1960, so I didn't. I think the cutoff date was when you had to have it was about anybody born after 1960 or something, and I just missed it, so I
Yeah.
didn't need it.
My dad was born in 52, and he never had to have any kind of license until he was in high school.
Yeah. We had to have hunter safety. You could hunt small game all you wanted, but to hunt deer, you had to have your gun safety when you were 12, 13, 14, and 15. And then when you were 16, it didn't matter. You could hunt without it.
We actually
I had to get mine.
In
I got
Boy
all
Scouts.
that shit. I got concealed carry. I mean, it's not open carry because we can open carry, but I got concealed carry. I got everything you can have with it. I'm not a gun guy, and I don't carry a gun on me. I carry it in my truck. I don't carry it on me though.
Yeah, and
like
Boy Scouts, we the time that I was in Boy Scouts was all in the 90s. They didn't have hunting anymore. No hunting merit badge or anything. You could do archery and trapping, but you couldn't shoot, anything with your bow that was living. But you could trap small game. It was the only thing we had.
We had marksmanship merit badge, and that was just going and getting your marksmanship merit badge with a 22.
Yep, that's what I did.
And we had archery merit badge. I remember that.
Yeah, we had shotgunning too. You could do shotgun.
I don't remember if we had that. Might have had the hunting one though, I think.
I think the Boy Scouts and nationwide stopped doing the hunting merit badge like in the late 70s.
So I got a hold of a recent Boy Scout manual, and it's way different than my kids even had, or especially when I had one.
Yeah.
The last one I had was in the late 90s, and it was starting to go completely Democrat.
Well, if you could get a hold of a 1960s Boy Scout manual, it will give you a lot of stuff on survival that you won't get in the newer ones.
I've got a copy of every edition going back to the very first one. I collect Boy Scout memorabilia, like old stuff.
Yeah, there was actually a survival merit badge,
I used to teach that merit badge.
Yeah, there was a lot of merit badges like that.
I was the only youth in the entire council that was a licensed instructor for wilderness survival, first aid, and camping merit badges.
So do you remember the Order of the Arrow?
I was a Brotherhood member.
Yep, me too.
Wamangton Dink Wingalausik with the Hemaway.
Yeah,
I think I remember this canoe. You never got to be a Eagle Scout, did you?
No, I missed out by about 6 months. I ran out of time.
Okay.
Because around here you had to finish it by like the time that you were 17 and a half, I think. And I just ran out of time. I didn't have my service project done. Yeah, I was too involved with I was involved too much with the Order of the Arrow. It took up all my time. I was on the executive committee for the lodge, and I was
Star.
I was the guy that was for the entire Cleveland area. I was the guy that was in charge of the elections into the Order of the Arrow. So I was busy as fuck.
Well, see, I was in Scouts with the Mormons because living in Utah and all that.
And the Mormons,
they were big on it.
Yeah, they've always been big on it. They still are the number one highest, supporting agency for, troops. Always have been, and, always will be, probably.
Probably.
All right, guys, I'm headed out.
All right, Wiz.
See you guys tomorrow.
Yep,
Good night,
later,
Wiz.
Done.
Dream well, Patriots.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if Tanya's going to stream or not, so
Yeah.
we'll find each other somehow.
You know it, man. It'll be hanging. Yeah. Good night,
Catch you
Gracie.
Night,
And,
Randy.
yeah, guys, rock on.
Well, I thought it was a good way to teach kids patriotism also.
Yeah.
Boy Scouts.
Oh, yeah. When we had summer camp, at the end of the day after dinner, we had a huge dining hall, historic building, actually the largest building in the United States that was built exclusively out of hickory, I think. Some kind of chestnut. The entire building was chestnut. Largest building in the country made out of chestnut. And we would have our dinner, and then after dinner we had a parade ground, and every troop would march in cadence and line up and do a flag lowering ceremony at the main flagpole for the camp. Yeah, we took it seriously too. It was like a military type thing.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that I learned.
It felt good to do that kind of shit.
A lot of what I learned in Scouts actually kind of prepared me to be geared me towards joining the Army.
Well, I've always thought that joining Scouts saved my life, because if I wouldn't have gotten involved with Scouts, I probably would have turned a bad end and not made 30 years old.
Well, there was another factor too. A lot of your candidates who actually make it through Special Forces training were Eagle Scouts.
Yep, I've heard that is a nominal statistic that's always stood out.
Yeah.
What was that stat?
A very high percentage of Special Forces troopers are Eagle Scouts.
I believe that.
Yeah.
That was always a big deal here when someone got to be an Eagle Scout. It always made it usually on the front page of the paper.
Yep. But I went on to a program called Adventurers, and then I went into Explorers.
Yep. I never got into that. There wasn't that many options for it where I was at. You could do that. We had a police explorer unit where you could be like a ride along with a cop, and they had a Sea Scout platoon at a marina on Lake Erie where you could do a regatta type thing, and then there was like a science and technology group that worked at the NASA Center here in Cleveland, but I don't know.
Yeah, they do a lot of public service stuff. I mean, we actually did highway cleanup jobs, all kinds of things.
Oh yeah, we did that. We built trails. The county metro park system here bought a piece of property. It was something like 200 acres, and one of the kids in my troop for his Eagle Scout project built like a 5-mile trail that included like a couple bridges and walkways and railing and everything. It was hardcore. He probably put about $5,000 worth of material into it that was mostly donated.
And we also used to decorate veterans' graves, and we did flag ceremonies at places for different things.
Our troop, we did flag retirement services. That's what we would do. We'd collect tattered up flags that were, not, any use anymore, and we would dispose of them properly with dignity.
Well, certain people in the chat, if anybody's was wondering, what do you do with a tattered, worn out old flag? You can take it up to the VA.
Yep.
If you have a Veterans Administration, they will properly dispose of the flag.
Same with the VFW. Any local VFW post will do that for you, too.
Either VA hospital or VFW. Yep.
American Legion does that as well.
Yep.
And like I said, Boy Scouts, we would go on like 4 trips a year, like within my state, but like a couple hours away to a campground, and we'd have a big weekend camp out. We would retire like 200 flags a night while we were out there. Run them up a flagpole, salute them one last time, fold them up, and toss them in the fire.
Mm-hmm.
One after another.
Cool.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. I mean, you even drive by car lots and stuff that'll have great big flags out there.
That's one of the first times that I was ever on TV was one of those ceremonies.
I've pulled over to the side of the road and seen people flying flags at half mast when there was no need to do it. They were just doing it because they didn't understand any of it. I pulled over and told them, I said, you need not be flying that flag at half mast. Yeah. Or I would tell them, are you aware that flags are going half mast right now, including a local post office?
Yeah.
Post office was flying the wrong flag on their freaking thing. I pulled over and gave them.
That's somebody not doing their job because they're supposed to get emails and shit about that.
Yep. I gave them some shit about that.
What?
I spot it.
I've given people shit over the years for flying tattered and ripped up flags,
or flying foreign flags in the wrong place.
Like about 5-6 years ago, my uncle died, and he was an ex-cop, ex-Navy, and he was a river cop. He used to run on the Marine units in my area, and they gave him a burial at sea on Lake Erie. And I was at, the service for it when we dumped his ashes in Lake Erie. And the lighthouse at the mouth of the river where we left from, historic lighthouse. Yeah, the flag flying at the top of it was like beat the fuck up. It was like in 20 different strips. I got back home, I went on my computer and found, the volunteer society for the lighthouse. I'm like, you guys need to get up there and change that fucking flag like now. And I got a response like 2 hours later, like, okay, we'll take care of it tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they did.
Yeah, if they realize that it's making people angry, most people will pay attention to it and deal with it. But hey, oh well, it is what it is.
Oh, and Bill just dropped out.
I should probably drop out. I got to get up tomorrow.
Well, I'll keep it going for another 7 minutes till the half of the hour.
I'm going to drop down and chat.
All right. Well, we'll see if Bill comes back. Good talking to you, Carpenter.
Yeah, you too, Canoe.
Yep. There's Bill.
And if I fall asleep, if I disappear, you guys, I just fell asleep. I'm not ignoring people.
Well, I'll be ending it in 7 minutes. Let's just put it that way.
I pushed the wrong button.
Gotcha.
Oh, Carpenter pushed the wrong button now.
Yeah, Carpenter went back to chat. I'm going to be shutting down here in a couple minutes.
Okay. Yeah, Boy Scouts was a good thing.
It all started to take a shit right around the time that I got out of it.
Hell, Rex
98.
Tillerson was part of that that thing with the Boy Scouts getting gay scoutmasters and stuff.
Yep. I'm sorry, but there's no way, and I speak from personal experience on different occasions, different real scenarios where gays in scouting and girls in scouting do not mix. It's no. I can speak of two different incidents, that I was associated with.
Well, I
third
think
party that it was involved with fucking gays.
I believe that the Mormon Church has withdrawn from the Boy Scouts of America, even though they still have a scouting program.
Yeah, they don't officially sanction it anymore.
Nope.
It's immoral. I would okay, I don't have a kid, but my nephew, I was looking forward to, putting him in scouts and everything. Not anymore. Nope, no fucking way. If he ever becomes interested in it, there's a huge conservative based Boy Scout alternative program out there. I forget what they're called, but they've got a huge following. I would rather get them involved with that.
Yeah. I had my kids in scouts for a little while, and then all that weirdness came up, and I took them out of it.
Yeah.
In fact, that's about the time I stopped buying Levi's. I haven't bought Levi's ever since.
I haven't bought Levi's since I was in high school. Too expensive.
No, I used to wear 501s all the time.
I used to buy the J.C. Penney brand, and now I buy the Rural King brand, kind of like Tractor Supply.
Yeah, I like those.
Carhartts, yeah, I like Carhartts too.
Yeah, they have, what's the name of it? Blue Mountain or something like that at Tractor Supply.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fine. Either that or Wranglers. I wear Wranglers.
Wranglers are good too, yeah.
I wear Wranglers. I wear Lee's if I could find them. I can't find Lee's anymore.
You can get those at like the secondhand stores or the second stores.
Mm-hmm.
We have a chain of stores out here called Marshall's. I don't know if you've ever heard of them.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, they're kind of like a factory outlet for factory second type stuff.
Yeah.
Like there might be a few loose threads in a pair of jeans, whoop-de-whoop-de, you get them for half off.
Yeah, we don't have that anymore. I don't think we have Marshalls anymore. I don't think Kohl's here is doing very good. I don't think Target is doing very good either.
I don't shop at Target and I don't shop at Kohl's. I don't like any of their stuff.
But I still like JC Penney's, but
yeah,
there's only one kind of a long ways away from me.
Yeah, I got one about 5 miles from me.
JC Penney's used to have Towncraft underwear.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of
they used
anymore.
to have they used to have Tommy Hilfiger underwear. That's the shit.
Towncraft underwear.
They used to have Tommy Hilfiger bedding, like pillows and comforters and sheets and stuff. That was the best fucking bedding I've ever had. You paid for it, but
do you remember good. Tom McCann's shoes?
Oh yeah,
those actually were really good.
Yeah, and I can't remember the name. They had a line of sneakers that were like competing with Nike and Reebok, like back in the 90s. I think they were called Winners. Those were good shoes. Yeah.
I bought a pair of Shaq shoes, and they were black. And you know what? They lasted me longer than any shoes I ever had.
The only really fancy shoes that I ever used to have were Floorshimes. Like that one shop that you used to see in like every mall in the country.
Yeah.
I forget what brand it was, but I got them from Floorshimes. I've only had one pair ever in my entire life of fancy leather shoes, and that was it. I wore them like 3 times and threw them out.
Well, these Shaq shoes, I guess they were just basketball shoes, but man, I love those shoes. Super comfortable and lasted me a super long time too. And they were cheap.
I kind of gave up on wearing shoes for a long time. Starting from when I was about 16 years old until now, I pretty much only wear hiking boots.
I wear combat boots.
I keep a pair of sneakers around if I just have to walk around real quick somewhere. But if I have to go out or if I'm at work, I wear my hiking boots.
I wear either combat boots or cowboy boots.
For if the weather's shitty and everything, I wear my combat boots. I just bought a new pair about 2 months ago.
I just bought a new pair of those Marine Corps Welcos.
Yeah, these were some knockoff desert camo, lightweight summer wear boots that I wear in the wintertime because they're nice and breathable because my feet sweat like crazy. They're soft tops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have real sweaty feet. Always have.
Yeah, my son's like that.
I cannot wear insulated boots. All the boots I wear are uninsulated.
I wear them insulated in the winter.
Yeah, I can't.
Well, it depends on if I'm doing a lot of walking in snow.
If I wear insulated boots, I get trench foot.
Yeah, I don't have sweaty feet. Too bad.
Yeah,
you do sweat, but not too bad.
I have an issue. It's genetic with my father. We're both. I am not to the degree that he was, but we're both allergic to our own sweat. So I sweat most of my feet. It's an issue. I've been dealing with it for 30 years.
How could you be allergic to your own sweat? I don't understand.
It's a biochemical thing. My dad went through 10 years of skin testing to try and isolate all his issues that he had, and that's what it boiled down to. Because a lot of the medication that he was on, it would collect in the sweat, and then he would, be allergic to his own sweat, and the chemicals that were in the sweat made his infections, twice as bad. He had all kinds of breakouts on his back and his arms and everything. But he was working with a lot of heavy, nasty chemicals. He was a plater. So. Yeah, he used to get these skin tests where they would, about 4 or 5 inches below the nape of his neck, they would shave his skin and inject random chemical solutions and put a test pad above them for reactions, just to test out what he was actually allergic to. They got samples of all the kind of chemicals that were being used in the factories that he worked at to try and isolate it. And it came across 4 or 5 different chemicals, he was highly, reactive to. Nickel chromate and copper manganese and all kinds of shit. A lot of the base chemicals that they use for stainless steel plating, nasty shit. Nickel chromate's about the worst.
What about galvanized steel?
He was with plumbing manufacturing, so they didn't use a lot of galvanized for plumbing.
Okay. Because galvanized has, man, that causes a lot of people to get sick.
Yeah.
Especially galvanized steel.
I got a lot of galvanized steel laying around my place.
Welding it.
Scrap out.
You don't want to breathe that shit when you weld it.
Nope. I got to get somebody over with a cutting torch to tear apart an old shed that's steel framed and galvanized roofed and rod. It's so fucking rusted. There's no way you would be able to, disassemble it. It needs to be cut up.
Well, as a painter, I've been in a lot of chemicals, but I didn't get in a lot of metals, though. In fact, I got a lot of exposure to lead, to be exact.
I got a wood shed that I need to tear down. I need to clean it out first because there's some old tools and farm implements in it that might be worth some money as antiques. The only problem is the thing is completely infested with black widow spiders.
Ugh.
I don't even know if it's worth the effort to go in there. I would have to wear like a clean suit and gloves and carry a blowtorch.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's infested.
Like a beekeeper suit or something.
Exactly.
That's what I would do.
It's almost like to the point where I'm like, nah, I think I'll have the neighbor come over with his bobcat and just knock it down and I'll burn it in place.
Wow.
It's about a thing. It's like half the ceiling in one side is completely rotted away and there's a groundhog living underneath it. And yeah,
Lord.
It's just a piece of shit.
So what would happen if it accidentally caught on fire?
Well,
on purpose?
It would burn probably a good portion of grass, and it might catch a huge ass tree on fire next to it. Because the biggest tree on my property is right next to it. It's a clump oak, or no, a clump maple. It's a clump silver maple. It has 5 huge trunks that are all fused together at the base. And one of the 5 trunks hangs over the barn. And if that limb comes down, it's going to take half the barn with it.
So would it hurt your feelings if the tree burnt?
Yeah, because I don't need that kind of damage. If I end up having the dude come over with the bobcat to knock it down, I'll have him push it back towards my fire pit. I'm not going to burn it in place. I can't burn it there. I can't risk doing anything with that one tree because it'll fuck up that barn. I need to get like a lumber company out, a lumber harvester, or a tree service with a crane, and to have them cut that thing, piece by piece down, because it'll destroy that barn if that one, branch comes down.
So do that first and then accidentally burn it down on purpose.
Like this tree is literally, I could probably go to my state agricultural department and have them measure it for like a record tree in my state. It's that big. It's a fucking beast.
So you like the tree?
Well, yeah, but it's a danger. It needs to be taken care of professionally, at least on that one limb, because I'll lose $50,000 worth of stuff in that barn if that comes down on the barn.
Oh, okay. What they'll probably do is get a crane and support the limb when they cut it.
Well, the way that they'll have to do it is get 2 of those crane trucks out and run 2 of them at the same time on either side of what they're cutting. Because what you don't know how big this tree is. The part that's hanging over the barn, the width of that branch is at least like 6 feet. There is a ton of weight up there. Yeah.
Wow.
And those trees, the silver maples, they're not known for being like super long living trees because the wood rots too easily. And there's a lot of ants around here that nest in the trees. Yeah, I'm worried about it. We have been for years, but I'm like really worried about it now.
I wonder on that one branch how many rings there are, how old it is, the branch itself.
It was planted like when my dad was probably about 4 or 5 years old. So like late 50s.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could still analyze it though and tell about, you could start from the outside ring and work your way to the inside ring and get an idea of what the rainfall had been through all those years.
Yeah.
By the width of the rings.
Yep, you can do core. I should probably get a core sample done on it just for the shits and giggles.
Exactly.
Now, we used to have an old oak tree right outside my house that was about 150 years old before it finally died. And it had a reputation throughout history in my neighborhood as being like the meeting tree for the local Indian tribes before they were finally chased out of Ohio.
Huh.
We used to find all kinds of arrowheads on my property from when my dad was a kid until like I was a teenager.
Probably still have some.
Yeah, there's probably still some out in the field, but they need to be told up. But like I remember being over here visiting my grandpa when I was probably about 5 years old. We were walking back to the tree line at the back end of the property, and we found like probably 20 or 30 arrowheads just on the walk through the field.
Probably what that would say to me is they probably did a lot of hunting in that area.
Oh, yeah. It was all woodland and, open prairie type shit.
Probably wherever you found the arrowhead might have been where they killed the deer at.
Yeah. It was never like a war area up until like the government, wars against the Indians. There was a pretty big battle out in Toledo. But around it, like Ohio was kind of like an open territory for all tribes to intermingle. They could use it as hunting ground or a burial ground or whatever, or just travel through. It was never like really a problem area.
What is this, 1800s?
Back to like the 1500s to the 1700s.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because this area started getting settled by, English back like, before the 1600s. I think 1580s, 1600s.
So there might be some other artifacts as well besides the arrowheads and stuff.
Oh, yeah. They occasionally find, settler type stuff. Because this part of Ohio was originally called the Connecticut Land Grant, I think it was called. There was like a huge corporation of people that bought into moving out west from Connecticut, and they called it like the Connecticut Land Company. And when it came out here, they called it the Western Reserve, and it was like almost like 500,000 acres that they plotted out, and a bunch of people moved from Connecticut out here. And they're still finding old shit in old trash piles and old.
Do you have a metal detector?
Farms. I got one in the basement. I haven't used it in probably 20 years. I don't know if it still works.
Man, it'd be cool to freaking metal detect that property.
Well, along my property line, like my back acreage, where now there's, housing developments. We used to have fucking trash heaps back there that were almost 100 years old. People would just dump in the woods. And I used to find all kinds of old, bottles and cans and shit, that we would sell for antiques.
So where is Dave Canterbury? Do you know what part of Ohio he's in?
I'm not familiar with him.
Oh. Yeah, he does the survival school and stuff. He's got an online store and everything. He's in Ohio.
Dave Canterbury?
Yeah. He does trapping and stuff there too. I know he's in Ohio. I don't know what part though.
I'm looking up his Wikipedia right now. Says Southeast Ohio. So that's southeast of me by probably about 4 hours. Out in the Appalachian foothills. That's a pretty part of the state.
Yeah. I mean, he has a survival school and everything out there.
Yeah, there are a few survival schools. There's a guy in he's probably about maybe an hour outside of Cincinnati. Lives on a little town right on the north shore of the Ohio River, and he does a survival class that it's a 3-week class, and you go out there and you learn wilderness survival, you learn how to shoot, and you learn first aid. And it's I think it's like about $900 to go to, but like the first aid course that he gives, like people that are licensed EMTs and shit say it, it's equivalent to the kind of training that they get professionally. So
I'm an EMT.
I almost went into EMT.
I was licensed.
I was never licensed, but I passed the course for advanced cardiac life support when I was 18. Just because I read the book that my mom had from the hospital.
Yeah, there's another category called first responder training in my state.
Yep.
It's pretty good. It's 2 weeks.
We have wilderness emergency medical technician classification here in Ohio that requires a 2-year degree, and I almost went for that.
We have that here too.
I got accepted to the college that they were offering. That was what I was going to go for, but I just couldn't come up with the money for it.
Let me ask you this question: do you guys have a state search and rescue team? Or county?
I know they used to. I don't know if they still do, but that was like 20 years ago.
A lot of times, if they do, if you've got a county version of it, which mine would be run by our county, but they will give you free training.
Well, actually here in Ohio, we have what's called the Ohio Defense Force, and it's like the legitimate official civilian militia for the state. That's subject to federal call up, and their primary mission is search and rescue and first aid. So if you join them, you can be on the official state SAR team.
How far are you from West Virginia?
2-hour drive.
Really close.
Yeah. I like West Virginia.
Yeah.
I've been there a bunch of times. It's beautiful.
Yep.
People are nice. There's a few sketchy areas, but there's some beautiful fucking places.
I know some people there.
There's the New River Gorge down there.
Don't recall.
It's like one of the deepest river canyons in the eastern part of the U.S. There's a huge railroad and couple railroad bridges and a huge highway bridge that go over it. It's like one of the tallest bridges in America. Like it's actually like part of the National Park Service. There's a ghost town like a couple of miles away from there. Was an old coal town back like in the 1800s, and they got like an entire street full of like old original buildings. Some of them are, you know, burned out and everything, but like some of them are turned into museums and everything. And there's like 2 old people that live in the population of the town is like 2, because there's an old couple that like they have a lifetime lease on their house there. And once they die, you know, the National Park Service will take over the property and everything. It's like in the middle of nowhere, and they got this cool little general store down there where you can buy like local root beer and tobacco and all kinds of, you know, local West Virginia products. It's pretty kind of cool.
Very poor state.
Yeah.
Some people are in the most extreme poverty there. I think it's listed as the poorest state in the entire United States.
I think the funniest trailer park I've ever seen in my entire life was down in West Virginia. We were driving. We were trying to get to that ghost town, and we got turned off by a detour. We ended up in this back road that turned into a trailer park, and there was this one house that had like 40 deer, you know, European skull mounts on their chain link fence around their trailer, and they were all painted pink. It was a chick, and she was like the most accomplished female hunter in West Virginia, and she painted all her skulls pink and put them on her fence.
That's funny. Yeah, you ever heard of Nitro, West Virginia?
No.
Yeah, I used to go through that town a lot. I always thought it was a weird name.
You ever hear of Bethany, West Virginia?
Yes.
I spent a weekend there with the Boy Scouts. They have the college there, Bethany College. And they had a visitor center, combination hotel, combination conference center. And the Boy Scouts was running a national leadership seminar that I went to over the weekend there, and got to stay in the mountains there, and got drunk as fuck when I was about 16 years old. It was kind of fun. We were all running around the town at the, one streetlight town with 2 bars, and we're trying to pick up college chicks that were like 3 years older than us. It was kind of fun.
Well, they still have moonshiners in West Virginia.
Oh, yeah. Here in Ohio, too.
Yeah, I imagine you would.
I know probably 4 or 5 people in my county alone that moonshine.
There's some moonshiners in Pennsylvania, too.
They're in every state.
They might be here where I live. I don't know.
Well, yeah, where you could grow, corn or whatever you want to use.
There's actually quite a few microbreweries here that are, above board and everything.
Yeah.
But they're making you ever heard of a guy named Porter Rockwell?
No.
Okay. It's part of the old Mormon Brigham Young stuff. Well, they have Porter Rockwell's peanut butter whiskey. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
When I heard you say how terrible it was, I was like, I probably won't try it.
Yeah, that bottle that I bought, it would be a lot better if it was full-proof whiskey and not like grocery store diluted crap. It's just only like 23 proof.
Oh, really?
If it was a full peanut butter flavored 80 proof whiskey, yeah, I would love it. but I don't like drinking diluted whiskey.
Yeah.
It's gross. It
Well-
tastes like whiskey flavored water.
We do have distilleries here.
Yeah.
We have, above board, but they're not major brands or anything. It's becoming more popular. They're starting to do a lot more beer making and wine making, and some of the beer is freaking awesome here.
Yeah. In
It's
my area,
really coming up.
we had one craft brewery in the region that started in Cleveland back in the early 80s. And they were kind of like the only local microbrew regional thing going on for about 20 years. And everybody's like, okay, let's, hop on the bandwagon. And, 5 years later, you got 10 breweries in the Cleveland area. Now you got like probably 30. And there's only really like one of them that I really like. They're expensive, but they're, it's pretty decent. I think like a 4-pack of their standard IPA is like $12. And it's just too expensive for me. I'm not spending that kind of money on 4 cans of beer. I'm sorry. I don't care how good it is.
$26?
No, like $12 for 4 cans of beer. And they're not like tall boys. And they're all the craft beers around here, they're so high, alcoholic volume. You drink like 2 of them, you get a headache.
Yeah.
I'm not into that anymore. I'll buy, a $6 6-pack of Rolling Rock. That'll make me happy.
I wish we made our own scotch here.
Never cared for scotch.
I
like rye or a Canadian whiskey.
Ooh, I don't like Canadian. And I'm not a big fan of rye either.
I don't care for scotch, and I'm not a fan of bourbon. I'll drink it if I have to, but I'd much prefer a rye or a Canadian.
Bourbon is one of those things that kind of has its place,
I drank a lot of it when I was younger. It's just my taste changed.
Yeah, mine too.
I would drink a lot of Jack Daniels, and for a long time, my drink of choice was Jim Beam for years and years.
Me too.
But now I like that George Dickel rye from Indiana.
I like George Dickel, but not the rye. I tried the rye. I'm not a real big fan of it.
I haven't bought a bottle of that in probably 5 years.
How about Ezra Brooks?
Never had it.
Oh. Seemed like it was pretty good. It was less expensive.
I have had the Ezra Brooks holiday nog. The spiked egg nog.
Yeah.
I like that. But I love eggnog.
And Irish whiskey here, I think the cheapest Irish whiskey is like 30-something bucks a bottle. It's really expensive.
I literally haven't been inside a liquor store in 5 years. I couldn't tell you what the prices are right now.
Well, our liquor stores are run by the state.
Ours too, except, by like, okay, my store, we sell what's classified as grocery store booze, half proof diluted shit. It's not as controlled. If you want foolproof liquor, you got to go to a state agency store, which around me is located inside the biggest grocery store, but it runs as a separate entity. It's like fucked up. But Ohio's like that. It always has been. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
I'm back.
So you finally got an ATN night vision, huh?
Oh, I got that like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I haven't even tested it out yet.
Wow.
I think when I first got it, I turned it on just to make sure, it was a functioning unit, because I bought it as like a factory second.
Mm-hmm.
That's the crazy thing. Somehow I ended up on ATN's mailing list, and I just I don't read my email that often, and I just happened to look at my email one day and saw the sale from ATN, and I'm like, holy shit, that looks like a good sale. And I went on there. The thing was like 60% off MSRP, and I'm like, I can't pass that up. It was like a $1,000 scope, and I got it for like, I think with tax, like $620.
Mm-hmm.
But it's sitting in the box. I haven't done anything with it yet.
Yeah,
I want to put it on my 22, to be honest with you right now, because that's what I'm going to be using it for the next couple of months.
well, they're highly accurate. I know that.
I've got some raccoons and possums and squirrels and rabbits I want to start nailing.
Your daytime, I think what I saw, I don't know if it's the model that you have, but the daytime, they have like a 600-yard range for daytime shots.
Mine has a day and a night, one day mode and two night modes. It full color HD day mode, and then the night modes has a green and black and a white and black mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it is.
That's so cool. I want one.
I got it mounted right now on the 308 downstairs.
That's what I'd have it on. I'd have it on a 308. Sounds like the perfect perfect setup for a 308.
Yeah, but if I use that 308 on my property here, I'd have every cop in 20 miles at my house in like 5 minutes.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm surrounded by 3 housing developments. I have probably close to like 80 neighbors because of the way the streets are set up.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that I can get away with shooting here is subsonic 22. So that's why I want to throw that night scope on one of my 22s. Probably my Savage. Possibly. I got the. You know what the Marlin Model 60 is?
No.
It's basically Marlin's version of the Ruger 1022.
Okay.
But it's tube fed instead of mag fed.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. I have one of their Model 60s, like probably an early 90s version of it. And then I just bought last year one of the original prototype models of it that's slightly different from the later versions. And that was probably made in like 68 or 69. I want to put that night scope on that thing because that thing is a fucking tack driver. Oh, I bought it off this dude. One of my customers at work last year, he gave me the rifle and like 550 rounds of ammo for $40. I'm like, yep, I'll take it. I'm not even going to test it out. I'll take it because it's worth that much for the ammo alone.
What do you think of the 6.5 Grendel in a bolt action? With about a 22-inch barrel.
It'd be probably pretty good. Yeah. If you take into account the muzzle velocity versus the terminal velocity at, say, 800 yards, you're not going to get that much energy dissipation, maybe 10%. that would be a hard hitting round.
Yeah, especially with the 22-inch barrel.
Fairly flat trajectory if you're running like a high twist ratio, say 1 in 9, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're gonna get, impact velocity. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, that would be nice.
6.8 SPC, they say runs really good on short barreled rifles.
Yes, it is that's why the U.S. Army is transitioning to a 6.8 platform to replace the M16A2 and the M4s.
So how are they going to shorten down the barrel from 16-inch?
No, they're probably going to keep it at 20-inch. It's not going to be, they're not going to go with factory standard 6.8 SPC. They're looking to create basically like a different version of a 6.8 with thicker casing. So it's going to be something like a 5.56 versus 2.23 type deal.
Mm-hmm.
Deal with higher pressure loads.
Mm-hmm.
But what I've been here, there's like 6 manufacturers that are in the bidding process right now for it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about, much heavier bullet loads than what your standard, commercial SPC 6.8 is going to be. So
for taking out hard targets.
Yeah. And it'll be a legit anti-personnel and anti-material round.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of amazing.
Especially
6.
if you
6.8.
Think of a 6.8 A-pit round.
I don't know what that round is. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about.
6.8 A-pit round?
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, you know what that is.
I do?
Armor piercing incendiary tracer.
Oh, API.
Yeah, API.
Oh, okay.
Raufoss.
Yeah. APA, yep. I know what that is.
I need to check the one site where I was finding that Raufoss shit. I need to get some fucking 308.
I actually have some. I have some 7.62 by 39 API.
Ooh.
And I have some 12 gauge.
Well, I've got level 1 API 5.56. What they call the XM 855 round.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a standard 62 grain bullet. It's heavier than the 55. That's the common battle standard. But these are rated for like going through like 3 inches of 3 millimeters of steel plate.
And what I can't find is any exact Win Mag.
300.
Yeah.
There are a few places that occasionally have it. There's an outfit in Las Vegas that occasionally has that.
KVAR?
No, this is it's called like Dan's Ammunition or something. Yeah, it's got a real generic name.
Clark.
Look it up. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, this guy had like API stuff and tracers for like anything from a 22 to a 9mm to a 40 caliber to 30-06, 308, 5.56. He probably had 10 different calibers, plus all kinds of exotic shotgun shit, fléchés, Rhodesian jungle, bolo rounds. Yeah, crazy shit. He had the 12 gauge slugs that were made out of 50 caliber bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw they had you could shoot an actual 50 BMG out of a 12 gauge.
Yeah.
That has like some kind of a casing that comes apart after it leaves the barrel.
Yep, and it's designed to like begin the spin of the bullet to stabilize it in flight.
Mm-hmm.
The way that it comes apart, it's like pre-scored on the inside. I don't know. It's crazy tech. But then again, I know you watch Tau Flatermouse on YouTube.
Yep, I do.
They tested out a 12 gauge slug that was made out of Gorilla Glue.
Mm-hmm.
And at the center of the slug was like a single 3/8 inch steel bearing, and it was devastating, and it was accurate as fuck.
Well, he had some titanium rounds that were actually really accurate too, and very penetration was unbelievable.
Yeah,
I could just imagine titanium. Holy crap!
there's a range, one of the local ranges around me. It's mostly a shotgun club, but they do have a small rifle range. They actually put up on their Facebook page last week. I heard about it. They're the only kind of ammo that you can take for their pistol and rifle range is frangible ammo now.
Oh my gosh!
Because of safety issues. I guess they had a ricochet.
Well, up here, there's a gun range that catches fire every now and then because somebody will try shooting some steel core.
Yeah, most of the ranges around here, they won't let you shoot steel core. There's like two. The main one that the next city over from me has like an official gun club that's like been affiliated with the city like since the 40s, and they had a fire from probably 1985 or something like that. That burnt down the fucking building. The entire range went up because some guy was shooting, mil surplus steel core ammo, and they said after that, nope, never again.
That's funny. Well, not funny, but
well, they had a case. Okay, my county has a vocational school that's like an alternate high school for like tech students, and they have a shooting range there because they're part of they have a police academy there for the sheriff's department and some of the local departments, and their range got fucking blown up about 10 years ago. They had a fire on the range and it blew up their ammo dump.
We had hundreds of acres burn from the fires that
they had a fucking
this range
crater.
caused.
Half the firing range was like a crater. They had something like 4,000 rounds of ammo go off because they had stocked up because the sheriff's department was planning on coming up for the weekend to do a training op.
Oh my gosh.
After when they rebuilt it, they put their ammo locker underground. They built a bunker.
Hilarious.
I think they got the the Army Corps of Engineers to come and build it for them.
Is anybody even in chat?
Nah, no one's been in chat for half an hour.
Wow. Yeah, I was surprised how beautiful Eastern Ohio is, though. Very green there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, once you get up by the Pennsylvania and the West Virginia borders, it's mostly forest.
Oh, yeah. Probably some really good hunting up there.
Well, yeah, there's good deer there. The best deer are in the southeastern part of the state, down towards Kentucky and West Virginia. Some world record bucks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll pull up a picture of one of the bucks that was caught probably about 15 years ago. Set a world record. Let me find it here. There we go. It's coming up. There it is. That was the beady buck.
Oh, wow.
At the time, I think it was like 2003, 2004 that he got that thing. It scored, number one Pope and Young.
Well, that was a freak.
Yep.
Well, we call a freak out here.
Yeah. They say it's the soil here in Ohio. It's got all the minerals that make great fucking antlers.
Huh. We have freaks here too. So does some of the best freaks ever taken came out of Utah and New Mexico.
You know what I hear? New Mexico has a lot of really good elk.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's higher altitude than here.
Yeah. The Boy Scouts, their national high adventure camp was in northern New Mexico, outside of Cimarron. It was called Philmont Scout Ranch.
Yeah.
And they had fucking elk everywhere over there. And the sad thing is, a few years ago, after the Boy Scouts got entangled in that huge class action lawsuit, in order to get security insurance on the court, fines that they were possibly facing, they had to mortgage off that camp. And they had owned that camp outright for like almost 100 years.
Wow.
It's like a 65,000 acre ranch in, outside of Cimarron, all in the mountains and everything. I never got to go there, but yeah, it was like the place to go for scouts.
Huh. Yeah, some of the best experiences in my life that I can remember in the outdoors was in scouts.
Yep, same here. Best 2 summers of my life were when I was working for the Scouts up in Canada.
Yeah, a lot of the places we used to go pheasant hunting and stuff here are all built up now. They're big subdivision.
Yep.
Used to be able to go pheasant hunting, duck hunting, everywhere.
Yeah, all the land around my place, that's all housing developments now. 20, 30 years ago, it was all prairie and forest. And I used to go walking around all of it. And there were deer trails, and you had some local poachers that had illegal stands up all over the fucking place, and bait stations, and yeah, we had a lot of poaching in my neighborhood. But we've always had a lot of deer.
The grasslands and the marshlands around here, there's still a lot of it around, but it's just like there's not enough distance away from where they're building. You can't get far enough away from them. That's the problem. So, or a major highway or something,
Yeah. When my dad was a kid on the farm here, he used to be able to hunt pheasant, and quail out in the field. They're nowhere around anymore around here.
Yeah, we had pheasant.
You got to go 20 miles south.
Well, we had sugar beet plantations, and in between seasons, you could go out and hunt in the sugar beets. And people would let you on their land to go hunt. I mean, you could hunt rabbit or pheasant right on the sugar beet plantations. And we were a major sugar producer.
Yep.
Not anymore. Sugar beets, they don't even grow them here in my state anymore at all.
I think the only place they grow them now in the Southwest is in California and Arizona.
Yeah.
Maybe in Nevada. I don't know. Yeah, I think everybody is out of chat. I'm only showing 7 people watching, but they're probably all asleep. Or they're bots.
Yeah, that's probably what they are, is bots.
Let me check Twitch real quick and see what they're doing. Dun, dun, dun.
I think that's exactly what it is. They're bots. I think that's exactly what it is. They're bots.
I'm showing, the only active people, Carnivore, Kim, and SecOps, Toki Tilapia, Miriam are the only people I see, but they're probably all asleep.
I haven't seen Marion make a comment in quite a while.
I don't think she was in here tonight.
Is there another stream going on?
Well, Don Bear's live. I think that's about it. Dangerous Freedom was live on YouTube a while ago, and Michelle decided not to stream tonight. She wasn't feeling good.
I don't know what's going on with her.
She hasn't been around here much. She's been doing her own thing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm only showing 4 people over at Bears. I think everybody went to bed early.
Probably.
I probably should have been in bed about 2 hours ago, but what the fuck. Yep, there's Miriam. She's at Bears. Hi, Miriam. Lurky, lurky. Yeah, I'll keep it going for like another 5 minutes. And then I'm going to crash.
So have you ever been to a rave?
No. My sister did. She went to a lot of raves.
So what are raves about? What do they do there?
Okay, raves are mostly a concert that is like electronic music, and involves a lot of drugs.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, my sister used to party in that scene, but she also used to work in that scene. She was an artist for some of the production companies that put on the raves, and she used to do like the art. She used to make all the posters, to advertise the raves and stuff. And she'd get into the raves for free for all that shit and get like VIP status. And she, let's put it this way, she was hanging out with Eminem before he got big.
Really?
Yeah. She was like 15, 16 years old and, sneaking away from home for the weekend to go to a rave up in Detroit where she did the artwork for her, and she got to hang out with Slim Shady.
Huh.
But yeah, lots of ecstasy, lots of acid, all kinds of shit like that. People dancing around with glow sticks and flashlights and just being idiots.
I don't know.
Not my thing.
I don't know what ecstasy's about.
It's a type of speed. It's like chemically a more pure version of speed, I guess you would call it. I'd never tried it. My sister for Christmas one year gave me like 4 pills of ecstasy. She's like, "Here, happy, Merry Christmas." I'm like, "What is it?" And she's like, "Ecstasy." And I'm like, "I don't want it." "Why not?" I'm like, "I've seen you on it and I don't want to be like that."
I thought it was something like like a hallucinogenic or something.
Yeah, I would call it like hallucinogenic caffeine. That's how she was acting on it. And she used to do this thing that they called candy flipping, where you would take ecstasy along with LSD. And I didn't want nothing to do with that. I like LSD, but just LSD, nothing else. Never got it. I got invited to a bunch of raves. I never went to them. Yeah, that was all like my high school days. After I was out of high school for a few years and started work, and I started going to like heavy metal concerts. That was my thing. Smoke a couple joints on the way to the concert, and then get drunk at the concert. Headbang all night long.
Cool. I guess.
It's Cleveland. It's a thing. We had a lot of good clubs for heavy metal bands.
So how would you rate Cleveland's as far as it's not as nearly as big as excuse me, I'm yawning. It's not as big as Indianapolis, is it?
The actual size, square miles, I don't think it's as big. But the population, it's probably lower right now because the city's been bleeding people for 20 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it used to be huge as far as population goes. In the 90s, we were probably like the 8th largest city population wise in the country.
Yeah.
But it all bled away over the last 20 years.
What happened?
A lot of businesses moved out. The steel plant shut down around here. GM and Ford all closed up their plants around here. It was just a rust belt bleed off.
Yeah. Yep.
They tried to reinvent the town into like biomedical type shit, and that kind of took off for a little bit, but it never came back like it used to be. Cleveland used to be a boom town.
Yeah.
It was for a long time, like it was second only to Chicago. They used to call it the third city.
You ever been to Pittsburgh?
Driven past it. That was it. Never been actually inside the city.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been just on the outskirts of Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
that's Rust Belt.
Yeah. That whole area, like everything between Pittsburgh and Cleveland, there's a lot of smaller towns that are like, they couldn't compete size-wise with Pittsburgh or Cleveland, but they had steel mills and car plants and shit, and that's total Rust Belt now. Those are some sad, economically depressed areas of Ohio. Like cities like Akron and Youngstown and Niles and stuff. Oh, man, yeah. I wouldn't want to live there. No, thank you.
See, and those are all towns everybody's heard of,
Yeah.
That used to be major.
It's like Cleveland used to be the steel capital of the country. Then it fell to Pittsburgh. Akron is kind of still the rubber capital of the country.
What about Toledo?
Toledo, they're more of a university town now. That's what they kind of bank on, because they used to be the glass capital of the country.
And scales were made there too.
Yeah, the biggest Toledo Scale Company.
Yeah,
that was the standard. Nowadays, shipping, they still have a port there that's pretty busy.
Mm-hmm.
There's quarrying and mining going on around there, a lot of limestone. But yeah, they got a big university there. I'll be honest, Toledo's kind of a dump now. Last time I was there, I'm like, nah, let's just keep driving. There's a really good pizza place there. The best pizza in Ohio is in Toledo, because
I told you, I used to go to Columbus a lot.
Yeah. Same here. Columbus was nice back in the 90s and the 80s. It sucks now.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's a lot of the black population that left Cleveland went to Columbus.
Oh, okay.
And they took all their troubles with them. That's why they keep getting on the news for police shootings and shit.
Okay.
Plus, they got Ohio State University there, and they're a bunch of crazy motherfuckers.
What about Springfield?
Driven past it, never been really in it.
We actually had a terminal in Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah, there's up by the airport there. They actually have an Air National Guard unit there that flies drones. It's about a half-hour drive north of Dayton.
Well, maybe something will change and Ohio will do better.
Yeah. Now with our governor, he's a rhino.
Yeah. Rhinos are worse than Democrats.
Yep.
Usually with rhinos, you don't really have an upsurge in an economy.
Yeah.
When you get a Democrat, you get an upsurge. It's the wrong kind of stuff you want an upsurge, but
our governor, he's still wants to keep lockdown and mask bullshit going on for months. Like, it's bullshit.
Oh, we got a dumbass governor.
He makes these like silly concessions, like oh, I'm not going to, allow restaurants to go to full capacity, but hey, I'm going to let, the Cleveland Browns and the Cleveland Indians and the Cleveland Cavaliers, increase their capacity by 20,000 per game. It's like, it's
So
all petty bullshit.
Yeah, he's pulling it all out of his ass.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sounds like his priorities are all about bringing in money and showboating.
He's been a name in Ohio politics for 40 years. That's part of the problem.
Oh.
He was a state representative like 20, 30 years ago. I think he might have been the state senator. He's been in public office for over 30 years.
Well, the cheating has been going on for all those years.
Yeah, and Ohio has been notorious for corrupt politics forever.
Same here.
There's a huge scandal that came to light last year that you don't hear about anymore. There was a state senator who's like the number 2 state senator in the legislature here in the state. Very powerful guy, and he got indicted with some kind of kickback scam with the nuclear power company here that has a nuclear reactor, and millions of dollars of payoffs. And the news broke about it, and then a week later you didn't hear anything, and you don't hear anything about it now. That's one of the reasons I want out of here.
I would probably get out of Ohio.
Oh, I plan on it. In 2.5 years, I'm gone, man.
I
I
probably
don't know where I'm going, but I'm going.
Well, you're just kind of out there like a sitting duck.
Yep.
So
I don't know if I'm going to New England or out west or what the deal is, but I am going. I'm done.
New England?
I'll come back and visit like once a year around the holidays with my family. That's it.
Isn't New England kind of screwed too?
Well, Maine and New Hampshire are still pretty red.
Are they?
Yeah.
What about Vermont?
No, Vermont's fucking Democrat lunatics.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, not so much out in the country, but like they're blue cities like Burlington in the capital, and like one or two other big towns. They're hardcore Democrats, and like total socialist bullshit going on.
Wow.
They got fucking Bernie Sanders, But New Hampshire, Vermont, or New Hampshire and Maine. Yeah, I wouldn't mind living up there. The winters suck, but I go moose hunting, go deer hunting. I don't care.
Yeah. And not Massachusetts.
Nah, maybe Western Massachusetts, real far inland away from Boston. That's pretty country out there.
Yeah, it is. But I think there's a lot of conservatives in Massachusetts.
Yeah, outside of Boston.
I think they're in Boston too.
All the pretty much everything from the coast inland, like 2 counties from Boston, is all blue.
Oh. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of conservatives in there, though.
I would like to visit Boston once.
They may not be the majority, but there's, in fact, it might be more red than even what you think. Because all we know is the demographics look like something because somebody said so.
Yeah.
And we know how that turned out with this last election.
Well, especially in Massachusetts, if you look at maps and how people vote and then do your own research into it, a lot of those red areas, that's where all the military bases are. Like Westover and Fort Devens and Cape Cod, where they got like Otis Air Base, and yeah, that's all red out there. Somebody wants some treats.
Oh, she's a spaz. She's black and she looks like a ninja in the dark. You can't even see her.
Ninja dog.
Yeah, she hides in the shadows like a ninja.
That's like two of my cats.
Actually, she looks kind of demonic at night.
But yeah, most likely I mean, New England, I've always had, an interest in it. But most likely I'm going to be moving out west. If not out by Wiz, maybe somewhere out in your neck of the woods. I've never seen the desert. Always wanted to see the desert. I might give it a try.
I think you'd be pretty happy in Idaho.
Well, yeah, as far as like the people go there, I hear there's a lot of good patriots up there, but I also hear that there's a lot of whack jobs up there. Especially like by Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah, up in the Panhandle.
Some wacky fucking left-wing activists.
Not left. They're ultra right, actually.
Okay.
They're ultra right. Some of them are skinheads.
Yeah, I know they have that problem up there.
Yeah.
Well, I just saw, what was it today? I saw an article. I only caught the headline. I think it was the governor of Montana announced that he signed either a state executive order or he passed into law a bill for the state protecting Second Amendment rights.
Yep.
Yeah, it was either Montana or Wyoming. I think it was Montana, though.
Well, Idaho is very pro-gun.
Oh, yeah. Always has been.
And when you say left, it's usually the left that's not pro-gun.
Yeah. That's all the idiots out in Spokane.
There's a lot of lakes and forest and mountains in Idaho. The only thing you got to kind of be concerned about is you're by Yellowstone. You're in the freaking kill zone. You couldn't get much closer to Yellowstone.
Well, some of the most remotest country that you can get into in the 48 states is in Idaho, like the Sawtooth Wilderness.
The Bitterroot Mountains.
And isn't the Jim Bridger Wilderness area out there too?
Bridgerland, yeah.
Yeah. That's where they based that movie, The Dog Soldiers. Did you ever see that?
No.
It was with Tom Berenger. He played a bounty hunter that would track people down in modern times on horseback, like convicts and shit.
Yeah.
And he discovered a remote, isolated, like Native American tribe in the mountains there. And they said, like, yeah, it's possible with the kind of land that they have out there. It's so remote and, inaccessible.
Well, see, there's a big chunk of Idaho that's part of the Nez Perce Reservation. You get the Blackfoot, Chief Joseph, and Nez Perce. So, there's parts of Idaho that you probably don't want to live on.
Yeah.
It's probably not a good idea to live on Indian land. I don't know what their laws are and stuff, but I probably wouldn't.
Well, all reservation land falls under federal law as far as any kind of criminal thing goes on. You get a traffic ticket, it's a felony.
Yeah, well, they've got their own police.
Yeah.
They got tribal police there. So
there was a movie that came out a couple years ago.
I mean, I go to the reservations. I do go.
Yeah.
You can go there, buy stuff, use the casinos. You can even marry Indians if you want to marry them. You know, there's a lot of very nice people there.
Yeah.
I'm part Native American myself, but I don't have any tribal papers or tribal connections. So, I mean, unless you're documented, they don't care. You know, you don't.
Yep.
Kudos for being an Indian. You know, there's nothing special in it for you. Most tribes don't give you money or free land to build houses on or anything like that. You got to buy your lot and build your own house.
Yeah.
That's what I've experienced. It's not what people might be thinking. It's really not.
The only reservation I've ever been on was the Cherokee Reservation, right on the border of Tennessee and North Carolina, in the Smoky Mountains area, right outside the national park. And that was kind of sad to drive through because it's all you see is like a couple trailer parks and a bunch of roadside, like, really badly done tourist trap shops. Yeah, selling like really poorly done arts and crafts type shit. But then they had an art gallery that was run by the tribe in the center of the town in Gatlinburg, where like the real artisans would sell their stuff, like museum quality shit. They were getting like $5,000 for like a clay pot. You know, really nice stuff. So yeah, there was a dichotomy there.
Yeah, but the thing of it is all the Cherokees didn't go to Oklahoma.
You know, a lot of them died on the way.
No, it was the Cherokees out of certain areas did, but Cherokees, a lot of people don't know they spanned all the way from Georgia to
Louisiana,
probably Delaware.
Yeah,
from Georgia to Delaware.
There was a lot of tribal.
They overlapped the Seminole area. The Cherokees, yeah. I mean, they overlapped, and my Cherokee heritage comes out of Western Kentucky. It wasn't even Appalachia, you know. Because they spanned all the way into Western Kentucky.
Yeah, I like Kentucky.
I love Kentucky. I'd move there in a heartbeat.
There's some pretty country down there.
That might be a place you might check out.
Yeah, it is. It's not far.
No, it's not far from Whiz.
I've been in the bluegrass country of Kentucky, the river country, and like not really the mountain part in the eastern part of the state, but kind of like the foothills, and that's some pretty country.
Now, I'm not interested in Bowling Green, Kentucky, but I get outside of Bowling Green about maybe 80 miles, and I'd be okay. I like that area southwest of Bowling Green.
Yeah,
about 80 miles.
Yeah, we stayed in Bowling Green for a night, just passing through.
What'd you think of it?
You know, for just spending a night, you know, staying at a hotel and going to a restaurant and you doing a little bit of shopping, it was a nice little town. I do remember they had, when we were at the hotel, we were watching, you know, the local TV. They had the best fucking, whatever their local, you know, affiliated mainstream media channel was, it was the best fucking broadcast news that we had seen, you know, as a local thing. They had top-notch broadcasting.
Oh, really?
But then again, we also stayed. The worst motel I've ever stayed at in my entire life was in Kentucky. That was, if I could give a company or a hotel 5 negative stars, this place would get it. We checked in and we're like, yeah, you guys got a pool? Yeah, it's right around back. Go, have fun. Just be careful. We don't have a lifeguard. We go out to go to the pool. There's a dead deer floating in the pool that had probably been in there for about a week. We're like, yeah, let's go swimming in that. Oh. You ever been to Mammoth Caves in Kentucky? That's a cool place. There, Bill? Are you ghosting out on me?
I'm not ghosting. Can you hear me at all?
I hear you now.
Oh, okay. That's weird. I was talking. You didn't even hear me.
Nope.
Yeah, that was Interstate 24. That's what it was. I remember going through Interstate 24. Paducah, Kentucky.
That's not a place I'd want to live.
Why is that?
Because they have a lot of nuclear waste stored there. Right on the river. And they get there. I remember I used to be into storm chasing and watching like storm chasing live videos.
Yeah.
And I remember watching probably about 5 or 6 years ago a storm chaser chasing a tornado in Paducah, and it was heading right for that plant where they stored all that shit outside.
Oh, wow.
That could have been a major disaster. They had every fire department within like 3 counties on standby during that night.
Yeah, I could do Kentucky. I could do Kentucky myself.
Yeah.
I would. That would be. I actually think I like Kentucky better than Missouri.
Never been to Missouri.
I've been through Missouri quite a bit, but Kentucky's got a lot better farmland.
Yep.
So, and I don't know.
Yeah, when we drove through, I've been through Kentucky probably like 5 or 6 times, and a lot of rolling bluegrass hills with horses, a lot of cornfields, a lot of bean fields.
Good fishing.
Yep.
Good hunting. Some of the best hunting around. Water pops right up out of the ground. I mean, there's just like I live in a state that's always got water shortages.
And as far as like big cities go, have you ever been to Lexington?
I think I kind of.
That is a beautiful town.
Is it?
Oh, it's gorgeous. The historic center of downtown, it is gorgeous. It's like stepping back. It's like stepping back into like the 1840s. Like the architecture, they have trees that are like 180, 200 years old. all over the place. It's crazy beautiful.
Sounds colonial.
Yeah.
Wasn't Daniel Boone from there?
He was like further east in the mountains, I think.
Well, yeah.
I did see Lincoln's birthplace down in Kentucky. They have his original cabin. It's not on the original site, though. They tore it down and reconstructed it inside like a mausoleum building. It's kind of strange.
Well, see, I think what the biggest problem with Kentucky is the end of the coal mine era.
Yep.
And I think that's driven the real estate prices way, way down. And then also the tobacco industry, it's taken so many hits. Kentucky was a major tobacco state.
And on top of all of that, now you've got the meth problem down there. It's one of the worst places in the country for meth use.
So it's probably got some extreme poverty there.
Oh, yeah.
So you might find some real estate, really prime, good survival real estate for very cheap there.
Yeah. I've got feelers out for acreage in various places across the country.
And Utah, you got to do your research here. I would look at Nevada too.
Yeah. Yeah, Utah, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. Fuck, I'd even consider like Kansas or the Dakotas.
And don't look at state boundaries either. They don't really mean anything. Kind of look at the history of the area.
Yeah.
That will tell you more. State boundaries. I mean, when you get in western Colorado, out where Rifle, Colorado, in that area, even Durango,
Gunnison. Yeah.
That side is very gun friendly.
Yeah.
And the area that has all the Nazis are actually in Denver.
Yep. Right on the front range, Denver, Colorado Springs, Greeley, and the other Pueblo, I think.
Fort Collins is not
Fort
too
Collins.
bad.
Yeah.
Fort Collins is kind of ranchy, It's a lot of ranches and stuff there. Fort Collins is a little more like Wyoming. It's quite a bit like Wyoming, actually. So I'd just stay far out of the Denver area. I mean, I'd say at least 120-mile distance outside of Denver.
Denver has a huge problem with gang crime. Mexican mafia and Latin Kings and Crips and Bloods. Yeah, it's bad out there.
Yeah, and the cops won't do anything.
Yep, they have no-go zones.
So, like I say, about 120 miles outside of the Denver area. Yep.
But it's also, Denver is like the backup capital for the U.S. We have more. Yeah, we have more federal agencies with the presidents out there than any other place outside of D.C.
I didn't know that.
And then you take into account what all's underneath the airport there. That's our backup. That's our backup. Redoubt capital in the center of the country. That's most defensible.
Well, I have a friend who started he's part of the family of the Hyde Foundation that started the marijuana getting legalized in the United States in various states. And his family's all in Colorado. And that's where all the growing and stuff started. Above board growing started in Colorado. And that's where they were, centered for doing all the legalization and stuff. So,
every state that borders Colorado, ever since they legalized it there, they're running insane amounts of arrests and seizures on the highways. People driving shit out of state, smuggling it back home.
Mm-hmm.
Every single day they're getting hundreds and hundreds of pounds.
Oh yeah.
I saw a video. This lady was driving an RV and she got pulled over and she had something like 3,000 pounds.
Oh wow.
Yeah. She got fucked.
What state was she in when she got pulled over?
I think Nebraska.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
She got pulled over because she didn't use a turn signal, when she was switching lanes in front of the state trooper. It's like, if you're going to haul that kind of shit, follow all the traffic laws. Don't be a dummy.
Mm-hmm. So did she go to prison?
Oh, they didn't say. They just showed the arrest on the show. It was on Cops.
Oh. Hmm.
Or what was that other show that got shut down? I think Real Cops or Real TV Cops or something like that. It was like shut down about 2 years ago. I think it was on that one.
Was it the one called Busted where they were busting pedos?
No, it wasn't that one.
Oh. Yeah, they had pedo schemes. People, cops pretending to be little kids.
Oh, yeah.
Little girls and all that, yeah.
That one guy, they had that network show on that. He'd do sting operations on those people and catch them all on camera and try and interview them, and then the cops would arrest him and everything. And then he got in trouble for all kinds of crazy money laundering bullshit, federal charges. Yeah, he was a scumbag too.
That skinny older guy?
Yep, with the grayish hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got popped on a bunch of federal charges. Probably like 4 or 5 years ago.
Huh.
Tax evasion, money laundering, organized crime shit.
I wonder if he just busted the wrong person and got his ass handed to him.
Yeah, could be.
Maybe he busted Mitt Romney. It was pretty funny, though. So, you came here to meet a 14-year-old girl. Oh, I didn't know she was 14. Well, she said she was 14. Well, I didn't know that she said she was 14. It just seemed like she was older. It's just funny how they tried to weasel out of it.
Oh, yeah. The Cleveland has a regional task force. The local, state, federal agencies all take part in it. They do a sting like 2 or 3 times a year, and every single time they get something like anywhere between 40 and 100 people in these stings, answering Craigslist ads to meet at motels and shit for young girls and shit.
You know what?
Disgusting.
My phone is just about to die here.
All right.
I'm in the red.
And it's 4 o'clock here in my time. I gotta hit the sack.
It's 2 here. So yeah, I gotta hit the sack too. This is just way overboard for me to stay up this late.
I should have been in bed a while ago.
So I don't know who's out there lurking.
I think Miriam's the only person left. If you're still lurking, Miriam, good night.
Yeah, have a good night, any lurkers, and you too, Canoes, and